You're familiar with the phases of ethylene glycol poisoning?
No, I'm not.
Not at all?
Not at all.
Were you at one time?
No, I'm not. I wasn't at one time.
Wouldn't be able to testify at all about,
No, I would not.
okay, so
Not about ethylene glycol. I'm not an expert or even very comfortable going through the different pharmacokinetics of ethylene glycol.
so if you testified in 2008 about the phases of ethylene glycol, do you wish you hadn't?
I wish I hadn't.
Oh, I told you guys he was key during the 2008 trial. This is big. This is major, guys.
You're familiar with the phases of ethylene glycol poisoning?
No, I'm not.
Not at all?
Not at all.
Were you at one time?
No, I'm not. I wasn't at one time.
Wouldn't be able to testify at all about,
No, I would not.
okay, so
Not about ethylene glycol. I'm not an expert or even very comfortable going through the different pharmacokinetics of ethylene glycol.
so if you testified in 2008 about the phases of ethylene glycol, do you wish you hadn't?
I wish I hadn't.
My opinion, I, of course, find it strange that these two highly qualified forensic pathologists reviewed the same material and neither one of them thought about asphyxiation as a possibility given the scientific evidence until it was asked of them to retroactively
Oh, you know
show
that
if it was consistent.
this case that I just cited talked about the penis issue pretty extensively. And I'm shocked how many times they mentioned the word penis. And what did this case say? Now, this is guidance for me, and I like it. At 4 o'clock, the foreperson informed the bailiff that the jury had a question. For the record, all the attorneys are present for the state and the defense, and Mr. Jensen is also present. It says question number 1. In the first column, it looks like they're asking for certain items. One is a flip chart. Underneath it says marker and tapes. I'm going to give those items to the jury. There shouldn't be any objection to that. So we'll give them a flip chart, markers, and Scotch tape. On the other side, to the right of the note, it says exhibits, and I would take it that they're asking for those exhibits. Exhibit number 10, which for the record is the thumb drive of Dr. Chambliss. It says photos 1 through 7. Exhibit 24, which is the EMS statement for Julie J. That happened on December 3rd, 1998. And then Exhibit 99. It is the handwritten notes of Dr. Borman regarding Julie's physical, September 19th, 1997. So if we're going to give them these exhibits, as to the thumb drive, I would have the jury come out. They can watch the photos and have the physical exhibits of 24 and 99. So,
Your Honor, so if the state could be heard on that, first of all,
I'm just saying if we do it, that's how we would do it.
okay.
So now you can state your position.
With respect to Exhibit 10, the thumb drive, the only parts that were admitted in evidence were photos 1 through 7, according to the exhibit list. So I don't know if the rest of it was admitted in evidence. I know that the autopsy report was. Show photos 1 through 7 to the jury out here. Then with respect to, and we agree with that. Then with respect to Exhibit 24, Your Honor, the last page of the EMS statement was read to the jury. It was, I mean, so they know about the last page. And the Dave Wilkinson was asked about responding, but the first 2 pages, maybe the first 2 or 3 pages, were not admitted into evidence. There was no testimony about them. So I don't think the first 3 pages can come in. I do believe the last page can come in because it was read in its entirety to the jury.
Well, the exhibit was received. I can't make a determination what parts of exhibits now that are received are not part of the record. There's no way I can do that.
Well, Your Honor, there were,
I mean, if they asked for the manuscript of 300 pages, I would say no. But this is a 4-page exhibit that was received.
well, Your Honor, there was also, as you said, there was the paginated manuscript that the defendant wrote, S45. That was received into evidence.
I know, but I'm not going to, if they ask for it, they're not going to get the manuscript.
Yes. Because, and why? Because
It's 300 pages.
well, not only that, because hardly any of it was testified to. In fact, only 1/2 of 1 page was testified to. So in terms of the fact that something was received into evidence doesn't mean the jury gets it. What the portion that they get is the part that there was testimony about. So with respect to Exhibit 24, I mean, I'm not saying that it's particularly prejudicial necessarily to the state, but pages 1 and 2, there wasn't any testimony about that. The part that was testified to was the last page. So
What's
that's
your
the part that-
position as to Exhibit 99?
Exhibit 99, let's see. That was the handwritten notes of Dr. Borman. Well, Dr. Borman testified about his notes. However, the notes themselves are not readable, and it would call for speculation for the jury to try to interpret those notes. Dr. Borman testified about the notes, but everybody conceded that nobody could read Dr. Borman's notes except for Dr. Borman. So I'd say sending the notes back, first of all, those notes are hearsay, and secondly, it would cause for speculation on the part of the jury to try to read those notes.
What's the defense position?
I think they should all go back. They were all admitted without limitation. Mr. Jamboy's actually in his rebuttal actually said regarding Dr. Borman's notes, you can look at these. I don't know if you can read them, but so if they can't read them, that's fine, but they want to see them, and it was admitted without limitation, as were the other exhibits. Now, the one difference with that manuscript that's been brought up that they haven't asked for, at the time that it was submitted into evidence, we addressed the fact that it's only that half a page that like this whole thing wouldn't be admitted for that purpose. But that didn't happen with, I don't think, any other exhibits.
Well, the only other exhibits I can think of, and they might not ask for them, is some of the experts' reports that talked about the letter.
Right.
I mean,
Yep.
we would have to take that out.
That'd have to be redacted. That's right.
Well, but all the other parts have to be redacted as well, because, for example, in Dr. Ward, the defense psychiatrist, she makes reference to all kinds of hearsay evidence that's not admissible. The jury can't hear it. She relied upon that in coming to her conclusion, but the jury can't hear, they cannot see or hear the hearsay that defense experts relied upon in coming to their conclusions. And that's, if you remember, Judge, we had a great deal of discussion about this in advance of trial, that the proponent of an expert's testimony cannot obtain, cannot present to the jury the hearsay that the expert relied upon. And you took that one step further with respect to the letter. You indicated that I couldn't even cross-examine the defense experts about the letter. So the experts' reports are not admissible. The fact they're received into evidence doesn't make them admissible. It doesn't mean they go back to the jury, because the jury can't see hearsay. And all I'm saying is you can send back the portions of the report of the exhibits that are not hearsay, but the portions of the exhibits that are hearsay cannot go back. So with respect to Exhibit 99, there was significant portions of Exhibit 99 that Dr. Borman testified to, and there are other portions of it that he did not testify to.
They're his notes.
We went through all of it, and he was questioned about all of it. And the EMT's response was questioned about the times.
I was
And that
just going to
report-
say that. I'm looking at the report. It talks about the time. It talks about the ECG monitoring that they put on her. It talks about what they did when they got there, and all that was testified to. So I'm not going to go through each one of these exhibits now that are in evidence. They're not experts' reports. It's not the manuscript. And I'm going to let the jury look at 24 and 99. I think
I would just cite to the court State versus Hines, 173 West Second, 850, 496 Northwest Second, 720, where they found 496 Northwest Second, 720, where at paragraph 6, the court concluded that it was reversible error for the exhibit, which could have assisted the jury in this credibility determination. The statements were hearsay. It is not proper for a jury to be allowed to use objected to hearsay that does not fall within any exception to the hearsay rule. So there was, that's what we're trying to avoid here. We simply don't want the jury to see or hear hearsay. And so the fact that a document was received into evidence doesn't mean it's not hearsay, Your Honor. And there were vast numbers of documents that were received into evidence that are hearsay, such as all of the expert witness reports and such as the portion of Exhibit 24 that was not testified to. I'm not objecting to the jury receiving the last page of Exhibit 24 because it was read to the jury verbatim. So I don't have a problem with that. But the rest of it was not attested to. So it's hearsay.
that's incorrect. Page 2 talks about the time they got there and when they left. So don't tell me the other pages don't have any evidence that was testified to.
But Your Honor, look at page 1. Look at page 1. Page 1 has all kinds of information in there that was not attested to.
It says at location, what the scene was.
And then it also,
And they took her to the hospital. And it's got her address. It's got her age. The location call. Unresponsive. He talks about a cardiac monitor use. Talks about vital signs. So all that was testified to. And Dr. Borman, he was on the stand for a long time.
he was.
And he had his notes and he went through his notes. And I know one of the issues was you couldn't read them.
That is true.
So I don't want to sound like somebody who's predicting the future, but if we couldn't read them, I don't think the jury can read them.
So, Your Honor, then the court's ruling is that with respect to Exhibit 10, you're going to bring the jury in and show show photographs 1 through 7.
And that's it.
Okay, and then
That's the only way we could do that exhibit.
exhibits 24 and 29 and 99 will be sent back to the jury.
And I don't want to set a precedent on further exhibits, but if we get into experts' reports and manuscripts, we're going to look at it totally different. That already. Okay, so tell the jury we're going to show them, bring them in, and we'll.
Who's going to set that? Who's going to? Did you want us to show it, Judge, or who's going to show it to the jury?
I think is there a way the court can show it to the jury? This
Sure.
should not be.
We're going to have to put it on the screen.
Yes, and so I'm wondering what mechanism you're going to use to do
I'm
that.
just asking if the clerk can do it as opposed to one of the parties, because this is no longer presenting a case.
You'd have to ask them clerk nicely for it.
I'm wondering if the clerk could please do it.
All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. We are on verdict watch today in the Mark Jensen Antifreeze murder trial. Now, we are streaming on Facebook and YouTube. On YouTube, we do a bunch of polls. So if you guys are into that sort of thing, you can come join us on our YouTube channel, which is Never Stop Voices. Right now, we have a poll up on the YouTube channel asking our viewers if they think that there will be a verdict today. So if you guys like participating in those types of things, come and join us on YouTube. Never Stop Voices. That's our YouTube channel. Now, today is probably going to be a boring day because we are going to be on verdict watch. We will keep switching back and forth to the trial day if the jury, has questions, wants to see exhibits. So they did that yesterday, right before they released the jury. They wanted to see a few exhibits. That's what the clip was. The prosecution tried to block the jury from seeing exhibits, which was rather interesting. Makes me think the prosecution is nervous about something. That was overruled, and the jury got to see the exhibits they wanted to see. So that means they are deliberating quite nicely back there. So we'll hold a bunch of polls on the YouTube channel throughout the day. Today, while we are waiting and there's nothing happening in the courtroom, we're going to play some 2008 footage like we've been doing throughout this entire trial. So if you guys are new to the channel, we have done countless marathon streams of the 2008 trial, giving our viewers an inside look at what happened there. We have been breaking this case down. I am from Kenosha, so I am very well versed in the history of this case. Jessica on Facebook. I believe he is guilty because she was a caring, loving mother and she didn't ever want to see or lose her children. That is the most ridiculous comment I've ever heard. Jess, so we want, and I'm not trying to be offensive towards you, but point to evidence. Just because somebody is loving and caring means absolutely nothing. Loving and caring people unalive themselves every day, unfortunately. Loving and caring people are also vindictive. So we have been breaking down evidence and talking about that.
All right,
Now,
bring them out.
here we go. We're just going to stop talking for a minute. Just says she didn't want to die. She wouldn't have went to people and say she thinks, well, we have a different view. So you sound like you're new to the channel. Welcome to the channel. We're going to be breaking it down. Badger says guilty of not donating to the live stream. A lot of people are, Badger. A lot of people are.
We're going to go on a record on Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314. It is February 1st, 2023. Let's have the appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. The state of Wisconsin appears by Special Prosecutor Robert Jamboys, Deputy District Attorney Carly McNeil, and Special Public Service Special Prosecutor Beverly Jamboys.
Attorneys Bridget Krause, Jeremy Perry, and Mackenzie Renner appear on behalf of Mr. Jensen, who appears in person. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. I want the record to reflect the jury has returned. We have 12 jurors. They are deliberating. The other thing I wanted to put on the record, the 4 alternate jurors have also returned. They are in a different location with the bailiff. I also informed the 4 alternates yesterday not to discuss the case, and I did that again this morning. So ladies and gentlemen who have returned, the 12 people on the jury right now, thank you for coming on time. You can go back in the jury room and start your deliberations again. And again, if you have any questions, you can send a note to the bailiff, and we will also provide lunch for you today, so you will stay in for lunch, okay? Thank you. Go back to the jury room. Numbers, if we need you, we'll call you if there's a question, okay? Thank you.
All right. Well, jury has gone back for deliberation again. So, again, this is going to be a boring day, folks, but we are going to make it exciting for you. Like I said, we are going to have different polls up on the YouTube channel. So if you are interested in that, join us on the YouTube channel, Never Stop Voices. We are going to play some 2008 footage of some things that we haven't watched yet. We've been doing this for quite a while, since before the trial started. So those of you that have followed, you know what we're talking about. One of the testimonies that we're going to play today is from Dr. Long. Dr. Long testified in the 2008 trial, and there was a lot of pretrial motions, discussion about Dr. Long, the controversy and corruption surrounding Dr. Long, Dr. Mainland, Dr. Maureen Lavin, Dr. Michael Chambliss. There is a lot. It was a lot to dive into and break down. So we're going to play that, because there was so much controversy surrounding that back in 2008 and even leading into the 2023 retrial of Mark Jensen. Now, if you are new to my channel, we use big boy and big girl naughty words. If that offends you, probably not the right channel for you. But if it doesn't, I do suggest you wear some type of headphones. If you have little babies running around, we obviously don't want them hearing the naughty words that do come out sometimes. With that said, we also like to do some discourse on this channel. We like to debate. We like to have differing opinions. We've done a mock jury on the channel last week. We invited our viewers to come on to the stream, and we put them in a room and they deliberated as if they were the real jurors. That was a fun stream. We put a clip out you guys can watch. If you want to watch the full thing, you can become a member of the YouTube channel for as little as 99 cents, and you get access to member-only content. And there is a bunch of it, not just for this trial, but all types of subject matter. Lots and lots of fun things on the YouTube channel for members. Now, let's take a poll for everybody on whether or not you think Mark Jensen is guilty or not guilty. So if you think he's guilty, chat, type guilty in the chat. If you think he's not guilty, type that, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube. Let's see what everybody thinks. Then what we're going to do after that. So Jess, we know thinks he's guilty 100%. Jess has been spamming the shit out of my chat with guilty. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Hang him. Hang him. Get him. Jess, we think he may not be. We'll lay that out for you. No, it's all good, Jess. It's all good. We love it. We love it. We do bust our viewers' chops on the channel, and our viewers bust my chops. We try to have a lot of fun here. Try to have lots and lots of fun. We try to make it a good time for you guys, make it interesting, make it controversial. So for those that are new, my name is Kevin. My company is called Never Stop Media. We are located in Southeast Wisconsin. We're from Kenosha, so where this trial is happening, that's where we're from. You have stumbled into an independent investigative journalism company where we investigate basically corruption within systems, and we write investigative articles, all of that fun stuff. We talk about a lot of stuff on this stream. So, Iceland over on YouTube says not guilty. Grandkids on YouTube says not guilty. Ruben, not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but the jury will say he is guilty. I think that's what's going to happen too, Ruben. Jess says guilty over on Facebook. Who else? What is up, Shay? Welcome. If you guys think Mark Jensen is guilty, type that in the chat. If you think he's not guilty, type that. Ronaldo, not guilty. Peace, love, not guilty. Just guilty of being... I don't know what DWAD means. Dickwad. That's what I'm assuming. DWAD. Dickwad husband. That is true. He is definitely guilty of that. Definitely guilty of that. For sure. For those that think he is guilty, since we have all day right here, let's break down the actual evidence. Right? No, we don't do feelings on this channel. Save the feelings for baby showers and Christmas. So let's break down the evidence. Give me evidence that shows that Mark Jensen is guilty, and we will discuss it. Now, we can, if you guys want, we can invite people onto the stream, right? We can send you a link. We can have you onto the stream. Again, you know, we've said this a million times. You don't have to have your camera on if you don't want. Some of you are not as crazy as me and, you know, don't want to show your face. And maybe you haven't had enough coffee this morning and, you know, you're looking a little funky from just waking up. So if you guys want to do that, send me an email, neverstopvoices@gmail.com, and we'll start bringing our viewers on and we can discuss it live. JD says not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm with Ruben. So if anybody wants to come on, let me know. Send an email. You can type it in the chat too and let me know that way as well. But send me an email so I can privately send you a link so we don't start getting a bunch of goofy people on here. Grandkids just reminded me I didn't have my coffee. I have been up since 5 a.m. I am on my second big giant thing of coffee. Now, we believe, based on the evidence, and again, we have dissected this case frontwards, backwards, and sideways. We have so much case history that we have dove into. I'm from Kenosha, so I know a lot about this case. We don't think Mark Jensen is guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. There is a lot of evidence that points to Julie. Unfortunately, chat, I know that's an unpopular opinion. There are definitely things that point to Mark, for sure. He's guilty of kind of being a scumbag husband. He's guilty of, I would guess, 100% of conspiracy to commit kidnapping of a witness. But he was never charged with that. And that begs the question of why. Because those phone calls were very damaging towards him. And it's interesting that that was, in our opinion, the most damning evidence against him. But he was never charged. And we have all wondered why. Now, some of you have put, and this has been a big topic on this platform since day one, that Julie would not intentionally unalive herself. So please don't use the S word on this channel. Don't type that because that whacks our channel. You have to use the word unalive. We don't believe that either. But we do believe that Julie Jensen was plotting and scheming this entire thing to frame Mark for attempted murder. And we believe we can prove that. So for those of you that think Mark is guilty, let's break down the evidence. Which parts of the evidence convinced you that Mark is guilty? Let's break it down. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up, like the stream. That helps us out. On Facebook, please share the stream. You can spam the chat with likes and hearts on Facebook. That's the only spamming that we allow. That does help push our platform out, and we appreciate that. So for those of you that think he's guilty, let's talk about some evidence. Post some different types of evidence in the chat, and let's break it down. Right now, 79% of our viewers on YouTube think the jury will have a verdict today. 21% say no. Now, for those of you that are new, because on this channel we investigate different types of corruption, and we've actually been part of trials. We have influenced trials live while they're going on, while witnesses are on the stand and juries are being picked, and we've been contracted out to be investigative consultants for different high-profile situations. Some that we can publicly talk about and others that we can't right now, but you will soon find out. So we break down evidence when we're doing our investigative articles. We take every story in the beginning as if we don't believe it, and then our job is to prove or disprove. We have a big article that I'll be working on. Some of you know what I'm talking about. We went and picked up some open records last night, and I had the most bizarre conversation last night. And this is going to be an interesting article. We may be exposing some illegal activity from a multitude of people. So we are still working on that. Couple more little things I got to do behind the scenes, and then we'll get working on that article and get it out to you guys, hopefully by the weekend. Just waiting on a response from somebody. And like all of our big articles, we have to consult with the legal team because this one is going to be interesting and sketchy. And I have a feeling it's going to bring a lot of legal heat towards us. You know how we love that. So let's talk about Jensen a little bit for those of you that are new. This case has a lot of corruption attached to it. There is a lot of scandal surrounding the district attorney, Robert Jamboy. We call him Bobby Boy or medium rare because he likes to get very red. We're not a big fan of his. He's very intimidating and abusive towards women. We have seen that. We have highlighted that. It's kind of a nut job. But we've talked about the botched investigation by law enforcement. Detective Ratsberg, this was his second homicide investigation, and he made a lot of mistakes. A lot of evidence that was not collected. A lot of evidence that was not tested by the crime lab. Then we had mice eating evidence. That sounded a little suspicious. When it comes to the pathology reports, for those that are new, you guys are watching this trial and you're hearing that Michael Chambliss was the pathologist and Dr. Mary Mainland was the head medical examiner. And a lot of you may not know that Michael Chambliss was not the first pathologist to do an autopsy on Julie Jensen. Now, you heard Dr. Chambliss testify that Maureen Lavin was on vacation, and that's why he was called in. She was unavailable. That is not true. It is not true. A lot of this was discussed during pretrial hearings, and the jury was not allowed to hear any of this. Now, Dr. Maureen Lavin performed the autopsy. Her report conflicted with the prosecution's theory. She was fired, and her report went missing. It has never been found. It's odd because that report was used by other doctors, including Dr. Long, who testified in 2008. We are going to play his testimony. We haven't watched that yet on this platform. We're going to play it today because I think it will be interesting. So let's play a little clip from the situation I'm discussing about Dr. Lavin. We want to give you, especially you new viewers, we want to give you guys the full background. That's kind of the beauty about this channel. We dive deep into all types of topics, and we break it down. We give the historical facts behind things. We give you guys such an inside look, and you guys end up knowing way too much about the situation. I'm gonna find this. You guys are quiet this morning. Wake up, everybody. So we're gonna play some clips again all day today, because this is gonna be a boring day, everybody. We're just gonna be staring at a screen. So we're gonna make it fun. We're gonna play some clips. We're gonna break it down for you. I just got home from work. Is the jury out deliberating yet? Yes, they are. We already said hi to them, and they went back to deliberate. All right, here is what we're talking about with the pathologists. There is some scandal. Now, we've said before, a lot of you like Bob Jamboy. And when Bob Jamboy talks, we have said very, very plainly, listen to him and listen close, because he contradicts himself all the time. He gets caught in his own lies all the time, by himself, really. And he's covering something up. We have clipped and highlighted multiple scandals surrounding this guy. If it was one scandal, maybe we could turn the cheek and say it was ridiculous allegations. But there are so many.
You're familiar with the phases of ethylene glycol poisoning?
No, I'm not.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Were you at one time?
No, I'm not. I wasn't at one time.
Wouldn't be able to testify at all about,
No, I would not.
okay, so
Not
if-
about ethylene glycol. I'm not an expert or even very comfortable going through the different pharmacokinetics of ethylene glycol.
so if you testified in 2008 about the phases of ethylene glycol, do you wish you hadn't?
I wish I hadn't.
Now, for those of you that are new, Dr. Chambliss testified in 2008 extensively about ethylene glycol, antifreeze, extensively. In this trial, if you not have no idea what's happening with the entire history of this case, you may not have caught this. But he lied. He testified wrongly in 2008. He lied. And he got caught in 2023. That is a problem, chat. That is a problem.
I do have one issue, if the parties want, I don't know if it's going to be an issue. And Mr. Jambo, you could probably respond. Was there an issue as to the termination of Dr. Maureen Levin?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense had sought to cross-examine Dr. Mary Mainland about Dr. Lavin's termination of employment. Of course, Dr. Mainland was not here at the time that Dr. Lavin was terminated. The state believes that any testimony any information regarding Dr. Lavin's termination from employment is not relevant to this case. Dr. Lavin was the medical examiner for Kenosha County at the time this case was on December 3rd, 1998, the date that Julie was killed. But she testified at the preliminary hearing. But while preparing this case for trial, she refused to answer questions in my office about whether or not she was board certified. We knew she was not board certified. We were simply asking her questions about this, and she said she wasn't going to answer it. And I said, well, you understand that when you go into a courtroom, if you refuse to answer questions that are put to you in defiance of the judge's order, you may leave that courtroom in handcuffs, and you are required to answer questions in court. And furthermore, when you're sitting in the district attorney's office and he's asking you questions, you are obligated to answer those questions as well. And if you don't, you're going to be terminated. And she refused to answer questions about her board certification. And as a consequence, she was terminated. It had nothing to do with her opinions concerning any of the evidence in this case. It had nothing to do with her theory of her prior testimony as to the cause or manner of death in this case. It was simply because she had not become board certified and she refused to answer that question.
So she never testified in Jensen 1, right?
No, she did not testify in the
And
trial.
Dr. Mary Mainland testified?
Yes, Your Honor.
And she was obviously the medical examiner for Kenosha County at the time, or from another county?
She was our medical examiner at the time of the Jensen trial.
So what would she know about the termination of Dr. Levin?
Well, as she indicated, she really didn't know that much about it. And she had heard things about it, but she wasn't here at the time that Dr. Levin had been terminated. I think what the defense counsel was trying to elicit from Dr. Mainland was that she was intimidated into rendering these opinions by the district attorney because the district
And
attorney.
that was you?
Yes, because the district attorney had gotten the previous medical examiner terminated. But she was not terminated because she refused to agree with the prosecutor's theory of the case. In fact, the prosecutor's theory of the case has always come from the medical examiners. It's not the other way around. But she was terminated because she refused to answer questions pertaining to whether or not she was board certified. It has nothing to do with the development of the evidence in this case. So it's completely.
Did we ever find out if she was certified or not?
She was not board certified. That's why she refused to answer the questions.
So Judge, I think the concern is that as it relates to the cross-examination of Dr. Mainland testified that she was aware of some of this information, maybe not everything that Attorney Jamboy said, because she wouldn't have had that information unless Attorney Jamboy told her that information. But she was aware that there was an issue as it related to the Jensen case and her findings that caused Dr. Mainland was aware that there were issues with Dr. Lavin and her findings in the Jensen case, or her testimony in the Jensen case, that caused her to be terminated from her employment.
Did she
Like, she knows
testify
nothing
to
about her
that in front of
findings.
Judge Schrader?
She testified that she was aware that Dr. Lavin was terminated.
While you're looking at those other transcripts, see what she said in Jensen.
Well, Your Honor, I can tell you this. The whole theory of the cross-examination of Dr. Mainland was to suggest, plant in the jury's mind, that Dr. Mainland was somehow intimidated by the prosecutor into rendering the opinions that she rendered in this case. Contrary to what defense counsel just said, there was nothing about Dr. Lavin's testimony.
That's what I'm saying. Get the transcript and let me take a look at it.
Okay.
So remind me, that's another issue for the pretrial. The first one that I want to deal with is the testimony that was in the original trial, which I will call Jensen 1. The transcript has been provided. I'm dealing with a letter that was dated December 15th, 2022. It's on the issue of the termination of Maureen Lavin, who was the Pryor County's medical examiner. The transcripts that were provided from the original trial, there was a question to Dr. Malin that says, "You knew at the time you were hired that Dr. Lavin had been fired from her position." Yes, and that she was fired for conduct in this very case. She goes on to answer under oath, "I heard that may have been a factor. I really don't have access to her personnel file, so I don't know the whole case against Dr. Lavin, to be honest." The next question was, when you took the job, there's something you were interested, or why Dr. Lavin left that position, right? The answer was, well, we're all kind of nosy, but I did not know. I did not go and inquire of the personnel department why they fired her. The next question was asked, and her answer was, "I heard the scuttlebutt that occurred. I heard the scuttlebutt." So, I mean, that's all. We're on the record. Thank you. Obviously, that's all speculation. She has no knowledge of why this doctor was fired, and she admitted it under oath. In court, it's not like she's given some sort of statement to one of the attorneys. She's basically saying, "I don't know anything. I'm speculating. It's all scuttlebutt." So that line of questioning is not going to come in.
All right, so let's break down what we just heard. The allegation is that we know for a fact Maureen Lavin was the medical examiner in Kenosha County. She was the head person. We know for a fact that Maureen Lavin did the initial autopsy of Julie Jensen. We know that her findings contradicted other people's findings that did the autopsy after she did hers. We know for a fact she was fired. We know for a fact that that report went missing and has never been found. Now, in the state of Wisconsin, medical examiners have to be board certified. But she was hired without being board certified. Bobby Boy over here had her testify in a hearing to her findings. So apparently that was good enough to have her testify. Then brought her in a private room. We don't know what the conversation was, but if we watch this version of the trial, we can assume, the way he talks to female witnesses on the stand, that there was some sort of aggressive conversation that he had with Maureen Lavin, and she stood her ground. And then he got her fired. Conveniently, Dr. Chambliss and Dr. Mainland were then called in, and their reports matched Bobby Boy's theory. We also know that Bobby Boy went around and told everybody how to do their jobs. Nobody could figure out how Julie died. And after Bobby Boy decided he solved the case, he went and told everybody. And then reports were conveniently changed. That's suspicious. Very suspicious. Carrie on YouTube says they need to stop wasting money already and find him guilty. He's dripping with guilt. So again, for those of you that believe Mark Jensen is guilty, we want to know why you think he's guilty. Tell us evidence that you heard of why he is guilty. Let's break it down together. We have an entire botched investigation by law enforcement. Absolutely horrendous investigation. Walking through a crime scene, touching things without gloves. What's up, Charlie? Not collecting evidence. There were several glasses throughout that house that were never collected to be tested. Problematic if you're trying to convict a murderer. Evidence that was collected. There was a bunch of it that was never tested by the crime lab. Apparently, in this case, the crime lab said, oh, we don't need to test that. I don't know when a crime lab has ever said that. That sounds very ridiculous. Ridiculous. We've played the 2008 version of the walkthrough of the house, and then we played the 2023 version, which was a better quality. Drains in the house. Some of them were not removed and tested. Gina on Facebook, I need you to use the word unalive, not the S word. You guys have to, you cannot use the S word. You have to say unalive. That will get us totally messed up on this platform. You have to say unalive. So I know a bunch of you are new, so just a reminder to all of you. Carrie Knight. Oh, I am. The simplest explanation is usually the correct one. Well, that doesn't tell me anything, Carrie. For those of you that think he's guilty, I want to know exactly why. Tell me the evidence. We've said this before, we've done it already. We can bring people on the stream if you guys want to chat. We'll send you a link. Send me an email if you want to join on the stream. Send me an email. I'll send you a link. We'll bring you on the stream. You don't have to have your cameras on. Some of you are uncomfortable with that, and that's fine. And we'll go through it. What is the word we can't use? The S word. The word that they use inside of the trial about how Julie died. Homicide or the S word. So you can't use the S word. You cannot type that. You have to say unalive. It's even sometimes sketchy saying the word kill and murder, but definitely the S word we cannot be typing on either Facebook or YouTube. So you got to say unalive. So for those of you that are undecided, for those of you that are 100% he's guilty, tell me why. You can type it in the chat, or we can invite you onto the stream and let's talk about the evidence that you saw or heard that makes you think he's guilty. Why is that? I don't know why, because that's how the platforms are. They don't allow certain words. Same as they don't allow the G word, this thing. They don't allow that. You get demonetized. Your platform can get totally removed. I don't know. Go ask Facebook and YouTube. I'm not the expert on why. Because they suck. I don't know. That's how it is, unfortunately. So we have to be careful with words. So this isn't Law and Crime, and this isn't court TV, everybody. You don't get to just put your random silly comments in there. We have discourse on this channel. So tell me evidence, point out a piece of evidence. Let's break it down one step at a time. Today is going to be a long, boring day, folks. So let's break it down together. Let's talk about it. We love the differing opinions, and we want to break it down. Maybe we can change your mind. Maybe you can change our mind. Now, just because we have a lot of new people on here, none of us on this platform like Mark Jensen. Let's be clear about that. None of us like him. Okay, he's creepy, number one. We don't like his eyeballs. We don't like the shit-eating smirk that he does all day in the trial. We know Mark is not innocent, right? But there is a difference between being innocent and not guilty. Even judges will say that. We definitely think Mark is guilty of some stuff, but he's not being charged with certain things. We know he was not a good husband. More than likely, he probably is a narcissist. But don't just write some silly comment. Let's talk about the evidence. So what evidence do you think points to Mark Jensen? Type it in the chat, Facebook and YouTube. Do not be shy. Let's discuss it. We have mixed opinions. There's different theories on both platforms, Facebook and our YouTube channel. But for those of you that are new to this channel and you've been watching on some bullshit channel where there's 18,000 theories going on and misinformation and disinformation happening, you guys are completely lost. We have been sitting here breaking this case down. We have been playing old footage. We have gone through court documents, side effects of medications. We've played just dozens, at least 40, 50 hours of the 2008 trial. We're going to play some of that today again, but different testimony that we haven't heard yet. I am an investigative journalist, so we look at things very, very detailed, and we ask questions. Why? We have consulted on high-profile situations before. With this entire case, we have pointed out tons of corruption, tons of scandal, tons of mistakes, doubt that is in this case, evidence that has been misconstrued to all of you as well as the jurors. We have pointed out the flaws in it. We have pointed out the flaws where Bobby Boy tells on himself, where he contradicts himself throughout the entire trial. He'll say one thing on one day, and then he changes what he said on another day to fit the narrative at the time. A bunch of you are scared right now, and you're not typing. Somebody, please give me a piece of evidence that says Mark Jensen is guilty. Let's break it down together. Who wants to go first? Day drinker. My gut feeling is he is guilty. That being said, if I was on this jury, I would vote not guilty because of lack of evidence. I think there is. I think there's a lack of evidence that points to him. I thought the letter wasn't supposed to be used, but it was. So here's the thing with the Wisconsin Supreme Court ruling. Okay. And we did a video on this too. I'll pull this up so you guys can see this. So we broke this down. Let's do it again. Let's break this down. Let me pull this up. A lot of you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. So we broke this down on another stream. Let me find what we read. All right, Sheila, hold that thought. I'm going to get to that in a second. I want you to, though, do me a favor. Be more specific about the computer searches. Because I definitely want to address that. And that's where, so you think the computer searches say he's guilty. I'm going to tell you why those computer searches say he's not. But I want you to be as specific as you can, because I want to break this down for you. And again, for anybody that wants to come on the stream, obviously having a sort of face-to-face kind of conversation is a lot easier and a lot faster. So if you're comfortable, send me an email. We'll send you a link. We'll bring you on. You do not have to turn your camera on. That is fine. But we can do that too. We can bring a bunch of people on, and we can all sit and discuss, and then the rest of the chat can listen. I can't find. I can't find the thing that we read. Fuck. All right, we'll just summarize it. So basically, under the Sixth Amendment, we have the Confrontation Clause. Okay. So a lot of stuff that we talk about on this channel is our constitutional rights, all of that stuff, right? And we cover a lot of civil rights violations. We cover corruption within systems, right? And we write big articles and we expose that stuff, and like big topics, not like little mainstream media, paragraph narratives. But basically, a case came before the court called Crawford v. Washington. Okay. And I believe this was July of 2004. Now, this has become an iconic Supreme Court decision because the Confrontation Clause under the Sixth Amendment changed after Crawford v. Washington. Okay. So when Mark Jensen went to trial in 2008, the law had already changed for the confrontation issue. Now, there was a lot of discussion because the allegation was that, well, he unalived the person, so therefore he can't confront them and sort of forfeits his rights under the Sixth Amendment. The Supreme Court said differently, right? Because it's an allegation. These things are testimonial, so it falls under these hearsay exceptions, all of this type of stuff. Now, this case went before multiple judges in Kenosha County, and they all, basically upheld Judge Schrader's verdict that Mark Jensen was guilty, and, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Defense took that to the appellate courts. The appellate courts upheld the state court. Then it went in front of the Wisconsin Supreme Court. The Wisconsin Supreme Court, because of the 2004 change in this Crawford v. Washington thing, the Wisconsin Supreme Court said that Mark Jensen's rights were violated by introducing the letter from the grave and the contents of the 2 voicemails that were left for Officer Ron Kosman. So they said that Mark Jensen needs a new trial because his rights were violated. The state didn't like that, so they appealed that decision, and it went before the highest court of the land, the United States Supreme Court. And that Supreme Court refused to hear the case, which meant that it automatically upheld the Wisconsin Supreme Court decision. So by that definition, Mark Jensen either needs to be retried or he needs to be immediately released. The state of Wisconsin obviously decided that they wanted to retry him. So for those of you that are pissing and moaning about money, if you don't live in Kenosha, it's not your money. But as of right now, we know that this case has cost the Kenosha County residents at least $70,000 to retry this case. And I'm sure that's going to be more considering the just inflammatory, ridiculous nonsense about talking about witnesses being paid. For those of you that are buying into that shit too, like, oh, this is bought testimony, the state pays for their expert witnesses as well. So for them to even bring that up is the dumbest argument, and it's weak. And that, you know, right there that they're scared about something. But that's the history of that. Now, there's a problem, and I'm sure a bunch of you didn't catch this because you're sitting on Law and Crime and Court TV, and you're listening to a bunch of people who have no idea what they're talking about. But this happened the other day in this case. I'm going to play this real quick because this is gigantic. And a lot of you were like, oh, I can't even believe that the defense filed a motion to dismiss. Well, first off, for all you trial watchers, that happens constantly. It's standard. So, you know, we're getting a lot of comments that are like, oh, that's disgusting. I can't believe they did that with a straight face. That's standard. It happens in pretty much every single trial. So let me play this real quick since we're on this subject of the letters, okay? Because this is important. So like I just said, Wisconsin Supreme Court ruled the contents of the letter from the grave and the contents of the voicemails is inadmissible. The courts ruled that they could refer that there was a letter. So like we heard with Ted Voigt, Julie gave him a letter, but we were not allowed to hear what the letter said. They played Ron Kosman's 2008 testimony because unfortunately Ron Kosman is deceased. And we heard that Julie left 2 voicemails. But that's it. We were not allowed to hear what the voicemail said. So let's play this real quick because I want you guys to see this because this happened and this is a serious thing. And I'm telling you right now that this is going to go to the appellate court if Mark Jensen is found guilty, and we may be back in the Wisconsin Supreme Court and we may have another goddamn trial. So pay attention to this.
Here's the important motion today, and that is the decision that I'm going to indicate for the record, Jensen 1 and Jensen 2. State versus Jensen, 299, Wisconsin 2nd, 267. And State versus Jensen, 331, Wisconsin 2nd, 440. They're both identical as to the letter. And they ruled the letter was testimonial. And they both ruled that the statements made by Julie to Kosman, who was a police officer for Pleasant Prairie, including the letter addressed to the police, are testimonial. So that letter, those statements, it's not coming in at all. I'm not the Supreme Court. I'm not the Court of Appeals. This is the law of the land. It's not coming in. But all the other non-testimonial statements, and the testimony, it was in the first trial. It says here, the statements Julie made to her neighbor, talks about Wojt, W-O-J-T, her son's teacher, DeFazio, all those non-testimonial statements that are in Jensen 2, which is 331 Wisconsin 2nd, 440. They're coming in. That's a distinction. And that's the law, and that's what's going to be going to happen at the trial. And if anybody does anything different, they'll pay the consequences. And
now I want to ask you about one more conversation. So you had told us in detail about the conversation you had with Julie Jensen on November 25th of 1998. During that conversation, obviously you heard some disturbing things. Did you ask Ms. Jensen whether she had told anybody else her concerns?
Yes, I asked her if she told anyone else, and she said she had told a police officer at Pleasant Prairie, a friend that she knew.
Just is unresponsive and hearsay.
overruled, go ahead.
And from the motion and limine, Judge.
Overruled, go ahead. Right now?
I would like to, Judge, but before we do that, can I just put an objection on the record?
Sure.
Okay, so when Ms. DeFazio was testifying, I objected and said it was based upon the motion and limine because she had testified that Julie told her that she had told police officers about being in danger or about telling police officers about thinking Mark was going to kill her. And I believe that is outside of, I think that's inconsistent with the ruling this court made that no statements to law enforcement and the letter were not coming in. So that's why I made that objection.
Okay, so there you go. Now, during the actual testimony, we didn't clip the whole testimony because it's long as shit, and you guys can go watch it on our members only thing. But Therese DeFazio did say what was said to Ron Kosman on that voicemail. And that is what was not allowed. Now, why the defense didn't file for the mistrial at that point, I don't know. They're obviously smarter than all of us, and there's a reason for that. Maybe they'll take it up on appeal, I'm sure. But that's why that objection was also put onto the record in more detail. So that is problematic. The state knew that. They knew they were not allowed to do that. And they got that testimony in from another witness. And that's not the first time that the state has snuck in evidence that was either barred by the Wisconsin Supreme Court or in pretrial motions. They did it 4 previous times. So a lot of you are missing that stuff. And that's what makes a lot of this problematic. And we haven't even talked about evidence yet. That's what makes this stuff so problematic, is that they're doing stuff that they are not supposed to be doing, and they're doing it intentionally. So let's just say, hang on. Jury has a question.
Number two, the jury is not in the courtroom. I'm going to read the question into the record. It says police reports from December 3rd onwards. I don't know what that means, but then it says DeFazio notes on Julie Jensen. And then the last one is written autopsy report. So what's the state's position as
Well,
to
Your Honor,
the
the parties are in agreement that the
Okay,
police
good.
reports from December 3rd onwards can't go back because there was a lot of hearsay in there that was not testified to.
So what would be the answer, that the some of the reports are not in evidence?
Yes,
And use your memory for best recollection of the testimony?
yes,
All right, hang on here.
yes. Yeah, we can't send this back because there wasn't testimony concerning all of these reports. So please use your recollection to the best of your ability concerning the testimony on this issue. With regard to the other two issues, DeFazio's notes on Julie Jensen and the written autopsy reports, the parties agree that those can go back, Your Honor.
Okay, the question I have is which exhibit numbers are they? Because I couldn't find the one on DeFazio's notes.
We can do that.
One of them is,
I thought there was also a paper copy though.
yeah.
I didn't see a paper copy on the list.
Did you show him the paper copy?
What I remember showing him was the autopsy protocol and the autopsy report, which are two separate things.
But you showed him the written autopsy report.
I did. I showed him the autopsy report, and I don't think I did. Look, you know I've got a lousy memory. I mean, I'm not going to make any. I'm not gonna make any
I know that
references.
he
We
saw
agree.
it. You showed it. I know that he's up on the screen.
I remember everything about your closing argument.
Allegedly.
I'm
Allegedly.
not sure you do.
Attorney Renner.
Okay, I messed up. I think of Jeremy Renner, Jeremy Perry, you know.
So close.
He's Renner.
He's so close, Bob, so close.
Just avoid those simple.
He doesn't think he can.
I would agree that would be the best thing to do.
Well, we can ask. But we gotta find.
You know, the water that was here from yesterday tasted really good.
Did it warm up a little bit?
It was perfect.
Perfect.
What's that? Oh, You can handle it. And then how are we gonna, when we go back on the record, how are, because it's not gonna be marked, so,
From Exhibit 10.
okay. I'll just write that on there. It's from Exhibit 10 for the record then.
There was the one where it's like questions, yes.
Is that DeFazio's? So it was marked? Thank you.
I have one right here, so that must be yours, right? Wonder if I wrote on yours and not mine. Hope I wrote on mine.
Yes. Which is, I don't know what you mean by protocol, but I had sent it. And I don't see the protocol. So that's what we are doing. Those are just pictures. So show Chandler's the protocol? Well, whatever. That is the autopsy report. To Jan, and she's gonna print it out.
Yeah, I probably didn't, not even. It might have come in through mainland though. And they're asking for the written autopsy reports. Let's look at mainland.
right, we're gonna go back on the record then. I'm sorry. You want to look at it? Sure. We're going to go back on a record then on Mark Jensen. We have the same appearances. We have, again, question number 2. Both sides, the attorneys have agreed to the response this time. As to question number 1, the police reports on December 3rd and onwards, there's way too many, and some of them were not in evidence, so we're going to tell the jury to use their best recollection of the testimony regarding those reports. The attorneys has also agreed to provide the notes from Paul DeFazio, and that's exhibit 100 and 101. And then we have the autopsy report, and it'll be exhibit number 10. Any objection to that from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Any objection from the defense?
No, Judge.
Okay, thank you for coming back so fast for questions, and I'll believe we'll have some more questions, but thank you.
Thank you.
We're off the record.
Okay, let's get back to it. So we had a really good question on Facebook. Let me find it. Jonette, hopefully I said that right. Sorry if I didn't. Jonette says, Julie never mentioned, was she having a difficult time with her husband? Yes. However, what doesn't make sense is Mark going to her doctor for sleeping pills, not taking her to the hospital in the morning, knowing that she was having issues breathing. Their son mentioning Julie's breathing issues and stating his dad wouldn't take her to the hospital or doctor to his teacher. Mark telling his coworker that he was going to use antifreeze to kill her. Julie mentioning her thoughts about Mark to her best friend, Mark's sister, and neighbors. Mark used Julie's prescribed medications in excess to cover up the antifreeze poisoning. Mark hated her, tortured Julie for years because he never forgave Julie for cheating. Julie was in the way. Mark wanted her gone so that he could be with Kelly. Okay. All great points, Jonette. Let's break this down for you. Start with the first thing. What doesn't make sense is Mark going to the doctor for sleeping pills. Let me tell you why this makes absolute sense. We know for a fact that Julie was on all types of medications and all types of different pills. Now, on this channel, and what the jury didn't hear, and what pretty much none of us heard, was the side effects of all of these different medications. So what we did, because most of us don't know what some of these meds were and what they do and what they're all about and the side effects, and we kind of dove into the history of these medications, when they were approved by the FDA, how they changed throughout the years because they were massively messing people up, all of that stuff. So the medications that were in her system and that she was on for a goddamn decade, okay, and then different changes in meds throughout the years, were messing up her sleep, okay? So the Paxil that she was given, one of the side effects was anxiety and then issues with sleeping. So it would make sense that a different prescription to help with the sleeping would be made. Now, as far as Mark going to the doctor to do that, okay, back in that time, and especially because Dr. Borman was the family physician, not just Julie's, but the family physician. So Julie, Mark, David, and Douglas, okay, it would have been a normal thing for another family member to go pick up a prescription. right? Obviously today that doesn't happen, right? There's massive ethical violations with doing that, right? Even when we're trying to pick our meds up for our mom or our grandma, right? We sometimes we can't do that stuff, right? Or we can't go get a prescription from the doctor for our mom or grandma. We can go to Walgreens and pick up somebody else's shit, but we can't go to the doctor and have them write a script. So if Julie is legitimately having issues sleeping, then yes, that does make sense that Mark would go and get a medication for sleeping. Okay. Doesn't prove that he intentionally got the meds to knock her ass out. There's doubt there if he's legitimately concerned. Okay. Not taking her to the hospital. So you specified in the morning. So let's specify even further. Mark took her to the emergency room 6 days prior to her being unalived. So he was concerned. He brought her to the hospital. So if this is somebody that's trying to poison her and trying to unalive her intentionally, why is he taking her to the hospital 6 days prior? Julie's in the middle of serious issues. She's in the middle of some type of psychoses, and he's worried about her, and he takes her to the hospital. Now, the morning of, none of us know why Mark did not take her to the hospital the morning of. The theory that a bunch of us have on the platform is that because we're going with the theory that Julie planned a lot of this stuff, okay? And I'll break that down for you in a minute before you guys start throwing tomatoes at me. Is that Julie lied to Mark essentially about her condition. But the piece of testimony that you obviously missed, to answer your question very specifically, Julie refused to go to the hospital or the doctor the morning she died. That was testified to. It was done in interrogation video. He tried to take her to the hospital, and she refused. The other thing, and this is a big problem, is that a lot of you missed this too. Even my viewers that have been with us since day one. Mark did call 911. Here's the problem with it. We don't know when he did it. We don't know if it was after she died. We don't know if it was before she died. Because the 911 call is another piece of evidence that mysteriously went missing. Now, our theory with that, with all of the other corruption that we have pointed out on this channel that surrounds this entire case, is that any evidence that may have helped Mark Jensen is gone. It's vanished. So I think that that's a serious issue, that we don't have the 911 call. Because we don't know. We don't know what he sounded like, right? They've made this big deal about how, oh, he's so insensitive and all of this stuff, right? He's not crying at the funeral, right? He's throwing her shit out. We don't know how he sounded on the 911 call. Did he sound calm? Did he sound panicked? Was he bawling his eyeballs out? Hurry up and get here. Something's wrong with my wife. We don't know. We don't know any of it because it's gone. Problematic. There's son mentioning Julie's breathing, so that we know that that happened. Okay. Now we can go with the medical doctors, right? The expert witnesses that testified that she's going to have some breathing issues. Here's the other thing, though. Again, Mark tried to take her. She refused. But if we go back and listen to the medications that she was prescribed, that Julie herself went to the doctor to get, went to the doctor herself. These idiot doctors prescribed her a Z-Pak. They prescribed her Duravent. Both of those types of meds are breathing medications because Julie has bronchitis. And Dr. Borman prescribed her both of those things, a Z-Pak or C-Pak, whatever it's called. I think it's a Z-Pak. Z as in zebra. Correct me if I'm wrong. It might be a C-Pak, but it's one of that. And then Duravent. We had to look this shit up because most of us didn't know what that was. He prescribed her those things because she was having issues breathing. So that was in her system as well. That may have also caused more rapid issues. Z-Pak is all right, so it's a Z-Pak, right. That may have also contradicted a lot of things with her breathing issues. Mark telling his coworker, so this is Ed Klug, that he was going to use antifreeze to kill her. Okay, so we have to look at Ed Klug and whether or not we actually find Ed Klug to be a reliable witness. We have testimony, contradicting testimony from both sides that this conversation at this conference about unaliving your wife happened, and then some people say it never happened. We have to look at Ed Klug, where Ed Klug said a lot of things that were actually proven to not be true. We also know that Ed Klug is a bit of a gossiper around the office. We know that Ed Klug basically held a watch party, right? Like you see today on YouTube, a watch party. Facebook, I think Facebook does that. A watch party. Let's watch it together. Ed Klug held a goddamn watch party for the trial because he was so happy that he was going to be a key witness in this trial. That's kind of questionable. Kind of questions some morals, right? Who does that? That's kind of sick and twisty, dark and twisty, right? So we have to go with the credibility of Ed Klug, not to mention the fact that Ed Klug allegedly was also talking about unaliving his wife. So did these two idiots talk about this at work? Maybe. Maybe they did. But that doesn't prove that Mark Jensen murdered Julie. We all say jokes. We all say things that are not, that never come to fruition. How many times have we, maybe wished our spouses would get hit by a car, or, we hit our spouse, right? Women too. Or we are sitting around drinking beers or sitting around drinking wine, talking shit about our significant others, and we say some stupid shit. It may have happened. Maybe it did. But it doesn't prove murder. Specifically, the antifreeze, I'm not too sure about that part. Julie mentioning her thoughts about Mark to her best friend, Mark's sister, and the neighbors. So let's talk about that, because this is key. If we look at all of the neighbors that testified, the neighbors, Julie's book club girlfriends, right? So ladies that are out there, right? Think about this and think about this logically. All your besties, right? Your girlfriends that you're going to, you go to dinner with multiple times a week, you're drinking the wine, maybe you're in your own little book clubs, you're going to yoga together, right? You guys talk about everything with each other. Everything. Julie didn't do that with her besties. Her besties had no goddamn idea what was happening behind closed doors. No idea about her suspicion of Mark wanting to unalive her. None of them knew that. But the people that did know that are the people that she had the least amount of contact with, being Ted and Margaret Voigt, They were driveway neighbors that you say hi to, right? The neighbor that we're, you know, they're friendly enough. We just say hi, but we're probably not having them over for dinner. So that's weird and suspicious. Now, as far as Laura Coster, the part that's weird for a lot of us is the manner in which Julie told Laura, where it was very flat. There wasn't concern in her voice. It wasn't what the court calls like almost like an excited utterance. It was very flat and weird and odd. Now that's obviously according to Laura Coster, but that's kind of an interesting, important thing. Let's go further with that. Julie was offered help by multiple people. Allegedly, Therese DeFazio, the school teacher, said, if there's a problem, let's go to the police. Laura Coster, if there's an issue, come to my house. If there's an issue, take your shit and leave. If there's an issue, your brother Paul lives a mile down the road. Let's get you out of the house. If you're that terrified, let's get you out. Multiple people offered her help. Again, not all of the book club girlfriends, because they have no idea what's happening. That's oddly suspicious. But multiple people offered her help, and she turned it down. Now, somebody that is terrified and that afraid, and they have exit strategies, doesn't accept the help. Something's sort of off with that. Especially in 1998. Okay. Now, we do know when it comes to domestic violence, ladies, we do understand, okay, that sometimes even when the help is there, we are too afraid to leave. We understand that. We get that, right? We absolutely understand that. But Julie is running around telling people specific things, and those specific things we also know to not be true. Let me prove it to you. In the letter that's not allowed to be talked about in this trial, and this is one of the biggest things that really caught me initially, okay? There's a statement in that letter where Julie writes that she doesn't take pills. Once in a while, she'll take some over-the-counter stuff, Zantac, Imodium. She's got a pill for her migraines. But she's not a pill popper. But Mark is. The crazy part about that sentence is that we know Julie is full of shit. She lied about that. And we know she lied because we listened to a decade, it's eight years, but a decade worth of Julie going back and forth to multitude of doctors, getting prescribed a multitude of medications. So right there, we know Julie is a liar. And now we have to look at that and say, shit. What else did she lie about? Why did she lie about this? And the craziest part is that when she wrote this letter, it was October 21st. She writes this letter. And she lied about a very crucial thing that hasn't even happened yet. Mark's not feeding her a bunch of pills October 21st. So why is she writing foreshadowing statements in a letter about being fed pills? There's no internet searches about fucking pills. It's B words, which we got to be careful saying, you know, those B words. It's those searches, how to unalive your wife and antifreeze, not pills. So why is Julie foreshadowing a statement? It's not even happened. That's seriously questionable. So we know she lied there. because there's a decade's worth of medical history that says she's on all type of pills. Now we need to start questioning a lot more stuff that Julie is saying. She's running around telling people, let's stay on the letter for a second. So that same day, she writes the letter and she gives it to Ted Voigt. And she says, if something happens to me, give this letter to the police, but don't open it. We know for a fact Mark Jensen is not even home. How do we know that? Because it's been testified to. He was at the Blueprint conference. Now, the weird thing about that is that Julie writes the letter, gives it to Ted Voigt, says don't open it, leaves the voicemails for Officer Ron Kosman. One of them was a hang-up. The other one was, I think my husband's trying to kill me. Ron Kosman doesn't get the voicemail until he comes back because he was on vacation. And then by the time he gets it, Julie's dead. But she leaves this voicemail, gives this letter, and Mark Jensen is not home. Now, there's two theories here. And this is where the doubt comes in. Because if we're jurors, we cannot convict this goofy, creepy-looking dude unless we can prove beyond a reasonable doubt. If we have the shreddest amount of doubt, we cannot convict him. As much as a lot of us may want to, we can't. Conveniently, Julie gets extremely ill during this time. And she's throwing up all over the house. Now, we can go with the theory that Mark poisoned her before he left and then went to the Blueprint conference. And then again, we have testimony from, I think it was Ed Klug of, oh, Mark said, thank God she didn't die then. I don't know if I necessarily believe Ed Klug. And there's reasons why. But Julie gets violently ill and she's puking all over the house. Mark comes back. They have to rent a carpet cleaner because there's puke everywhere and they got to clean this up. Now, we have a theory that we think either Julie A was doing a practice run, or B, she was actually trying to unalive herself at this point. You guys talk about the emails. So what email was sent on this day? The email between Mark and his little mistress that has 47 different names, that they are now planning their future together. That big, damaging October 21st email. Conveniently the same day that Julie writes this letter. Mark's not even home. There's too much doubt here. Mark hated her. We don't know that for sure. There's actually not a piece of direct evidence that shows that Mark hated her. May not have liked her very much because she had an affair. But even if he hated her, doesn't mean that he's guilty of murder. Mark wanted her gone so that he could be with Kelly. There's no evidence of that. That's our theory. That's what our feeling says. There's no evidence of it. So I asked you guys, point out the actual evidence. We're going off of what we feel. There's actually no evidence of any of that. Now, let's talk about the emails since we're kind of on this. Because a lot of you guys are stuck on the emails. If we're watching the prosecution talk about the emails, and you guys are watching on your phones, I am telling you right now, you have missed very crucial, important evidence on those emails. And what that is are the dates and the times that are on those emails. That's number one. Number two, the emails and the subsequent searches of poisons and all this shit. If you are paying attention to the times of all of the emails and the searches on the internet, the state has rearranged the order of those to tell a narrative to not only you as the viewer, but to the goddamn jury. They have rearranged the order of the emails and the searches because it fits a narrative. Now, I know a lot of you watch on your phones and it's very difficult to see all of this shit. Okay, so let me break it down for you. And this is, I'm going to put a lot of doubt in your minds. And if you think you can challenge this, please, by all means, challenge it. All right, but I want you to just sit back for a second. Just hear me out. Don't throw shit at me yet. Okay? And again, none of us like Mark. I want that to be clear. None of us like Mark. He's a creepy little fucker. We don't like him smiling in court. We don't like any of that. But hear me out. Julie suspects Mark of cheating. We all know how sleuthy all of you women can be. And not to sound sexist, because men do this as well. I get that. But women, ladies, think about it. You're over here checking the Snapchats and the Twitter and the fucking Instagram and the emails and the Facebook Messenger. We know that happens. Okay? I have no doubt that Julie suspects Mark of cheating. No doubt whatsoever. The emails between Mark and Kelly are sent while Mark is at work. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 3:52 in the afternoon, sent while Mark and Kelly are at their jobs. Why would Mark, we'll go with your theories, why would Mark be on the computer looking at an email that he sent 8, 9, 10 hours ago? No email is sent at 11:30, 12:30, 1 a.m. No email is sent because the email was fucking sent 8, 9, 10 hours ago. So somebody is on the computer right now looking at an email between Mark Jensen and Kelly Labonte. Let's break it down a little more. We'll go with one of the emails of the Big Cedar trip that they were talking about. There is no internet search during the day. 5 p.m. when Mark's home, 7 p.m. when Mark's home, 8 p.m. when Mark's home, looking up Big Cedar, and then sending an email to Kelly Labonte about let's go to Big Cedar and get our freak on because we're degenerate pieces of shit. None of that happened. How do we know this? Because the email was sent at 3:52 p.m. while Mark was at work. So interestingly enough, somebody goes on the computer, 11:30, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, pulls up an email, sees a conversation between Mark and Kelly Labonte about Big Cedar. The next search on the internet is now Big Cedar. And they're clicking around this website. Mark doesn't need to do this. He's already planned this. He's already looked it all up at work and sent the email to Kelly. But somebody is looking this shit up again. Let's get crazier. The next search is the Stifel Nichols Company Directory. Looking up Kelly's Why does Mark need to look up Kelly's? He knows who fucking Kelly is. Let's get crazier. The next search after Kelly's are found are the different branches. Somebody is trying to figure out what branch these different Kellys work at. Now, it's not like Mark went into the Stifel-Nichols company directory, went through the little drop-down menu, found Kelly Labonte, clicked on the office that she works at, and then sent an email, hey, babe, let's go to Big Cedar. That didn't happen because it happened 9 hours earlier. So think about this logically. Doesn't it make more sense that Julie suspected Mark of cheating and is trying to catch him? We have a multitude of emails that are exactly the same. It's the same situation with Windstar. It's the same shit with the Patagonia stuff. And this happens repeatedly. No emails are ever sent at night. Not when it comes to Big Cedar and Windstar and all the cheating bullshit. It's not sent at night. It's sent during the day when these two idiots are at work. So who's on the computer? The state is going to have you believe that Julie Jensen is a moron. She's absolutely stupid. This woman is so dumb that she doesn't know how to even turn a computer on. But yet we find out that that's also not true. That was heard in testimony. And this is where I say you need to really listen closely to Bob, because Bob is a fucking moron and Bob likes to tell on himself. Bob said it too. And Bob kind of destroyed his theory big time when he talked about the resume. That was a moronic move by him. His arrogance and his ego got in the way so bad that he had to be right with Dr. Lindsay Thomas, that he had to mention that Julie typed out a resume 2 weeks earlier, which was conveniently typed up on the computer. We also know that Julie Jensen went on the computer to use Quicken. Fact, proven. We also know that Julie Jensen went on the computer to use a design program to design an invitation. And this wasn't the Paint program that's on all of our computers. This was a design program. So we know she had access to the computer. That immediately shows doubt because she had access. If Julie didn't have access, then maybe we could be thinking some other things. But the minute they show, and this is where the state screwed up, the minute they show she had access to this computer, this case is done. It's a problem. Let's break this down further. Let's talk about the poison searches. It's very problematic. We've heard a lot of arguing back and forth about the poison searches. We could put the poison searches in the Julie column. We could also put it in the Mark column, right? And we've done that on this channel. We have put evidence in both parties' columns, and we are deducting it as we go, as theories start getting busted up by actual proven fact, not necessarily, bullshit that people say. So let's talk about the poison searches. What got a bunch of us, where we had to really sit and think and go, wait a minute, wait a goddamn minute. When we start hearing about Julie's medical background, one, this proves that Julie is not a moron. She's getting basically straight A's in her nursing classes. So she's not dumb. She's not some frail, dumb housewife like how Bob wants to portray her. It's not a fact. Bob is also a liar. This woman is getting straight A's. Julie Jensen was incredibly, incredibly intelligent. Let's talk about the classes that Julie took. Julie wasn't in basic 101 style nursing classes. Now, Julie has no experience with nursing. She has no prior background with nursing. She's thinking about going into the nursing field. Why is Julie Jensen taking higher education level nursing classes? And more specifically, why is she taking specific classes that just so conveniently happen to center around the very arguments in this case? Oh, we got fucking heads bobbing. Looks like they're coming back in for something. So that's problematic. I'm watching this. Well, I'll drop it and I'll stop talking in a minute if they start talking. But that's problematic. She's taken decomposition of the body classes, chemical compounds in the body, all these types of classes. And they surround around literally the very arguments that we have in this case. That's extremely suspicious. And then Julie just so happens to say, you know what? Nursing's not for me. I'm going to quit. After she gets straight A's in all these classes, this girl, she's a badass girl. She's dominating her medical studies. But she just it's not for me. I'm going to quit. And it's around medications, effective medications in the body, how the body decomposes during death, the effects of chemical compounds. This is strangely interesting. Some of the searches that are on the computer coincide with exactly what her classes were. Now, if we look at the poisons, and when I tell you guys that we, interfere with cases and we consult on shit, I'm not fucking kidding. This was specifically mentioned. We'll just leave it at that. We have talked about extensively on this channel. There's 2 searches on the computer that also really screw up this entire theory about Mark doing this to her. Number 1, somebody's on the computer looking up botulism. We know Julie cooks. There's some doubt here now again. Okay. They find the antifreeze thing and they realize they have to drink this. So somebody then starts looking for alternatives. No one said she was stupid. Yes, they did, Jeanette. Yes, they 100% did. Yes, they did. They painted her out to be a dumb moron that had no idea how to use a computer. Couldn't even turn it on. That was specifically said dozens of times. Couldn't even turn the computer on. And we know that's not true. Computers were not common in the home back then. Also false. If you were of middle class, you had a computer in your house. And you had an IBM computer, you didn't have a Mac because only school institutions and law enforcement had Macs. because they were so expensive. But if you are of middle to upper class, you absolutely had an IBM-based computer in your house, 100%. But yes, they did paint her to be that stupid that she didn't know how to turn a computer on. So let's go back to the poison. Somebody realizes that they have to ingest poison. So they're looking up alternatives. Our theory is that Julie saw that she had to drink this and went, there's no way, I'm not drinking antifreeze. That's disgusting. I'm not doing it. Now we can obviously put that in both columns, Mark column, Julie column. Here's the biggest one that really screws this entire theory up, that Mark murdered her. Why are there searches on the computer to counteract ethylene glycol poisoning? If Mark is trying to murder her, and that's his plan, I'm gonna get rid of her because I'm gonna go be with my mistress over here. Why are they searching? Why is Mark searching how to counteract antifreeze poisoning? Doesn't make sense. Why would he do that? Bargain effort on YouTube says, I'm so glad I'm not on this jury. There's too much doubt for me. Do I believe he is? Wait, said quality. I think you meant something else. Yes. Is there reasonable doubt? Yes. I think you meant guilty. To place doubt? Come on, Jonette. No, Mark is a absolute moron. This guy is so stupid. We know he's stupid. This has also been proven. Mark is a fucking idiot. How do we know this? Because if Mark is actually talking about offing his wife, joking around with his moron buddy, Ed Klug, Mark talks too much. Mark's running around sharing all types of documents in the jail. Mark knows he's being recorded on the phone in jail and talking about kidnapping a witness. Mark is a moron. Mark is the dumbest person I've ever seen. So to say, oh, he's trying to plant doubt, bullshit. Nope. Nope. Bonnie says, I'd be surprised if they don't reach a verdict today. Yeah, I'm not sure that they will. I'm saying Friday, but you guys, put in the chat. What do you guys think? Do you think they'll have a verdict today? We got a poll up on YouTube. If you guys want to join us on YouTube, we do polls over here. Chat's pretty spicy over here. So again, the minute they place Julie at the computer, this immediately puts doubt. Okay, let's talk about the notebook. That's an interesting piece of evidence, right? Julie conveniently takes a picture of a written note that's in Mark's notebook. And then the police go and collect the notebook. The note is gone, right? Some mysterious circumstances here. And then again, the state makes a crucial error because they placed Julie having access to the notebook. Where else are you streaming? We stream on our Facebook page. That's called NSM News Updates. YouTube's way better, though. Do I know how long the jury was out last time? 32 hours. Sorry. I'm going to pull up a video. I got to use the bathroom. I drink too much goddamn coffee on this channel. I'm going to pull this video up. This just happened the other day too. This is a major discovery violation. We have a theory about this as well. This is more corruption surrounding Bob Jamboy. I'm going to play this for you guys and then I'll be right back.
Now,
out of the 4,000 or so autopsy cases that you've been involved in, have you ever seen a case like this one before?
Not in the cases I've personally been involved in.
But you followed up on this case, didn't you?
Yes,
You did some research on your own.
yes,
You compared suicides by ethylene glycol to homicides by ethylene glycol.
yes.
And how many different suicides by ethylene glycol were you able to examine?
I looked at 15 of them.
And how many homicides by ethylene glycol poisoning did you examine?
Well, this one I examined directly. There were about 10 that were public knowledge.
But you didn't get all the tox screens from the homicides.
Not all of them.
But you got tox screens from some of the homicides.
Yes,
And you got tox screens from the suicides.
yes.
What did you find in this analysis of ethylene glycol poisonings, suicide versus homicide? What did you find about, what inferences did you draw? What patterns did you see concerning the amount of ethylene glycol in a person who died by suicide versus
Judge.
a person who died by homicide?
Judge, I have an objection. It involves 97123.
Take a break, folks. And what statute number did you say, Mr. Perry?
I was referring to the discovery statute 97123. Ms. Mainland is testifying. Mr. Jamboys obviously knows what she's about to testify. He's leading her to it in terms of these comparisons, this follow-up, these studies comparing suicides to homicides. And I don't believe I have. I don't believe I've been provided with that.
The information that he's asking this expert witness about?
That's right. That he, I think, plainly knows that she's done this and what her answers are going to be.
What's the state's response?
I don't, first of all, she didn't produce a report to me. She and I talked about this yesterday. And that's when she told me about it, that she'd been doing this research on her own and she came up with this information yesterday. So it's true. Maybe I should have told about it yesterday, but I didn't. What I'd like to do is, what's that? I looked at 971.23, or actually I'm going to look at it right now. And so let's examine my statutory obligations. We produced, first of all, they've already have her testimony from the last hearing. And of course, she didn't testify about this, but they were aware of what her testimony was going to be as to cause and manner of death. And I'm going to pull up 971.23.
Under sub E, it talks about results of scientific tests, experiments.
All right, we're gonna pause that. So that situation, that was a huge thing. That is actually a major discovery violation. They talked about that. It's very convenient that allegedly this study was done sometime after the first Jensen trial. And it just so happened to be talked about the day before this conversation here takes place. We don't believe that. My personal thought, I think Bob Jamboy gave her a bunch of that shit the day before because he got smoked by Dr. Stacey Hale. That's what we think. So yeah, back to how long was the jury? So the 2008 trial lasted 5 weeks for the state's case in chief, and the defense went for 5 days. Now in 2008, the witnesses were on the stand for hours. Hours. It made you want to blow your brains out. Hours. And some of them were on the stand for 2 days. It was ridiculous. Ridiculous. We saw some of the witnesses. Remember the day when they were just flying through witnesses? They had them on the stand for like 10, 15 minutes. They went through like 4 or 5 witnesses, just quick. Those witnesses were literally on the stand for hours in 2008. It took the jury in 2008 32 hours to come to their guilty verdict. This case was expected to last 5 weeks, possibly 6. And we've seen that it's only lasted 14 days. And then now the jury is in deliberation. So it went weeks ahead of schedule. Weeks ahead of schedule. I wish you guys were all here earlier. I wish you were with us the entire stream. You guys would have had so much case background. And the reason that we're coming to a lot of conclusions that we're coming to, one, because I'm an investigative journalist and we look at when we're doing our articles, right? Because we don't write articles like lamestream media does, where it's like, oh, it snowed today. I don't give a shit about that, right? We don't write 1 paragraph articles that put out some bullshit narrative that don't tell you anything, right? We don't do that. So when we are doing deep dive investigations, and those investigations, some of them are a few months, some of them are 2 years. We have 2 investigations that have been over 2 years now that we're investigating. And we look at everything, right? So I came into this trial, for those of you that are new, again, I'm from the area, so I'm very familiar with this entire case. I personally came into this kind of how a lot of you did, right? That he's guilty, right? Because as humans, we have this innate, characteristic that we just judge people immediately. And we don't know anything. We don't have any facts. We don't know shit. And we just judge people, right? And unfortunately, that's how we are. So I came into this with Mark's guilty. I had that prejudgment too. Now, what made me think about stuff, 1, the style of journalism I do, but 2, and we've said this before, one of our company legal counsel was Jensen's attorney 2016, 2017. So now she didn't tell us about the case because she can't talk about certain things. Otherwise, now I become a goddamn witness in this fucking case, right? But her excitement about the case coming back for a retrial. We obviously trust our legal counsel. So that kind of made me think like, oh, okay. Is she excited because Mark Jensen was really innocent? Or is she excited just from a legal perspective that this has now become this iconic case in Wisconsin with the Supreme Court and, the 2004 Sixth Amendment changing? And is she excited about that? Right? It's like, oh, okay. Let's kind of look at this and keep an open mind. Jeanette says, are you biased? Absolutely not. I don't know what part of anything I just said led you to believe that I'm biased about anything. I thought I was pretty clear about when we do our investigations as Never Stop Media, when we're doing an actual investigative story, we look at the initial story as whoever's telling us this is full of shit. They are lying to us, and now it's our job to go and prove or disprove everything this person said. That's how we conduct our investigations. Yeah, so we're obviously streaming on Facebook and YouTube. So if I'm mentioning people's names and you're not seeing them, it's because they're on the other platform. But Facebook chat for YouTube, Facebook chat is spicy. They're challenging me. I like it. And please, Facebook, keep going. Keep challenging. Oh, I'm not judging you, Jeanette. I just didn't understand why you asked if I was biased. I thought I was kind of clear that I wasn't. So, and again, I just want to be super clear. I got to keep saying this. none of us on this platform, none of our viewers like Mark Jensen. Nobody does. We don't like him. We think he's creepy. His whole character about him is off. None of us would go have a beer with this guy and be playing in pool leagues and inviting him over to summer barbecues. His eyeballs are weird. We don't like his shit-eating grins that he makes. We know he's just not a good husband, right? One thing I can't believe is the fact that she was in such bad shape and he did not call an ambulance the day she died. Bonnie, I'm glad you said that. So you obviously weren't here when we talked about this 14,000 times. He did, Bonnie. He did. This is where you guys miss a lot of testimony. And some of it's probably because you work jobs and you don't have time to sit here all day. He did. Mark Jensen called 911. The problem is we don't know when, because the 911 call is another piece of evidence amongst the plethora of evidence that went missing in this case. But Mark Jensen did, in fact, call 911. We just don't know when. We don't know what was said on that 911 call. We don't know what his demeanor was, his whole disposition about it. We don't know if he was crying hysterically, if he sounded like fucking Ted Bundy on the phone. We have no idea. That's the craziest part. It's gone. It went missing. Same as the interrogation video. That's hours and hours long, and they lost an hour of it. That's also gone. They don't know what happened to an hour of interrogation video. What happened in that hour? What was said? Is that some more things that were said that may have shed some doubt on this case? Jonette says the ambulance never arrived that morning. That's a fact. Well, they arrived in the afternoon. So paramedics did arrive. But again, we don't know when Mark Jensen called. But also, she wasn't dying in the morning. That was also proven. She wasn't in such bad shape that she was dying. And Mark Jensen, again, also proved when he left to take the kids to school, he didn't come back until the afternoon. And if you paid very close attention, Bob Jamboy himself fucked up the whole timeline multiple times and completely backtracked. Here's the other thing. Let's go back to the computer searches and keep typing your comments, because I'm gonna keep addressing it. Computer searches at the time of poison lookups and Kelly Labonte lookups and email lookups. Okay, the whole computer search thing is dead in the water. There's too much goddamn doubt. None of it makes sense. Let's make it make even less sense for you. Again, if you're not watching this on a computer screen or your television, you are not seeing the dates and times of the searches and the emails. The state intentionally rearranged when the searches were and when the emails were. They rearranged all of that to fit their narrative. It is not accurate how they presented that stuff. But let's make it crazier for you. We all heard about the stock lookup stuff, right? We got, Mark's on the computer talking to Kelly Labonte. And then after he's talking to Kelly, he's on the computer looking up, poison. And then while he's done planning and plotting how to unalive Julie, he's going to do some normal behavior shit and start looking up stock information. And who's the stockbroker in this situation? Mark Jensen. So all of you are like, bam, got him, Mark Jensen. That's him for sure. But is it? Again, this gets disproven and lays more goddamn doubt. We find out that Julie Jensen worked at a stock firm. The minute they said that, a bunch of us immediately went, Jesus, God Almighty. Then to further this and make it even worse, Julie Jensen goes and gets licensed with her Series 7. And we read what a Series 7 is and all the things that you're allowed to do with the Series 7, some of which has to do with being on a fucking computer for stock stuff while you're at work. And what she's allowed to trade, not trade, all of these things. We looked up the whole thing about Series 7s. So it is plausible that Julie was on the computer looking up stock information. That's bizarre. Bonnie's still not convinced. Keep it coming, Bonnie. Keep coming. What else? You guys that think he's guilty, keep going. Challenge. First off, challenge anything I've just said to you. Bring up specific evidence. Let's figure it out together. Let's figure it out together. Let's talk about some stuff. And again, if anybody wants to come on the platform, we can bring a bunch of people on. So if you want to come on and we'll have an actual discussion, send me an email. We'll send you a link. We'll bring you on. You can keep your cameras off if you want or have them on. I don't give a shit. It's up to you guys. But we'll bring people on the stream and viewers get to listen and we can kind of go back and forth, lay it out. It's hard. I know it's hard for you guys because you're typing and I get to talk and you're like limited to little sentences. So that's why I'm saying, if you guys want to come on, we'll bring you guys on. Let's figure it out together. Let's pretend that we are on the jury and we got to crack the case. We got to decide the man's fate. You ain't doing this shit on no law and crime. That's how narcissist people are, unaffected and non-emotional. Doesn't matter. Doesn't make narcissists murderers. We know how a narcissist is. We get it. We get it. I'm going to tell you one thing, though, too. All of you women that like to sit and call every fucking man a narcissist, I guarantee you that some of your own misdiagnoses you're absolutely wrong, because there's also another disorder called codependency disorder, which commonly gets confused as being narcissistic, and both of which have very similar abusive behaviors. Now, with that being said, it is probably more probable than not that Mark Jensen is a narcissist. However, some of his things can coincide with codependency as well. Jeanette goes, I'm narcissistic too. LOL, just kidding. I wish I had codependency. Definitely not. That's another one that's really fucked up. That's another one that's really fucked up. Both disorders come from victimization issues, trauma, childhood trauma, and one leads in one path, one leads in another. But there's a lot of behaviors that are misdiagnosed as one or the other because there's very, very similar abusive behaviors. And the doctor has to pay very close attention to characterize which one it actually is. They're really fucked up. They're really fucked up. What else you guys want to talk about? You want to talk about penis pictures? We laugh about penises all day long on this channel. All you new people, let me ask you this. How many of you saw we call it corn, right? We replace the P with a C. We call it corn. So don't type the P word in the chat. You got to type corn. How many saw the corn photo that went across the screen early on? Anybody remember what day that was? Sarah. I don't know if you guys can actually type the word penis. I say penis because I don't give a shit. Most of the chat says peen, P-E-E-N. Some say PEN 15 because there's an exhibit. But the exhibit that I'm talking about specifically, the corn picture that went across the screen, that was a massive facial, was exhibit 197. And we're going to make a fucking t-shirt of that. Jeanette says no, thank God. Here, Jeanette, just for you. Now, we obviously did this appropriately because we can't be showing no fucking crazy pictures on this channel. We'll get fucking whacked. But here, I'll show you real quick.
Can I ask you if you can identify that photograph?
This was a photograph that Julie Jensen had given me, I believe it was in August of '98.
Is there a note on the back of that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And whose handwriting is that note?
It is Julie Jensen's handwriting.
And what does it say?
It says found 7/3/95 in truck.
And so, Judge, this would be the first exhibit that I'm showing.
Right, go ahead.
Dude, the clip, that holy shit. Holy shit. Did you see that? What a fucking mistake by the court. They are going to fuck my stream up over that shit. Holy shit. Somebody screen grab that shit. Okay, so there you go. we saw that. We were all dying. We were dying. And then a bunch of our chat was like, oh my God. Because I told you heard me. I was like, I'm laughing hysterically. I'm dying over here. Dying. That was on the screen for like a good 5 seconds. It was long enough where you're like, oh my God. Right? It was totally straight out of the movie Fight Club. We were dying. And then one of our viewers screen grabbed it for us and then sent it to me. And then I pulled it up and I was like, oh my God, thank you for sending this, blah, blah, blah. And then a bunch of our viewers were like, you got to fucking email it. So we were emailing it to a bunch of our viewers. It was so funny. But Nadia, Nadia, I love you. Let's read this comment. Am I saying your name right, Nadia? I hope so. Nadia says, not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State presentation of hypotheticals was, and then they put, some things. I'm sure they mean shit, but they put some symbols. It was shit. You guys can type naughty words. He just refuses to follow the judge's instructions and the law. Sure, you're talking about Bob Jamboy. We 100% agree. Jamboy is a sleazy attorney. He has snuck in 5 different times now evidence that was barred by the courts and even the Supreme Court. Lack of physical evidence all over the place. 100%, Nadia, that's what we've been talking about. We got a bunch of viewers that think that Mark is guilty, and a lot of it is based on feelings. But they're trying to challenge it, and that's what we're talking about. The jury is to use facts and evidence presented, not state stories. Exactly. Bob Jamboy likes to tell stories. He likes to read transcripts. That's all we've heard from the state is stories. It's story time. That's it. And misrepresenting actual facts. Yes, he is a weirdo, but there is not enough evidence beyond a reasonable amount of doubt to convict him. Then video shouldn't have been let in either. More violations. Which video specifically, Nadia, are you talking about? There's a lot of fucking shit that shouldn't have been in here. So for those of you that think Mark's guilty, keep it coming. Put specific evidence in the thing and why you think he's guilty. We don't do feelings on this channel because we offend people all the time, and I don't care about that. Facts over feelings, chat. Facts over feelings, right? We have enough feelings that affect our daily lives. We don't care about feelings here. On this platform, we discuss facts. We're trying to make sure that you guys, not just with this trial, because we talk about a lot of investigative stuff, but we want to make sure you guys have a channel regardless of what, because we talk a lot about political shit too, but regardless of what side of the aisle you're on and whatever, we want to make sure you guys have the actual truth about stuff, right? You have a reliable platform that you can come to that you're going to actually hear some truth. The neighbors video. Who the fuck waits 9 years to interview someone? Nadia is spicy. I love it, Nadia. I love it. That's the other thing. Listen, a lot of you that are watching this trial are going, well, of course they don't remember things because it's been so long. It's been 20 years. Of course they don't remember. We get that. We get that. People are going to forget shit. Right? And both sides are attacking people's credibility because there is some shit that people forgot. But why are they waiting 9 years to interview certain people? Apparently, Mrs. Klug is told by her husband, oh my God, we had this conversation and Mark said he was going to off his wife. But nobody brings this up for 9 years. We just heard yesterday, because we had to watch Ted Voigt's boring fucking video again, right? We watched the whole video, guys. We watched it during the trial. And then we had to listen to it again, part of it, 23 or 26 minutes of it yesterday. Ridiculous. Where we had to hear Ted Voigt talk about his statement to law enforcement. And Ted Voigt was very adamant about, I told them that Julie said, that he was trying to kill her. I told them this. And we hear Craig Albee go, I don't understand why this isn't in the police report then. Why would that not be in the police report? And because we investigate law enforcement very hard on here, we expose corruption within these systems so that our good police officers can actually do their job and not be in harm's way when it comes to their own brethren, right? Why? That is such an important detail. Why would that not have been in a police report? Here's the fucking crazy thing about the police report too. Did anybody catch that the date was changed? Why is law enforcement changing dates on reports? Nadia says Bob is a nutbag and gets away with his shenanigans. Yeah, he does. Dude, that's the thing. We have a video where the defense gets shut down by the judge, and that video's gotten 30,000 views now. Let me look. Let me tell you exactly. This is the most bizarre shit. This is how fucked up the world is. I'm telling you, something's wrong with a lot of you people. This video, everyone is like we need more judges like this, and yeah, you shut those two women down and blah, blah, blah. Well, you have two women that are adamantly trying to fight for their client and preserve the record, which definitely in this case they have to, because there's been so many violations. It's not even funny. And we just violated a Supreme Court rule not to allow evidence, and they fucking did anyway. Nadia, did you catch that? They violated the Supreme Court rule about the voicemails. Let me look at this. But it's the video. It's like our most popular video on this trial. It's the video where the judge shuts down. We're at 31,781 views on this video. And everybody is like basically chastising the two lady attorneys for trying to preserve the record and asking the judge if they can talk to the judge. And everyone's like, yeah, fuck them. Ugh. But they've completely ignored the fact that prior to that situation happening, Jamboy screamed at the judge. Nadia says, Yeppers, another appeal on its way. Found guilty. Yeah, we're going to Jensen 4. I guarantee you, we are going to Jensen 4. 100%. 100%, chat. It's happening. If he's found guilty today, tomorrow, Friday, whenever this happens, whatever, yes, we're going to have a retrial. There's no way that the appellate court cannot overturn this because of what they did. They violated his right again. That dude, that is by the Wisconsin Supreme Court. And what's even more bizarre is that it wasn't even Jamboy that did it. We can expect bullshit from Jamboy. And it wasn't even him that did it. It was the state's attorney, the lady state's attorney. So here's part of the thing too, chat. So a lot of you are not from Kenosha, right? I'm assuming. Type in the chat where you guys are listening from. We always love to know where our viewers are kind of at in the country, in the world, all that. Type in the chat where you guys are at. Obviously, don't put your address. We're not sending you birthday cards, but city, state, whatever. Type in the chat from Kenosha. We investigate Kenosha pretty hard. We know a lot of you guys were out and watching live streams of the Kenosha riots. Okay, I was one of the live streamers that was out there. And I've been investigating the truth behind Kenosha for the last over 2 years. You'll find hundreds of videos that I guarantee you guys have never seen before. We have body cam video. We have inside the Bearcat video. A bunch of you guys think that Gage Grosskreutz was a fucking rioter. We have his entire live stream up on the channel. We have all types of stuff, guys. I guarantee you've never seen. You want to read articles about what actually happened in Kenosha? They're up on our website. That's where we host all our stuff. So we investigate Kenosha corruption very, very hard. Very hard. We're about to put out an article about what really happened with the Kenosha curfew, the truth behind that, because everybody was lied to about that. So what actually happened with that? We're about to expose another politician out in Kenosha that lied about some stuff. So that's why we investigate Kenosha so hard. And through this case, this trial that we're all watching, right? We're exposing corruption that has happened in this case. And what's crazy is that you guys are seeing this happen live. You know what I mean? Normally we do our little investigations behind the scenes and then we release articles to everybody and then you guys can read them. But we're watching it live and I'm sitting here exposing shit live to you guys. It's the most bizarre thing ever. Nadia makes another great point. So people were asking about the letter, and we said this before too. The letter is barred, right? The letter is barred from this trial, but the state got the contents of the letter in anyway. And that's what was barred, is what the goddamn letter says. They can say there's a letter. They can say there's a letter. That's fine. That Wisconsin Supreme Court said you can say there's a letter that was given and you can say 2 voicemails were left, but you cannot talk about the contents of either one of those. And the state did on several occasions. And Nadia caught that. Nadia, man, I love you. I love you. Too many violations by the state. They allowed hearsay. 100%. And Judge Milosauskas has screwed up so many times. Procedural misconduct, overruling or sustaining objections that were 100% valid by the defense. And Julie's letter in as evidence by using hypotheticals. Yes, the judge should have immediately shut it down. When Therese DeFazio was testifying this last time, her second time on the stand, to the contents of the voicemail, the defense objected with 2 different objections, and they did it pretty slick and pretty smooth, not to draw attention. And the judge overruled them twice. The minute they said, the judge, number one, should have not been sleeping on the chair, because we've caught him sleeping a couple of times. He should have been paying attention. And the minute that conversation started getting close, and the minute the state said, let me ask you direct, did Julie talk to anybody else about trying to kill her? The judge should have stopped that instead of, he should have stopped it himself, number one. And when the state objected, they tried to just do it slick and said, oh, judge, hearsay, hearsay. He's like, overruled. And then she goes, judge, the motion in limine. She's trying to tell him we're about to violate this man's rights again. The fucking Supreme Court said we cannot talk about this. And he got pissy and he said, overruled. It should have been stopped immediately. The judge should have caught that and removed the jury. And the judge should have admonished the shit out of the state's attorneys for trying to bring this in that way. The defense should have filed for an immediate mistrial. Now, here's what we know too. 2008, and we haven't watched the entire goddamn trial, not with you guys. I've watched way more of it than I've shown you guys. But we know that Craig Albee, because of Jamboy's bullshit in 2008, we know that Craig Albee asked for a mistrial 3 different occasions. So a lot of us were wondering, man, why didn't they ask for a mistrial in that situation? Because that's major, guys. That is major. And if the state, if this guy is truly guilty, let's just say, some of you that think he's guilty, let's just say he is. If he is truly guilty, why all the bullshit happening in court? Why are they sneaking evidence in? Why is there so much scandalous stuff happening around Bob Jamboy? There's too many allegations. There's too much evidence that's going missing. They're sneaking stuff in. They're violating pretrial motions. They're violating Supreme Court rulings. They're doing a lot of bizarre things. And we're gonna come back to another trial. And why the judge is not shutting this stuff down, I have no idea. Shamrock says that's Wisconsin for you. 100%. I'm in Wisconsin, Shamrock. So, yeah. That's what I'm saying. For those of you that are not from the state of Wisconsin and definitely not from Kenosha, Kenosha is so corrupt, it's not even funny. That's why, like, a lot, chat, we talk about Kenosha on this channel a lot because that's where I'm from. And we investigate Kenosha and we try to expose a lot of bullshit that happens in that city. But we expose stuff, you know, throughout different cities of Wisconsin. But yeah. So if you guys, we got to stop. We got to do these little advertisements. So if you're on YouTube, make sure you guys hit the thumbs up on YouTube. If you're on Facebook, be sure to like and follow the stream. Do that both ways. If you're not subscribed, you know, on YouTube, make sure you do that. Hit the bell for all notifications. On YouTube, there's a bunch of links that are coming through. You guys can click on those different links. We've got, you know, a link for our website. So for those on Facebook, you can find this stuff on our Facebook page, but Never Stop Voices on the internet, neverstopvoices.com. That's our website where we host our articles. So again, you're not going to find like lamestream media with paragraph long articles that you can't decipher anything. You're going to find some real investigative shit on there. And there's a variety of topics. We have the YouTube channel, Never Stop Voices on YouTube. We also just created another YouTube channel, which is called NSM Trial Coverage. We need to get to 1,000 subs over there and 4,000 watch time hours. Because what we want to do with that channel, we want to put that channel for just trials because we talk about too much controversial things on this channel. And sometimes we get it. Some of you don't give a shit about Kenosha riots. You don't care about protests. You don't care about a lot of things that we talk about here. And we understand that. So if you are only interested in trials, that's what that channel is going to be about. So if we go live on this covering a protest or we're talking about Kenosha, you know, or we're talking about corruption, you don't want to hear about it, that's fine. That other channel is that. So subscribe over there. What else do we have coming across YouTube? We have, so there's some pinned comments on YouTube and Facebook. So the pinned comment is where you can donate to the platform. Donations that come in help us, one, provide continuous content for you guys. We spend a lot of time doing this stuff. You know, for this trial in particular, we're here 8-9 hours a day. And then we go back and we edit the testimonies and we clip out certain things that we're trying to really bring attention to. But a lot of those donations, though, go towards helping us pay for open records requests, because we spend thousands and thousands of dollars on open records requests. So we don't charge for a majority of the content that we provide. We don't charge you guys to read our articles. We think information should be free to everybody. And we just ask, you know, we need some help at times. So you can donate there. There is also a GoFundMe. So we have that. And then on YouTube, there's another link, and you guys will see it throughout different videos. So the Never Stop Media sponsor. So we don't take, corporate sponsors, because I feel that jeopardizes the integrity of information that we put out. So the NSM sponsor is another company I own. It's an apparel company, t-shirts, hoodies with, I'm a long distance hiker. So it's a lot of hiking, bike packing, hunting, t-shirts, things like that. Pretty cool designs, but another great way to support the platform. And you also get a tangible item instead of just articles to read about truth. So by law, I have to disclose that. That is my company. So yeah, that's that. So that's kind of what that is. Those of you that fell in love with Judge Doro in the Darrell Brooks trial, we have an article about her campaign manager and some things that Judge Doro unfortunately lied about. She's not the person that we thought she was, which is unfortunate and sad. But a lot of cool articles that you guys, might be interested in. I think we also have my hiking channel that might be coming across YouTube as well. That link. Some of our viewers, you guys like to know about me and what I do when I'm not a lunatic behind the camera here. I go on hikes, which are way more fun sometimes than doing this. Can you post the name of the other YouTube channel? Yeah, so it's NSM trial coverage on YouTube. I'll post it here for both of you guys. Some of our viewers on Facebook have said that you can't click on the links while you're watching the stream, which is kind of weird. But if you back out of the stream and look at the comments, it'll pop up. But again, we do have this stuff in like the pinned comments on the Facebook page, so you can get to it from there. Or you can, just be on YouTube and type in NSM trial coverage. But we need 1,000 subs over there and 4,000 watch time hours so we can go live to do, again, that's only for trials. We are planning on doing the Alex Murdaugh thing. We did stream a couple of days of that trial. We're kind of re-streaming because we're behind, obviously, because these two trials overlapped. So we have some re-streaming that we have to do here so that we can get caught up, so we can be live covering it with everybody else. So if you're interested in that, the same thing we're doing here. We're breaking down the case. We're breaking down the testimony. So if you're into that type of stuff and you don't want to just read a bunch of rhetoric on Law and Crime in Court TV, join us for that. We'll be back with that channel soon. I don't think the state needed the letter. Mark Jensen waived his right to it. Well, no, he didn't waive his right to that. You're wrong on that. The Supreme Court said they can't use the letter. Let's talk about the letter. Let's bring it up. You guys are on the letter. Let me find it again. Let me bring up the letter. Let's point out what's wrong with this letter. We talked about this a little bit. Let's point out what's wrong with this. The letter's messed up. So who hasn't actually seen the letter? Who doesn't know what the letter says? Type in the chat if you have no idea. You know there's a letter, but you really don't know anything about the letter or what it says. Who hasn't seen it? Type that in the chat if you haven't seen it. You don't know what the letter says. Nadia, I would love to get you on the stream. We did, for those of you that don't know, we did a mock jury. We had viewers come on to the stream. We did a mock jury. We stuck them in the room, and we got to hear them, deliberating as if they were the real jurors. If you guys want to do that again, we can do it right now. Send me an email. We'll send you a link, and we'll get a bunch of you on. You obviously just have to respect each other. Don't be fucking psychotic with each other, right? Because we have to respect each other. We have to respect differing opinions, right? But deliberate. Let's talk about it. Let's break the case down together. Let's talk about these different evidences and why they're credible, not credible, who the evidence actually points to. Jerry says, in my opinion, not guilty. Jerry, we think that too. All right, so a few of you have not seen the letter. So this is the letter that the Wisconsin Supreme Court said cannot be used. So I'm going to read it in its entirety, and then I'm going to pick it apart for you. Sarah says, if I wasn't working, I'd be in on that shit. Sarah, we love you. And I like the fact that you just used a naughty word. We use naughty words here, folks. We know some of you don't like the naughty words. We get that. We understand. If you don't like the naughty words, the articles that we write are very, very professional. When we're just sitting here talking to you guys, we're a little bit more loosey-goosey, right? When we actually have like real newsy stuff that we have to talk to you about and be extremely serious, we don't use naughty words. So here's the letter. It says, Pleasant Prairie Police Department, Ron Kosman or Detective Ratzberg. Now, here's the thing. Julie is friends with Ron Kosman. Okay, not out of the ordinary. We all have police officer friends, right? Most of my family is police, fire, and military. They don't like what I do for a living. They can't stand it. She writes, I took this picture and am writing this on Saturday, 11/21/98 at 7 a.m. This list was in my husband's business daily planner, not meant for me to see. I don't know what it means, but if anything happens to me, he would be my first suspect. Our relationship has deteriorated to the polite superficial. I know he's never forgiven me for the brief affair I had with that creep 7 years ago. Mark lives for work and the kids. He's an avid surfer of the internet. Anyway, I do not smoke or drink. My mother was an alcoholic, so I limit my drinking to 1 or 2 a week. Mark wants me to drink more with him in the evenings. I don't. I would never take my life because of my kids. They are everything to me. I regularly take Tylenol plus multivitamins, occasionally take over-the-counter stuff for colds, Zantac or Imodium, have 1 prescription for migraine tablets, which Mark uses more than I. I pray I am wrong and nothing happens, but I am suspicious of Mark's suspicious behaviors and fear for my early demise. However, I will not leave. And she writes David and Douglas, and then she refers to the 3 Ds, Daddy, Mark, David, and Douglas. Now, chat, let's break this down. Those that have been with us for a while, you guys already know. We have broken this letter down. I have told you what doesn't make sense here. When I read this letter, I looked at this and said, this doesn't make sense immediately because none of this shit has happened yet. So how is she foreshadowing when half of the shit that's in here has not even happened? Has not even happened. Julie is a fucking psychic. Now, you heard in this version of the trial, okay? They tried to get it out through Laura Koster because it was a big thing in 2008, okay? And we heard about how Julie wasn't gonna. She was nervous she wasn't gonna be able to pick up the kids. The conversation that took place and the testimony that was said in 2008 was very specific. But Julie predicted the day she was going to die. Okay. So this is a big thing. You know, we're obviously going to know a lot more information than this jury does. Okay. We get to hear the arguments in court, right? You guys are here. We play 2008 footage. We're going to play some today. We got all goddamn day, chat. Okay. But it was very specific in 2008 that Julie predicted the exact day that she was going to die. How does Julie Jensen know that? There is no way. If you guys can refute that, please do so. How does Julie Jensen know the day she is going to die? Lorraine, listen, Lorraine, we have rules about attacking the host. So if you want to be a lot more polite, then be polite. If your attacking of the host continues, then we start attacking the viewers. Maybe Lorraine, maybe listen. Maybe zip the lips for a minute and listen. How about that? Told you guys, I don't care about your feelings. You don't like that? That's too bad. Go back to Law and Crime where you post all your rhetoric bullshit. Let's break down the letter, people. Okay? There's some things about this letter that are suspicious. Okay. Bye, Lorraine. Law and Crime's waiting for you. Okay, bye. Have a good day. Now, again, she's writing the letter on 11/21/1998. Okay? This letter coincides with a letter. Someone with sense? What, fucking Law and Crime that doesn't even talk to you? Are you fucking half retarded? Lorraine, please. I'm telling you, just shut your lips for a minute and just listen. Just pay attention. We're trying to break this down together. You're over here losing your mind over some shit. Shut your lips and listen. You want to make a valid point? Make a valid point, and then let's break it down together and let's discuss it. But you want to come at me real ignorant? That's not going to happen. Here's how it works, chat. You treat me with respect, I treat you with respect. You don't like my opinion on something? Let's break it down together. When I try to tell you a factual piece of information, if you want to sit here and argue with me about shit you have no idea what you're talking about, you can go somewhere else and follow the rest of the fake news and false rhetoric that you guys listen to. Oh, Lorraine. Hang on, chat. We need to... Hang on, chat. I gotta fucking deal with this shit. Poor little Lorraine stumbled on the wrong fucking platform. Sarah says she's lost, bro. I know. I'm trying to... Guys, we have rules here, all right? You guys are more than welcome to have a differing of opinion. Let me put the rules because we switched it. The rules are on the thing, okay? Keep the chat respectful. No ignorant comments. No attacking the host. That's a big one. That'll get you fucking immediately banned. The host or guest, no racist comments, no sex or drug related comments. We're kind of allowing a little bit of that because of the topic of the trial for the sex and drug ones. Just be careful about the verbiage you're using, right? No promoting other platforms. Okay. We don't allow misinformation and disinformation over here by anybody, right? No intimidation, threats, no doxing each other. Okay, no doxing me. I've doxed myself 1,000 times over. You want to know about me, you can ask about me. We're very honest. Okay, we use naughty words. I don't give a shit about your feelings because we only care about facts over here. Where's my mods? Day Drinker, are you here? Can you go to Facebook? For some reason, I can't ban this fucking lunatic. Can you just get her off my shit, please? I don't know why I can't do that right now. Can you just go get rid of Lorraine's unless she wants to fucking apologize very quickly? Fucking asshole. Okay. Look, guys, we can have a differing of opinions. That's very much so welcome here. We want to have discourse. We want to be able to chat about things. We're talking about a trial, guys. We talk about more controversial shit on this channel than a trial. And we got people losing their shit and they haven't even paid attention to what's happening in the trial. We're trying to break it down together. We're trying to tell you things that don't make sense. Okay? A lot of you are new. You have no idea what's been happening for the last 14 days on this channel. You guys are over here about he's guilty and you're not paying attention. Okay, let's get back to this letter. But somebody, please, one of my mods, please go over there and deal with this fucking person. I don't know why I can't get rid of her right now. Okay, so she writes the letter on 11/21/1998. Okay. Now, Julie has already seen the email between Mark and she's seen obviously several emails between Mark and Kelly Labonte. Okay. She's already seen that it's Lorraine, boss. You got to go in the chat. I've tried to click on it. I don't know why it just brings up her name, but I don't know what the fuck the problem is. So we already know, like, she's making, she's already seen this letter or this email that Mark and Kelly are making plans, like a definitive plan now that they're going to be together. So this immediately kind of makes this letter pretty suspicious. And this is 11/21. Julie dies on December 3rd. Okay. So there's a lot that hasn't even happened yet. Now she refers to this list. So we saw the picture. She takes a photo of some list that's basically a shopping list. Okay. But there's some weird shit. Why? I don't understand why Therese DeFazio is listed on this list. Right? There's a couple people's names. The list doesn't make sense. She shows the list to some other people. People are like, well, I don't understand what the big deal is. What are you showing me? She does this with a lot of evidence. Julie allegedly finds when Perry Tarika is over for the weekend. Julie finds, and I don't think you guys heard this in this trial. It was in 2008. Julie finds a tape recorder and says that Mark is recording conversations. And Perry Tarika looks at her and they play the tape. And Perry's like, what is this? This is nothing. Like, this doesn't, like, I don't understand what you're trying to make me listen to. Right? This doesn't make sense. You guys, how many of you are hung up on the phone calls? We know for a fact the phone calls were from, they say, out of area. And then it gets told that they were from out of state. Then we find out that the phone calls were from Illinois. Who lives in Illinois? Perry Tarica. Okay? And the harassing phone calls were just calls and hangups. Perry Tarica lives in Illinois. What other weird, creepy, stalkery shit did Perry Tarica do? Perry Tarica kind of won't leave Julie alone after she's made it clear what this is done. Please don't contact me anymore. Perry Tarica is sending her love letters, lies to the police, says I've not contacted her. 2 days prior to him telling the police that, he had mailed out a letter. Perry Tarica is a creepy stalker. So we have this list that Julie, again, conveniently takes a picture of. I don't know what the relevance of the list is. It's weird. It's odd. Why do we take a picture of this? Right? She's taking pictures of his whole entire day book. Okay. Little weird symbols. The state, accentuated asterisk marks on pages. Oh my God, there's an asterisk. He must be guilty. Here's another asterisk, jury. Oop, we found another asterisk. The only thing written on some of these pages was an asterisk on certain days. He's guilty. We got 3 asterisks now. Okay. The minute they placed Julie having access to Mark's day planner and the location of the office, and more importantly, the minute they placed Julie at this goddamn computer, it automatically starts putting some doubt that Julie, because we know this list was not in the day planner when the police came to pick it up. So sure, can we put that in Mark's column? Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. We know we can. But we can also put it in Julie's column. Julie could have wrote the list, put it in the day planner, took the picture, and then threw the list out. And then she's running around like a crazy person showing people this list. Look at this picture I took. Look at this picture I took. Bonnie says, I always believe Perry made the calls. Yeah, we do too, Bonnie. We definitely do too. Perry, oof. I'm not sure which one's creepier, Mark or Perry. Perry is definitely a psycho. Okay, so the list is problematic because, again, we have another piece of evidence that we can also place Julie at. Okay. Now, Julie writes in her letter, anyway, I do not smoke or drink. Very convenient. She lists out the smoking, and we know that there were Nicotrol searches on the internet. Again, okay, we can place that in Mark's column. Mark's the smoker. I got you. I'm with you, chat. I'm with you. You're like, Kevin, he's the smoker. There's internet searches for Nicotrol. How many of us have significant others that smoke and you don't? And you're bitching at your significant other that you kind of really want them to quit smoking. And you're on the internet and you're leaving out little statistic sheets everywhere in the house and trying to convince them to smoke. Is it plausible that she may have been doing the same thing? Is it a possibility? Let's ask it that way. Is it a possibility, chat, that she could have been doing the same thing, nagging him to quit smoking? And we know Mark tried to quit smoking and that failed. It didn't happen. But is it possible that she could have been nagging him and she was the one looking on the internet over different ways to make him quit, the patch or the gum and all this type of shit, right? Some of you are saying, yeah, you know what? It is possible. It's possible. The minute you have the possible, now we're screwed up because now there's doubt. And we can't convict creepy Mark with the peen fetish. And there's nothing wrong with peen fetishes. We like the peen over here. But we can't convict creepy Mark if there is a slight piece of doubt. Now, she says she doesn't drink. Why is she putting stuff in here about drinking alcohol? Why is that significant? Why is that significant? This shit hasn't happened yet. Or did it when Mark went to the Blueprint conference and Julie made a practice run? She puts, I don't drink because her mom's an alcoholic. Julie is terrified she's going to become an alcoholic, so she doesn't drink. She says specifically, I do not smoke or drink. But the very next sentence, she contradicts herself and says, I limit my drinking to 1 or 2 a week. Again, we have Julie lying. Make up your mind. Chat, we know that if we're telling the truth, we don't have to think about things. And our truth is never contradicted by another sentence. So if we're picking this letter apart, which the jury doesn't get to see, and I'm almost at the point, honestly, I want the jury to see this. Okay? But she contradicts herself here. But what's more important about the drinking sentence? Can anybody guess? Anybody guess? And preferably a new person, because our chat that's been here knows. Can anybody guess the significance of why Julie would be putting I don't drink? Christine says it's like she is filling in a questionnaire. Yeah, a little bit. Ruben says, because the side effects of the antifreeze poisoning makes her drunk. Exactly. Go back to Julie's nursing classes. Julie is taking high-level classes that just so conveniently happen to discuss and teach her what the very arguments in this case happen to be. Julie would have known the effects of antifreeze, being an alcohol, and that it gives the perception of being drunk. But on 11/21/1998, Julie Jensen is not poisoned yet, chat. She's not poisoned yet. And she's put another foreshadowing piece of information in this letter. Something's wrong with the letter. It doesn't make sense yet. Then she goes on to say, I would never take my life. Now, I think we can all agree, every one of us, including myself, chat, okay? None of us here believe that Julie unalived herself intentionally. They argued that in 2008, and they argued it in 2023. Now, if you guys saw the movie Gone Girl with Ben Affleck, we think Julie Gone Girl'd the entire situation, okay? In 2008, there's no way you can bring a Gone Girl defense. Nobody's going to believe you. You're a nut job. Something's wrong with you trying to bring that defense. I talked to a buddy last night as we were driving to go pick up these open records for this other article. And we were talking about the Gone Girl thing. And he goes, yeah, but they can't use that as a defense. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like 2008, sure. But dude, it's 2023. People are fucking scheming, lunatics these days. He goes, yeah, but the problem is, dude, you got to convince the jury about Gone Girl. And that's too hard. So you go with the unaliving. And I'm like, yeah, I guess. Unaliving sounds more plausible than Gone Girl if you're trying to do it, right? I still think it's a mistake on the unaliving part, that she intentionally unalived herself and then tried to frame Mark for that. However, let's put some more doubt. Unfortunately, we know that unalivings happen. And we know that people with children unalive themselves, and they have been great parents, but they unfortunately have some internal issues and they decide to not be here and they leave children behind. We know this happens, and how we can ignore that and deny that that happens because we feel some type of sympathy towards Julie. And I don't necessarily believe we need to be feeling sympathy towards Julie, because we're finding out that Julie is not what the state says she is. And Julie is not very truthful. Now, again, before you start throwing shit at me, I understand Julie's not here, and it's very unfortunate. Regardless of what happens, it is unfortunate that Julie Jensen is not here. It is unfortunate for her. It is unfortunate for the children. It is unfortunate for the family members. It's unfortunate that we have to be here and argue about one more thing. Like, we don't have enough things to argue about. But Julie Jensen is not as innocent and perfect as the state wants us to believe she is. She's kind of not truthful. She's not very honest. So to deny that Julie would not unalive herself because she loved those kids so much, we are blatantly ignoring the fact that that happens every day. And we're using what the court is calling a cognitive bias, what law enforcement calls a confirmation bias, and we've talked heavily about confirmation bias on this channel. So how does Julie know that? Why is she writing specifically, I would never take my life? She's foreshadowing again. She's foreshadowing again. Then she writes this. I regularly take Tylenol, multivitamins, occasionally take over-the-counter stuff for colds, Zantac or Imodium, have one prescription for migraine tablets, which Mark uses more than I. Julie's telling us that she's not a pill popper. This is one of the biggest things, chat. Right here, this is a blatant lie by Julie. Because we heard through medical history for a decade that Julie has been on a number of medications for what the courts are calling a major depressive disorder. Some of us in the chat think she may have been paranoid schizophrenic. Some of us think that she may have had bipolar 1, which causes, in that particular one, people that suffer with bipolar 1 have paranoid delusions. So we know that Julie lied here. There's no lookups of what type of pills am I giving my crazy wife. That doesn't happen until Julie starts suffering from antifreeze poisoning. So how the fuck does she know this on 11/21/98, weeks before she dies? That doesn't make sense. And she blatantly lied because she doesn't just take Imodium or Zantac. She takes a lot of psychotropic fucking medications. A lot. This is problematic. I almost want the jury to see this because I want them to pick those things out. It doesn't make sense, chat. And you guys get to see the letter. Ask yourselves the things that I just said to you. And if you can refute that, refute it. Please refute it. Give me a reason why what I just said is wrong. Give me the evidence that supports why it's wrong. Let me know your thoughts. Okay? And again, if you guys, if we want to get a bunch of people that want to come on, we can bring you on the chat. We'll have a real live discussion. Where else do you guys want to go? Nadia says Julie was committed to getting back at Mark for his ongoing affair, thus proving a letter to a neighbor instead of reaching out for help. If I thought someone was trying to kill me, I would get the fuck out. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, dude. And why is it that she is talking to neighbors she just says hi to in the driveway, and she is not telling this stuff to her book club girlfriends? Was it proven that she is for sure the one who wrote the letter? Yes, Sarah. Yes. Because Ted Voigt proved that, because he testified in 2008 that Julie basically comes flying out of the house and gives it to him over the fence. Scout says maybe we can do a live chat. Well, we can't do a live chat tonight because at 5:30 we are going live again because we have a really cool group that's supposed to come on. We're going to be doing a live stream interview with a group. They're called Bikers Against Predators. So they are a cool nonprofit biker group. They're located in Indiana. And what they do is they catch child predators, and they do it live on Facebook. So you're there, chat, you're in the room. They're doing some Chris Hansen shit, but you are in the room. And they live stream the entire thing when the predator shows up. They've already done all I'm a 13-year-old, and they've done all the conversation. And now the person shows up. They got the phone out. They're live streaming. And you get to listen to it all unfold live while it's happening. You get to see the police come in and arrest the person. So they were just out here in Milwaukee where I'm at, and they got somebody. We reached out to them, said, hey, love what you do. We want to get you on the platform. We want to chat. Some of our viewers know who you guys are. They told us about you. So we have them on at 5:30 tonight. We'll be doing a live stream. So at 5, we're cutting the stream, regardless of what's happening. Unless there's a verdict, then obviously I got to reschedule. But 5 o'clock, I'm assuming if they don't have a decision, Grouchy Milosausis is going to let them go. I'm cutting the stream. I'm not staying on to do breakdowns like we normally do because we're breaking down for 8 hours today. I'm cutting it, and then we're going to set up a new stream to go live at 5:30 so we can get this awesome, awesome group on. Was the hand letter in the letter? Well, we know for a fact Julie wrote the letter because she is the one that personally handed it to Ted Voigt. But to answer your question about handwriting analysis, nobody fucking did any type of handwriting analysis. That's where I'm saying too, if we go with some of you guys and we say Mark Jensen is guilty, okay, we have a problem automatically with the investigation into this case because you put a detective who's only worked one homicide before this, you put him on this case, and he has no supervisor with him. This guy's a new detective. We see in the video, this guy's walking around. He's got no goddamn gloves on. He's touching shit. You know what I'm saying? He's not pulling all the drains out of the house. Every drain, they should have pulled the floor drains out, the sink drains everywhere, the shower drains. They should have pulled it all out. And he's like, oh, well, we didn't pull some of it because we didn't want to mess up the house. Bullshit, bro. Right? He walks in the garage, doesn't even say anything or look at the antifreeze. He just zeroes in on Playboys. Just because this guy was into some corn doesn't mean that he's a murderer. But they're so stuck on the corn stuff, pictures and Playboys and all type. What are we doing? You got the 2 cars in the garage. Julie's car door is open. He says it on the video. The car door is open. I don't know if this has anything to do with anything. And then what does this fucking idiot do? He walks between the cars and with no gloves on, shuts the car door, so that he can walk to the back of the vehicles and show us the license plates. Bro, you don't know if that had something to do with anything, and you just touched it. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing, bro? Then he's over here fondling medications, dropping the shit on the floor everywhere. Again, no gloves on. He doesn't take 3/4 of the glasses that are in the house. If there's suspected poison, he doesn't take the glasses. Suspected poison with juice, he doesn't take the juice out of the refrigerator. None of that's ever tested. Dishes, glasses that they did take, and the bowl of mac and cheese, they don't test the shit. Apparently, the crime lab says, we don't have to test that. It's fine. We don't need to test this. That sounds real suspicious to me. And then the mice ate all the mac and cheese, so they don't have that. That's odd. That's really odd. Who did all those internet searches for antifreeze poisoning while Julie was dying? You don't think that's odd? Great question, Jess. I'll take that question. I'll take that question. Let me put it to you this way. Here's what we think. Let me just lay out the Gone Girl theory. We've exhausted this with our chat, but I'm gonna just shorten it up for you, okay? Because I don't want to talk about it for 2 hours, but I'm gonna just shorten it up for you. We believe Julie has been plotting and scheming this for years, okay? And we think it was because, right, she cancels the affair, the affair, and cancels the divorce, right? Now, I think maybe we could all sort of safely assume that Mark is probably being a dickhead, okay? And he probably did say, you're like, you're not getting the kids because you're a nut job. And if you think back in that day, and even today this is used against people, but back in that day more commonly, that if you had some type of mental health issue, odds are you weren't getting custody of your kids. Okay? So this is where we kind of don't agree necessarily with the defense's thing that she intentionally unalived herself. But again, people do it all the time, so it could have happened. However, we think that she was planning this because right after this, she takes out the first life insurance policy. That was in 1992. Also in 1992 is when Paxil and Ambien came out. We went over that. But 1995, she pulls out another one. Okay. 1996, there's some significant things that are happening. Okay. Throughout these several years, Julie Jensen, there's a lot of death that's happening in Julie's family. We know Julie is having serious mental breakdowns through this 5-year period at least. And if, in fact, she is misdiagnosed, and because they, again, morons back then, and morons today still too, if she has paranoid schizophrenia, or she has bipolar 1, and they just label her as depression, they're missing a lot of signs. Plus, she's not being honest about stuff, right? And patients generally aren't. Okay. And we think that she's planning a bunch of things. Now, when she finds out that Mark is cheating on her, now she's pissed, right? And Jerry says she also had a miscarriage. So obviously we know that that affects women pretty bad. We also know that she had postpartum depression, which fucks women up too. So there's a lot of like mental psychoses that are happening to Julie. And we cannot overlook these things. And as unfortunate as they are, and as sad as those things are, we have to take these things into consideration. And if Julie is truly suffering from paranoid schizophrenia or bipolar 1, because we've heard that Julie is having mental breaks from reality. And we know this too from the doctor on December 1st. She's basically having a mental break of reality. We've heard this through police testimony, that she's handing them all these corn pictures saying, look at these pictures. These are images of me. And the police are going, this is not you. And she's arguing with them. Yes, it is me. Yes, it is. And they're like, Julie, this is not you. In her mind, she thinks this is her. Like adamantly, this is me. And they weren't. Something's wrong with that. Then we have the kids smearing feces on the bathroom walls everywhere. Mark and Laura are race home because Julie calls them home. Okay. David doesn't recognize, he doesn't remember anything like that. Unfortunately, I think that we needed to go a little further in David Jensen's testimony with that. But let's say that happened, that Julie is losing her mind and there's feces all over the house, and everyone gets to the house and there's nothing there. It was very heavily testified to in 2008. We played that footage. Okay, so if these things happen, she's having actual breaks from reality. You're not, Jeanette, you're not listening. You're not listening. Just slow down, because we've said, and you gotta stop with the fucking verbiage. I need you guys to use the words unalive. You gotta be careful with that. You have to be careful with that. I have to delete that comment, Jeanette. Type it again, but in a different way. You guys, you have to just please use the word unalive, because we can get seriously whacked on that. I'm going to get to it though. I'm going to get to it. We have all of these different things. We have the computer searches. We have we have pictures. Okay. If she's having breaks in reality, let's think about the pictures for a minute. Let's think about the pictures. If you're having a mental break from reality, that means you're not here. Okay? Mentally, you're not here right now. Now, I can relate to this. A lot, my normal viewers know this, but the new viewers don't. I have complex PTSD. So when I'm triggered, and it's a bad trigger, I have a break from reality. I'm gone. My brain went camping somewhere. Okay? And there's times where I'm triggered and I'm bouncing between reality and a flashback of some very traumatic shit that happened to me. And when I finally come back, I have no idea what the fuck happened. Okay? Wherever my brain went camping, and hopefully it was on a mountain, I come back and I'm like, okay, great. I don't know. I blacked out. I have no idea what happened. That's from PTSD. Imagine being paranoid schizophrenic. Imagine having bipolar 1 and having paranoid delusions. Okay, it's even worse. So we know Julie's running around like a crazy person, thinking somebody's after her. People are terrorizing her. She's writing down every phone call. We know one of the phone calls was somebody that accidentally dialed the wrong number. Julie lost her mind about it. Is it possible? We're going to stay with that word. Is it possible that Julie is having paranoid delusions, and while she's having this break from reality, she's the one leaving the shit, and then when she comes back, she's finding it? Why the fuck is Julie finding everything? She finds everything. There's stuff, you guys probably missed this. There is stuff that Julie is finding, and Mark is not even home. He is not home. He's not even in the state. And Julie is conveniently finding stuff. This doesn't make sense. She's finding now the emails. We talked about the emails. Don't pay attention to what the state is telling you, because I'm telling you guys, you have to go back and watch this on a computer or a television. You have to. You have to, because you're missing the dates and the times, and the state is rearranging the order of the computer searches and the emails. They're doing it intentionally to paint a narrative, and a bunch of us caught that shit. And I caught it because I'm looking. I have two fucking computers in front of me, and I'm watching these dates. Yesterday, as they were talking, I was pointing it out. I was typing down the times because I know the chat can't see that shit. Okay? If we go with the theory that Julie is trying to frame Mark for attempted murder, not murder, and not unaliving herself intentionally, She's trying to frame him for attempted murder. All the different things, and we broke this down so many times on this channel. She has planned this entire thing with fucking perfection. Smart girl. Why is it's only a teaspoon of antifreeze in her system? Kind of sounds like somebody that's not trying to unalive themselves, right? Right? A teaspoon? Sounds like she's probably not trying to unalive herself. And if Mark's trying to offer a teaspoon, really? You think it'd be more? And then we have the plastic baby syringe, right? That we feed our babies the medicine or our animals and things like that. Again, something Julie just so happens to fucking find. Real convenient that all these things Julie is finding and then running around telling only specific people. But everything is measured so perfectly. Again, go back to the internet searches of somebody looking on the internet for ways to counteract antifreeze poisoning. It sounds like somebody who doesn't want to unalive themselves, even on accident. And it doesn't sound like somebody trying to murder their wife. Julie planned this out perfectly. Here's the part where it gets fucked up. What Julie doesn't account for is her break in reality. And we know she had one on December 1st because she goes to Dr. Borman. And Dr. Borman is terrified at her behavior because she's acting like an absolute basket case. And what does this fucking pill pusher do? He gives her the Z-Pack, which is an antibiotic. She's reporting that she's having breathing issues already. We know she has bronchitis. That could have been part of it. We believe she started to poison herself already. She's already swallowed the antifreeze on December 1st. He gives her the Z-Pack, which fucks your breathing up more. There's massive side effects. Gives her the Duravent. He prescribes her Paxil. You have all of these medications, plus the shit that's already in her system as far as medications are concerned. And this is the part that we think that Julie did not account for. And because of all of these different things, and we've heard about coughing, we've heard about all these things and how it could be, petechiae and hemorrhages inside the body, post-mortem, all of these fucking things. All of this shit that is in her system is counteracting this perfect plan that Julie laid out. So when you're asking me who's on the computer looking this shit up, let me ask you this. Is it possible that because Julie didn't account for all of this other shit to be in her system, that she is panicking now and she is going on the internet and looking, why the fuck do I feel this way? She is panicking at this point. Now you go, but Kevin, the kids reported that she couldn't get out of bed. Mark even said she couldn't get out of bed. Yeah, we know the doctor said, okay, she wasn't that sick that she could have gotten out of the bed, but they're all saying she couldn't. Let me ask you this. Is it possible that if what I'm saying is accurate, and I know a lot of you are just coming in, so you haven't heard 14 days of this shit. We've broke this shit down way more than I'm doing right now. Is it possible that if Julie is actually planning to frame Mark for attempted murder, is it possible that she could have lied to him and faked some of the condition that she was in? And that would account for why the kids are seeing her the way she is. Why Mark says she couldn't get out of bed. Is it possible she faked some of it? And then Mark leaves. Here's the other thing. Mark leaves to drop the kids off at school. This motherfucker is not home at 9:42. Pay attention to the times. Pay attention to the witnesses. You have witnesses that have conflicting stories that fucking Mark was not home. More important than non-credible goddamn witnesses is fucking Bob Jamboy. Dummy state's attorney himself, chat. Bob Jamboy made it a point, and this is why I'm saying multiple times, his arrogance and ego gets in the way and he fucks his case up. Bob Jamboy made it a point to lay out an entire timeline because he had to prove that at 3 o'clock Julie died. That's when Mark smothered her. He had to prove that that happened. So he laid out this entire timeline, and in that timeline, Mark wasn't fucking home at 9:42. But then we hear Jamboy say that he was. He got home between 9:15 and 9:30. Well, which one is it, Bob? Which one is it? Because you've confused the shit out of all of us. Was he there or wasn't he there? Because you've said a multitude of times that he left the house. Bob said he's going for a fucking walk. Bob said he went to the office, but then we found out he didn't go to the office. Or he did, he didn't. I don't know anymore. Which one is it, Bob? He went to the store. He goes to the doctor. Where are we at, Bob? Pick one. Pick one, because you got to tell this jury we're trying to convict a guy here. Was the guy home or not? But then we find out at the end, Bob says he was home after he said a multitude of times that he wasn't. Now he's home between 9:15 and 9:30 because now we got to place him on the computer at 9:42, even though Bob fucking said 27,000 times that Mark wasn't fucking home. I don't believe Mark was home because there's no way you're dropping the kids off at 8:40 something in the morning to school. The one kid's got to get on the bus. You got to drop the preschooler off at the school. He goes to Dr. fucking Borman and says, my wife's acting like a nut job. She literally jumping on the bed. What the fuck did you give her? Paxil is saying all these weird side effects. This is what she's going through. Could this not show possibly that Mark was legitimately concerned about Julie because something's wrong with her? We already know he took her to the hospital. If he's trying to murder this chick, why is he taking her to the hospital 6 days earlier? And then he's got to talk to the people at the doctor. He's got to wait for them to write a script. Then he's got to go to, let's say, Walgreens to go pick up the script. But he's fucking home at 9:15, dropping the kids off at 8:40. And he did all this shit. And he's home by 9:15. Get the fuck out of here, bro. And if you guys knew Kenosha and you knew the roads compared to where they live and where pharmacies are and Dr. Borman's office, I'm going to tell you right now, this motherfucker is not getting home at 9:15. He's not. So who's on the computer at 9:42 in the morning? We think it might be Julie. Again, panicking. Because Julie knows she should not be feeling this way. And something is wrong. Something is wrong. Here's the other search, chat. And we heard it from Dr. Stacey Hale about the like drinking whiskey. Okay, drinking whiskey. What was it called? It starts with a PH. Does anybody remember the basically the antidote that they gave? It started with a PH for Mex. I can't say half this fucking shit. I'm not good with. I don't know how to talk sometimes, chat. What's the name of the antidote? It's a PH something. Who remembers? Somebody type it. Let me try to. Because Dr. Hale said it. And then what the fuck is it called? Something like that, Sarah. It's something like that. Sarah says Famectrin. It's something like that. But you guys know what I'm talking about. Okay? So we've already saw in previous searches, somebody's looking for alternatives. We think it's Julie going, there's no fucking way I'm drinking antifreeze. Let me find some other shit. So then she finds out, well, there is no other shit. So now she's like, how do I counteract antifreeze poisoning? But in the morning, the day she's dying, she goes on the computer again and types in that pH thing, and she is specifically looking at this particular thing because Julie Jensen should not be feeling this way. So again, chat, why would Mark be looking at that if Mark is trying to unalive her? Fomepizole. Thank you, Ghost. That's what it's called. Sarah was pretty goddamn close. Fomepizole. That's what it is. Why is Mark looking at this if Mark is trying to offer because he needs to be with the girl with 47 names? Chat, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't. Julie is in panic mode right now because she should not be feeling this way. She has planned everything to perfection. That's why over here we call it the Gone Girl theory. Because she was Gone Girl in the shit out of this whole thing. And didn't account for what the doctor gave her. Okay, and then let's talk about the Ambien. Because I know you guys are like, but Kevin, Mark gave her fucking 3 Ambiens. Also, something that Julie didn't account for. I don't honestly think he gave her the Ambien so that he could smother her. I really don't. He gives her one in the morning because she's acting like a nut job. And the side effects of all the other medications are anxiety and restlessness and can't sleep. So who's up late at night on the fucking computer? And we've already pointed that it is more probable than not that it's Julie trying to catch Mark cheating and then again planning her thing with perfection. So he gives her one in the morning, gives her one at night. That's 2 in one day. Okay? Again, we've said Mark's not very bright. Mark's kind of dumb. But if she's acting like a drunk monkey midget hanging on a fucking ceiling fan, flying on acid, right? We're definitely giving this chick something because she needs to chill out. And then another one was given the following morning. Could also account for why she's groggy. So did Mark really unalive her? How much doubt did I just put in all your minds? Who still thinks he's guilty? Did you guys look at the evidence in this case like that? Did you guys question the evidence? Or did you just take one look at Mark and go, fuck this guy, bro. This guy is creepy. He did it. He's guilty. Fuck him. He shouldn't have gotten a retrial. Because there's 4,000 people on Law and Crime that are saying that. And not a single one of them know the background details of this case. Jess says guilty as fuck. Jess still says he's guilty. Tell me why, Jess. Do you want to come on? Jess, do you want to come on the platform? Do you want to come on so we can actually hear and you don't have to type short sentences? You want to come on and let's break it down together, me and you. Let's break it down. The chat can listen. Tell me, and obviously you have a way better opportunity of describing your theory in more detail. Do you want to come on? I'll send you a link. You don't have to turn your camera on. That's fine. You can if you want, but you don't have to. But I can send you a link if you want to come on. Oh, you're at work. She's a domestic violence victim. She says she's not. Here's the problem too with that. Here's the problem too. when we hear all of the neighbors and the friends and all these people testifying, right? We're listening to what they say. And I think we can kind of look at them and be like, okay, you know what? They sound pretty credible, right? They sound credible. But we know from watching the trial that Julie is not credible. So what if Julie is telling them lies? And it's not what if, because a lot of it has already been proven, but we'll just use the what ifs for you guys. What if Julie is telling them lies and they're regurgitating her lies? It's become their truth, but they're spitting out Julie's lies. So how the fuck do we know? You show me the proof that she was a domestic violence victim. And let me preface this shit. I am not saying that she is not. I am not siding with this creepy motherfucker at all. Okay? We are challenging thought processes here. I'm just saying, show me the proof in the case. I have my own opinion on this. And I'm going to tell you what it is after you put your thing. Show me the proof in the case that shows that Julie Jensen was a DV victim. Pamela says, he didn't do it. I'm from here. She set him up, but good. I didn't believe it then, and I don't now. Holy shit, Pam. We've had quite a few people that because I'm from Kenosha too, Pam. So we've had quite a few people that are from Kenosha that either knew them or knew of them, passed them in stores. We had somebody that passed him in a store, kind of gave us the rundown, how people felt back then, how people kind of looking at it now. Pam says, not guilty. Didn't believe it then, doesn't believe it now. Pam, is there stuff that came out now that made even more sense to you where you're like, man, fuck this shit, bro? Are we serious right now? Because obviously, like, dude, for another big damning thing was the forensic kid and the state. I was ready to slap the shit out of both of them. They kept referring to Jason Ruff as working for the DOJ. He worked for fucking DCI, Division of Criminal Investigations. Fucking DCI. He works at the Fusion Center right down the fucking street from my house. Fucking idiots. The DOJ. But in 2008, their graphs that, oh my God, the amount of times they used a fucking easel, I wanted to die. But their graphs in 2008 were so basic. It was so remedial. And I was so happy that the Fusion Center got involved on this and analyzed this computer, because you have modern technology. And if you guys don't know what the Fusion Center does, they do a lot of creepy ass shit out here. They're like the surveillance spy tech. They're like a little fucking NSA. Modern technology analyzing archaic technology. And that was one of the biggest pieces of damning evidence that pointed towards Julie. And modern technology did that. Peace Love says, I don't think she was a DV victim, but maybe mental illness and the burden of, I don't know what that is, life after doing what she did prior to children and having your husband cheating on you. Ruben says the Fusion Center screws and spies with live streamers. Yeah, they do. Oh, stay-at-home mom. That's what that means. SAHM. Mental illness and the burden of stay-at-home mom. Here's this too. So the defense kind of broke this down in such a very just direct and concise way that I thought it was great. Okay. About how she tells one person, Mark is being a bitch and wants me to go to work. Tells another person like, oh, I can't be doing this. Tells another person about having to be at work. How about we look at it like this? Isn't it weird and convenient that Julie is going to college for her medical stuff? Happens to be exactly what the case today is being argued about. She gets the information that she needs and then decides to quit. Isn't it convenient that when Julie starts finding all of this shit around the fucking house, because she quit everything. Now she's a stay-at-home mom. She's home. And now she's finding everything. How the fuck is Julie going to be at work and then she's got to run around and hide shit to find it later? Isn't it convenient that she quits everything and now she happens to be finding everything around the house for the next couple of months? Isn't that convenient how that timing just worked out so perfectly? Sounds a little too convenient. Sounds like somebody plotting and scheming. Somebody who needs to be home so that they can find some stuff. That's a lot of planning and preparation that needs to be done and can't be done while you're at work. It can really make you feel crazy. Your timeline and her plotting and planning seems to make the most sense to me. That's why I'm saying, like, I understand a lot of you are at work, you have other things, maybe you're doing dishes and you're listening to it in the background, so you're not even seeing the actual evidence. The majority of you are watching this on your cell phones, and you can't read dates and times of shit that's up there. That's why I'm saying if you actually were able to see that, you would see very clearly that the state has misrepresented the times and the order in which shit has happened. Well, we can't call him that, Jessica, because we don't know that he is. So, non-factual statement. And we're not defending him either, Jess. Let's make this very clear, chat. We are not defending him either. We're all watching this case like everybody else. Unfortunately for everybody else, we've been over here breaking it down, looking shit up, playing old testimonies, doing all types of stuff. And we have picked apart 95% of the evidence in this case, and that it leads to Julie and not Mark. Now, is Kenosha going to find him guilty? Probably, because it's fucking Kenosha. And just like the thousands of other people watching the fucking trial, they're just as fucking dumb as, you know, everybody else watching on Law and Crime. If you guys have been here for 15 days and listening to us pick this apart, questioning every bit of evidence on both sides, chat. We've done it with the defense too. We've pointed out shit that the state has said where it's like, ooh, that's a good fucking point. That's a good argument. Let's get into this more. That's what we do here. You got to remember, we're not fucking Law and Crime. We're not court TV. We actually do real investigative journalist shit here. We literally look at everything and we break it down. Can we prove or disprove this piece of information? And that's what we've been doing for 15 days. Plus, I've been doing this longer because I am well aware of this fucking case. And you guys don't know everything that we've done already in the background involving this case specifically. So again, you're saying he's guilty. You think he murdered her. You gotta tell me why. Tell me why. Let's do it. Tell me why, guys. Jess says, I'm okay if they let him off, but let's talk in 10 years and see how his life plays out. In my opinion, he will continue to mentally abuse women. You still haven't even proved that to me. Prove it to me. We're hearing stories from neighbors. Apparently, you know, Julie, again, is telling only select people, hasn't told her family, hasn't told her best friends. None of them fucking know. So tell me why. And I'm just questioning. Tell me why. I'm not saying I don't. Let's make it easy. I 100% agree with you, Jess. Let's put it that. Let's just make it easy. This way I don't get shit thrown at me. I 100% agree with you. However, tell me the evidence that was presented in this trial that proves Mark was abusive in any way, physical, mental, emotional, right? Because obviously DV shit is not just physical. There's a lot of other forms. Tell me the evidence that supports it. And if you're right, I'm going to say 100%. Gotcha. I agree. If you're wrong, I'm going to play defense attorney and I'm going to poke holes in it. But tell me why. Tell me what leads you to that thing. Are we going off of feeling again, or are we going off of she wrote it in her personal journal? Who gives a fuck? What does that prove? We already know Julie Jensen is a liar. We already know she's a liar. We've that's been proven too. She's an absolute liar. Who gives a fuck? I could write something down in my journal right now. Jessica Matthew fucking just threatened me on my live stream in Facebook. I could write that down in my journal. What does that prove? Show me the direct proof. Julie Jensen wrote a lot of things. We picked up her letter that she wrote and gave to Ted Voigt. She wrote a lot of things that weren't true in that letter. I don't believe anything she wrote down in a fucking notebook. Julie has a tendency to write a lot of things down that aren't actually true. Find me another piece of evidence, because that one's gone now. No, oh God, you guys are... I'm kidding, guys. Jessica did not... Oh, Jesus Christ. Jessica did not threaten me. I was using it as... I was pulling a Bob Jamboy. I was using it as a hypothetical. Jesus Christ. My chat is freaking out, Jess. I'm sorry. We used Jess as an example. Holy shit. Everyone's losing their shit. It was an example, guys. It was an example. We Bob Jamboyed the situation. We put Jess right in the middle of it. Jess, I'm sorry. She didn't actually threaten. We were using it as an example, guys. Sheila, are you asking me a question or are you making a statement? If you wrote, you prove she lied, exclamation. Are you making a statement? If you're making a statement, yes, I've already proved that she lied. 100%. That's beyond a reasonable doubt. We've proved 100% that she lied. But then Jess comes back with, I don't believe she refused to go to the hospital. I don't give a fuck about that right now. We're talking about domestic violence. Stay on one topic. You made a thing that Julie Jensen is a victim of domestic violence. Perfect. Let's go with that. You used one example that she wrote it down in her notebook. The notebook is garbage because we've proved that Julie Jensen writes things that are not true. So we can't take that. Find me another example that proves that she was a victim. And again, any way, shape, or form. Physical, mental, emotional. Find me another way. You're missing shit. And Jerry says, because you guys are bringing this up about her refusing to go to the hospital. If what our theory is accurate, Jerry says because she would know that they would do blood tests. 100%. 100%. And again, if she's not actually trying to unalive herself intentionally, which is where we disagree with the defense, I don't think she did. But we also do know that people do this, unfortunately. I honestly believe fucking she was trying to set him up. I don't think Julie was planning on not being able to walk around anymore. So we can all stop debating that, because we all disagree with that portion of the defense, even myself. And we could all be wrong, because we don't know. Julie's not here. When I die, okay, I'll fucking let you guys know. I'll come back and tell you. Jeanette says, who said she refused? Well, Mark says that. I can agree with you. Mark has a vested interest in this. I get it. I understand. Touche. It's a good point. It's a good point. I'm not disagreeing with you. However, go back to 6 days earlier. Mark took her to the fucking hospital. Mark took her to the emergency room 6 days earlier because something was not right with her. So we can poke holes in your theory that Mark lied about her refusing. There's doubt. He took her days earlier. Grandkid says, I still think he planted those photos to mess with her head. Why would he say that pictures were being left on his car at work? Folks, again, there was shit that Julie was finding and Mark was not even home. He was not even in the state. There were things that were happening that Mark was nowhere near, which only points to Julie. He lied about the affair. Of course he did. Of course he did. Doesn't make him a murderer. You're going on your fucking feelings again, and you're not answering questions about the domestic violence. This is the problem. You guys are deflecting the questions, and you're trying to argue points about totally different subject matters. I'm going to get Daryl Brooks, and we're going to have him fucking argue subject matter jurisdiction here in a minute. I got 3 of you that are going on domestic violence, and you're using arguments and statements and points that have nothing to do with domestic violence. I don't think you got blocked from commenting. I can see you. There might be certain words. Oh, you know what it might be? There might be certain words that you're using. Our chat parameters are set pretty high because we get some bullshit on the channel. So that might be, Jess. That's what I'm saying too. If you want to come on the platform, I'll invite you on. This shit's a lot easier. But that might be. There might be some words that you're using that are blocked. Jeanette says, Julie can't be believed, neither can Mark. Okay, perfect. So now we have doubt. Now we have doubt, guys. If we can't believe what Julie says, then we have to discount a lot of her statements, if not all of them. And if Mark can't be believed, we have to discount Mark's statements, some, if not all. You just laid out doubt. You just laid out doubt. If you're a jury, now you've just fucked that jury up because now there's doubt. And now you cannot convict this guy because you just fucking put doubt. You've just tampered with everybody's testimony now. Now what? Now what? Now what? Jerry says, I don't believe she was a DV victim. Sarah, that son of a bitch gives me anxiety and heart palpitations. Yeah, Daryl Brooks is a fucking scumbag. Ghost, question. Julie told Mark's sister about her concern that Mark was planning to off her. Did Laura tell Mark what Julie said? So the answer is no. Laura Coster never told Mark about that. Laura Coster said the way Julie said it was very strange and odd. She didn't say it as if she was concerned, just said it just kind of a matter-of-fact type of statement. My brother's trying to kill me. It was very flat, no emotion behind it whatsoever. That makes that statement a little fucking weird. And again, if Julie is running around telling only specific people specific things and not telling others, why is it that Julie tells Laura but doesn't tell this to anybody else? Why is she saying goodbye to Laura? Is she predicting her death again? That's problematic. Julie knows the day she's going to die. Julie knows the day she's going to die. How the fuck does Julie know the day she's going to die? This is why when we do the investigations over here, we literally, that's why I told you guys, we look at when people tell us stuff, we get sent things. I look at it like everything is a lie. I don't believe anything that they said. I have to look at it myself. We have to investigate. We have to get supporting documents. We have to get video. We have to get audio. We got to get as much as we possibly can. If they tell me so-and-so said this, we got to go and we got to talk to so-and-so and see if so-and-so confirms all of this. So I don't believe anything. And that's the same way that I've looked at the evidence in this case. I don't believe anything that anybody's saying. We need to start confirming shit. And the problem is we've ripped a lot of the evidence apart and we've narrowed it down that a lot of this, unfortunately, fits in Julie's thing. Believe me, guys, I'd love to be like, I get it. Mark's guilty. And now he's going to jail forever. But unfortunately, the evidence doesn't show that. And the majority of you that are talking you're telling me about shit that doesn't prove he's a murderer. You're telling me about shit that proves he's a scumbag. We can all agree on that. I don't know why we're still debating it. Mark's a piece of shit. 100%. But you keep bringing up Mark's affair. What about Julie? Julie's a piece of shit too. Julie had the affair first. Why are we dismissing that? We're making excuses for Julie, and we unfortunately need to recognize that Julie is also a scumbag. It's proven 100%. Julie is a known liar. She's had an affair. So she's also a piece of shit. Everybody in this case, honestly, is a piece of shit, really. Am I sure she had one for? Yes. How are you not? How do you not know this? She had one back in 1991. Mark didn't have his affair until 1998. Yes, heavily proven. I don't know how we missed that. Heavily proven. Paula, I worked in Kenosha at Women's and Children's. Hey, right on, Paula. Good place. For those of you that don't know, Women and Children's Horizons in Kenosha, it's kind of a domestic violence place for women. They do a lot of really badass shit there. There's a woman, I'm not sure if she's still there, but there was a woman named Kim Rossi. She does a domestic violence program out there. This is classic emotional abuse for years. She owned her mistake years and years. Oh, I got to back up because comments are coming faster now. Years of dick pics. She did not do that to herself. Okay, tell me why, Paula. You guys got to tell me why. You cannot just put your fucking feelings in here. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Tell me why. Tell me why. I've already proved to you that Mark was not anywhere near some of these pictures. That lays doubt that Mark did any of it. I've also proved that Julie conveniently leaves all of her jobs and then miraculously just starts finding everything. You have to prove to me that Mark did it. If you cannot prove that, then you cannot use your feelings to say that he did, and you cannot use your feelings to say that Mark abused her in some fashion. This is a setup. He designed this to look just like this. Nah, you're crazy. You guys got to tell me why. You have to tell me why. Don't just make blanket statements. You have to tell me what facts of the case prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's be on the jury, guys. That's what we're doing. So ease up on the attacks with me. Ease up on the attacks. I'm breaking the case down with you guys. Let's do it together. We're a team here. Let's attack the problem, not each other. I'm fine playing the bad guy. I'm the bad guy all the time. I don't care about that. But let's talk about the facts, not our feelings. Show me the facts. Again, if you guys want, we'll send you out some links and we can invite people onto the stream. Let's talk about it where people can hear what you guys are saying. Let's break it down together. We can bring several people on if you guys want. We can do that. Let's break it down. We got fucking 5 hours here. I was gonna play some 2008 testimony, but the chat's pretty juicy. So I don't want to play boring ass testimony when we got a good chat going. But we can definitely bring people on. If you guys want to come on, just tell me. And I'll send you guys a link. We'll bring you on the chat. You can keep the cameras off. Kathy says he stated he did it when he went to prison. How do you know he stated that, Kathy? And stated what? That he's a fucking domestic violence offender? That's the topic that we're on, domestic violence. I think you're talking about a confession, and we don't actually have proof that Mark did that. So if that's what you're talking about, is confession that he killed Julie, show me the proof. Tell me the proof. You guys got to tell me proof. Your little half sentences don't do shit. Tell me the proof. What was proven in the trial that leads you to the comment you are making? I'm really good at my job, guys. I'm letting you know this now. I'm really good at my job. I know a lot of you hate me for what we're talking about right now, but I'm going to poke holes in all of your theories. I'm going to prove you're wrong, and then I'm going to lay doubt in your mind on other things. Jess says those jailhouse snitches are far from liable witnesses. It's very true. Kathy, did you just walk into the stream? Am I an attorney? I'm assuming you just walked into the stream. You have no idea what stream you just walked into. Sarah says I should have been an attorney. I fucking damn well should have. Kathy, I am not an attorney. I'm an independent investigative journalist. I do have a law background, though. I have studied constitutional law. I have studied family law. I have studied business law. I have studied criminal law. But I am an investigative journalist. Remember back in the day when like investigative journalism was actually a thing? Remember when it was a thing? That's what I do. Real investigative journalism. I've been hired as an investigative consultant on very high profile things. We've also been part of very high profile cases. We don't really talk about that much because I'm not doing this for fucking fame and clout and views and fucking clicks. We do this because this is the right thing to do, and there's enough rhetoric bullshit going around this fucking country. Kathy says, I normally listen to Emily Baker. Emily is cool. Tell her I said hi. Do you watch Lawyer You Know, Peter Tragos? Do you watch him at all? Emily's got a cool chat. That's what's funny to me is that a lot of you listen to Emily and she does her what's her morning thing? Coffee and cursey words, I think it's called, right? She does her coffee and cursey words and she says naughty words, and then you come onto my platform and I start saying fuck and shit and people lose their minds and they're like, oh my God, you're offensive. Why? Because a man is saying it, but we can listen to Emily say it? That's fucking odd to me. But Emily's cool. She's badass. I watch her streams. I watch Peter as well. I haven't watched Emily. I don't even know if she's doing a breakdown of this trial. I haven't watched her because I've been streaming this trial. Normally we don't even stream trials, guys. Those of you that are new, because we do investigations, right? Sometimes those take a few months. Sometimes they take a couple of years. We write articles about this type of stuff. So, but this case, because this platform, for those of you that are new, we specialize in civil rights issues, and we specialize in corruption within systems. So that's what we primarily talk about and discuss on this channel. Those are primarily the investigations that I conduct. We've exposed a lot of really fucked up shit. We've gotten a bunch of high, profile public officials fired. We've blocked corrupt money. We've done a lot of things on this channel. So trial stuff we've covered a couple of trials, but not necessarily to the extent that we're doing here. But the Jensen thing we covered because I'm from Kenosha. I knew about this case. One of our company legal counsel is a former attorney of Jensen. So no, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm a badass journalist. I'm one of the most controversial and offensive journalists in the state of Wisconsin. I'm also one of the most hunted down journalists. We get thousands of death threats a year because of what we write about. There's my credentials. I also have a background in investigations. I worked for a private investigations firm in Illinois prior to me, making a lot of mistakes in my life. So no, I'm really good at what I do. Nans on YouTube says even Perry is questionable as the one who harassed the Jensens. Absolutely. As late as 2008, Perry was concerned there was a warrant for his arrest. 100%. Jonette says thoughts on Daryl Brooks. Be more specific. What do you want to know? Daryl Brooks is a human being. He's a fucking deplorable fucking person. I don't believe in the death penalty. I think it's wrong, but that's one fucking human being that unfortunately the Wisconsin doesn't have the fucking death penalty. But if you have a more specific question, more than happy to answer that. I watched the whole trial, and if I was on jury, I would still say guilty. But why, Kathy? Why? You got to tell me the evidence that says Mark Jensen is guilty. If you just walked in, you've missed 4.5 hours of us picking this case apart and 14 days of us picking it apart. We've picked apart the letter. We've picked apart the emails. We've picked apart Julie's fucking, everyone paints Julie as being dumb. She doesn't know how to use a computer. We've picked it all apart. We've shown extensively the corruption and scandal behind this case. Bob Jamboy running around telling everybody how to do their job instead of them letting them do their job. Evidence that went missing. Pathology reports missing. When Daryl Brooks gets a retrial, we said that here first too. There may have been a Brady violation, and that may just be enough to get that fucking lunatic another trial. I'm telling you guys, every one of you that say that Mark Jensen is guilty, you have listened to the bullshit stories that have come out of Bob Jamboy's mouth, and you have not paid close attention to the actual evidence. And more importantly, if you are watching this trial from your phone, you are fucked. You're completely lost because you are not looking at the evidence. So I don't have a problem repeating myself 18,000 times. We've done it for the last 15 days. If you guys are just walking into the platform and you're like, holy shit, what did I just step into? Go tell me specific evidence. Tell me something specific. I don't give a shit about your feelings. I don't care about any of that. We can talk about each other's feelings at a fucking funeral. When we're talking about factual things, we got to leave feelings out of it. We can sit here and feel that Mark is a shithead. Bonnie says, if he gets a new trial, I hope he doesn't represent himself. Well, if he gets a new trial based on a Brady violation, then he won't be allowed to. That's what the whole retrial of Brooks would end up being. So we know he's competent to stand trial, but was he competent enough to represent himself? That's the fucking problem. That's the problem. So, you know, that's what the appellate court's going to have to figure out. Just says, I'm not saying the evidence is there. This was never investigated property. Guilty is my feeling. Okay, well, thanks for clarifying that. But yeah, and that's a great point too. And we've said this too, right? If Mark is actually guilty, right? If he's actually guilty, what a cluster fuck of an investigation this was. They botched this entire investigation. And if he's actually guilty, we might see an actual murderer go free, right? Because they fucked this up from the beginning. And that's why Bobby Boy is running around everywhere telling people how to do their job. Bob is tampering with evidence like crazy. We've proved that too. People are just randomly changing their reports after Bob talks to them. People just are like, oh, okay, we'll change the report. What the fuck, dude? So yeah, this is problematic. But with the evidence that's presented, I'm not so sure. Mallory, he lied about where he was on December 3rd, saying he was at work. Well, Mallory, you listened to Bob Jamboy instead of listening to the facts, because it was also proven earlier in the trial that Mark wasn't home. He wasn't home. He didn't get home until he picked the kids back up. So not an actual factual statement. Either way, he didn't call 911. False. Another false statement. This is what I'm saying. You guys are not paying attention to this trial. Those of you that come in here and you say you are because you're fucking sitting on Law and Crime, you're not paying attention. He did call, and I'm not yelling at you, Mallory. I love you. We love you. We appreciate you being here. He did call 911. They lost the 911 call, Mallory, along with a lot of other evidence, but they lost the call. So we don't know what was actually said. We don't know what time he called. We don't know how he behaved on the phone. So another inaccurate statement. He did, in fact, call 911. It was talked about in this case that they lost it. Nonetheless, if I ever see him out and about, I wouldn't take a drink from him. LOL, just saying. None of us would, Mallory. None of us would. And there's a lot of people on the platform that want to punch him in the eye if they ever see him out. So you got friends here when it comes to that. But the first two statements you made are inaccurate, unfortunately, Mallory. Nice try. Thanks for playing. Next up. Keep going, chat. Keep going. Tell me the evidence. Tell me the evidence. You guys got to remember, I'm from Kenosha. I have been sitting here for 9 hours every single day watching this trial with you, taking notes, and then I spend another 8 to 10 hours editing all the video for you guys. Plus, we've done a lot of background investigating on this case to be even prepared for this shit. Mallory says, I don't want to punch him. A lot of the people on the platform do, Mallory. Especially YouTube. YouTube puts a lot of like punch emojis. Mallory, you are welcome. Don't be getting your little panties in a bunch. We love you. We're sarcastic on this platform, Mallory. We are sarcastic. Don't get all crazy. We love you. Tell us the evidence, guys. A lot of you are coming because you're bored. You're like, you're looking for Mark Jensen stuff. People are coming in. I'm going to end up repeating myself 8,000 times today. Mallory, please don't go anywhere. We love you. We bust balls on this channel, and the viewers bust my balls all the time. You're in the right place. Bust balls. You got to do it respectfully. You can't attack me, but you're allowed to bust my balls. Never Stop Voices. Can you explain the charge of first-degree intentional homicide versus lesser charge so peeps understand why it's important? Let's break it down. Great question. Let's do it. Mallory, comment in the chat so I know you're still here and you didn't run away. Da, 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 da. Do you want the legal version or do you want like the dumbed down version? Because the legal version is bleh. So statute 940.01, first degree intentional homicide for Wisconsin, subsection 1A, whoever causes the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person or another is guilty of a Class A felony, first degree intentional homicide. You got to prove to me that he intentionally killed her. So far, none of you have done that. Coming at me with feelings. Tell me the facts. Tell me the evidence that shows that he intentionally killed her. That's what I want to know. Let's read in simple terms. We'll dumb it down. Nan says dumb it down. I think we lost Mallory. Mallory got nervous and ran away. To better understand the definition of this criminal offense, it is best to look to the state of Wisconsin's legal description of first-degree intentional homicide. Chapter 940, Crimes Against Life and Body Security, Subchapter 1, Life, First-Degree Intentional Homicide. The Wisconsin state statutes clearly explain which types of death are considered first-degree intentional homicides. So we just read that. In simpler terms, Wisconsin law considers death to be the result of first-degree intentional homicide when a person causes another person's death or the death of an unborn baby, which is subsection B, while trying to kill that person or the unborn baby, subsection B. Obviously doesn't apply to Mark. The unborn baby's mother or someone else on purpose of intentionally. Exceptions are considered when the deaths were the result of reckless behavior on the part of the defendant. Oh, Mallory's still here. Thank God. All right. Don't leave, Mallory. We like you. You're in the right place. You want truth. You're in the right place. You want fun, cool discourse. You're in the right place. Guys, remember, we are breaking this down together. Okay. I am playing the bad guy because I'm just the bad guy, unfortunately. You walked into an investigative journalism company. That's what you just walked into. And our job here, my job in actual articles that we write, okay? I don't live stream trials, guys. We're doing this trial specifically for a reason, but we do cover cases. We do cover trials. We just don't normally live stream them. But my job is to take a story and prove or disprove that story. Fear is a liar on YouTube says not calling 911 screams guilt. So another one that has no idea what they're talking about. Once again, chat, Mark did in fact call 911. It is proven. It is a factual thing. He did. The 911 call is another piece of evidence that Bobby Boy and his goofy team lost. It went missing, along with an hour of interrogation video that somehow just vanished, along with the original pathology report. You guys heard in the trial that Michael Chambliss did the autopsy. It is fucking bullshit. He did not. Maureen Lavin did, and then she was fired. And then that report is also magically gone. Why is it gone? Because it didn't fit Bob Jamboy's theory. And the woman is gone. She lost her job, and the report went missing, along with all types of evidence. We got mac and cheese that's supposedly eaten by mice. He called after she was dead. How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know when he called? How do you know? The 911 call is gone. How do you know Mark called when she was dead? Tell me the proof that we have. The actual proof. The actual proof. I don't want to hear no shit that came out of Bob Jamboy's voice, because Bob Jamboy is a liar. Bob Jamboy likes to tell stories. Bob Jamboy likes to intimidate women while they're on the stand. I don't want to hear no fucking story time from Bob Jamboy. I want to know how you know that he called after she died. There's no 911 call, so you actually don't know anything. None of us do. So I'm not just picking on you. None of us do. We don't know when he called. We don't know what time. We don't know any of that. Didn't the EMT say the call came through around 3:30? Which call? The EMT didn't answer the fucking phone. He's sitting in an ambulance. Who called? We don't know. We don't know what time Mark called. Why did that tape go missing? What if Mark tried to call earlier? What if he's freaking out on the 911 call? We have no idea. Because I watched the trial. And you didn't. I guarantee you didn't pay attention to 90% of the trial. He called after picking the kids up from school. You're a nasty person. Thank you. Boss, can you deal with that? You're so... What did you say? Wait, what did this bitch say, bro? Hang on. I want to see what this bitch said. You're so nasty. Why do you have to use the F-bomb? Because I'm a fucking adult and I can say the word fuck. How about that? Are you guys not reading the thing that goes on the bottom of the screen? Are you guys not reading the banners? Are people missing this? I mean, you could see it on your phone. Let me read it for you. Let me put out the warning. Let me put the disclaimer. Okay? Ready? Hang on, let me wait for it to come across my screen. I'll never listen to you ever again. I'm not fucking worried about it. Go get your misinformation and disinformation somewhere else. Hang on, it's coming. You're still here, so you're obviously still listening. This is funny. This is fucking hilarious. Okay? First off, it says don't attack the host. You violated that rule. The rules are scrolling across the bottom. Here's the big one. You ready? We use naughty words on this platform. If that offends you, we aren't really concerned about your feelings. We respect truth over feelings. Please enjoy the stream. You can go back to Law and Crime with all the other fucking goofies. Thanks for playing. Bye-bye. Go read our articles. We don't use naughty words there. Yes, Jonette, you guys can use naughty words. Careful, though, because Facebook might, whack you. That's why we tell you guys, come on to YouTube. We're a little, YouTube's a little bit more kind of free with some of the verbiages. But yes, of course, you guys can use naughty words. That doesn't bother me. Brittany says the verdict is in. How do you know that? See, this is a problem with fucking not having my... Anywho, if you guys are just walking in, we are breaking the case down. We've been doing this forever. You guys have obviously missed out on all types of fun that we've had here and all types of truth. I wish more of you knew who I was and what I actually do for a living. Fox says it's in. Oh God, is this the one time we believe what Fox News says? Let me check my email because I had my buddy fucking supposed to email me. God damn it. All right, well, nobody leave and go to Fox 6. They're going to be showing the same shit I'm showing. All that means, chat, is that the media people got the information sometime before we're about to see it. If I was in the courthouse, I would have this information as well. So they were told, nobody fucking leave. It's fine. You're not missing anything. This is what we did during Brooks 2 when I was in the media room down there. We knew this. We knew this an hour before the rest of you did. Just calm down. Everyone's in a fucking panic. Fuck. Okay, the poll we have on YouTube. 57% thought the jury was going to have a verdict today. 43 said no. Yeah, it's a quick verdict. They're going to find him guilty. It's fucking Kenosha, dude. That's what the problem is. Watch the chat. The chat is going to be on fire, and they are going to attack me. They are going to say, "See, we told you." And listen, guys. If the jury was listening to the shit the same way you guys were listening to the shit, no wonder. But I'll still break it down for you, baby birds. Fuck. All right. If you guys want to join us over on YouTube, our YouTube channel is Never Stop Voices. That's the channel on YouTube. So we're going to put a poll up on YouTube. If you guys like to do the polls and all that stuff, you can come over here, hang out with us. The chat over here is kind of spicy. You guys are pretty spicy, though, on Facebook, too. Never Stop Voices on YouTube. But we're going to put a poll up on YouTube. I can't do it on Facebook, unfortunately, because of the streaming software that we use. So we know it's not going to be a hung jury. Oh, shit. Here we go, chat. Here we go. Fuck. Here we go, chat. I'm switching over. Here we go. I heard fucking noise, chat. We heard noise. Fuck. Okay, I'm putting the poll up on YouTube. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Be sure to like and follow all the pages, all that fun jazz. I'll post some links in the Facebook thing for all of you. If you don't like the naughty words, you can read our articles. We're very professional there. When we do live streams that are very newsy, we don't use naughty words. But when we're just hanging out, chewing the fat with everybody, we just hang out and we're real. That's how it is. Okay. If you like what we do here, there's a pinned comment. There's some links you guys can donate that helps us continue providing content. More importantly, it helps us cover the cost of very expensive open records requests so that we can keep providing you guys the truth. Hopefully you guys are having fun and entertained. Also, to remember, guys, we're live streaming some shit, so we have to keep you guys entertained, right? We got to keep the discussion going. We ask a lot of thought-provoking questions on this platform. Okay. So hopefully you guys found a platform that you enjoy. Come join us for some other things. Are we abrasive here? Yep. I've had a judge tell me that. Am I rude? Yep. I've had a judge tell me that. Am I crass? Yep. I've had a judge tell me that. But guess what? I'm protected by the First Amendment. I'm allowed to be that way. Okay, so there you go. A bunch of things you have for Facebook. There's a website there. You can see the YouTube thing. There's some links there if you want to donate. That's always appreciated. We're very open about money here too for all you newbies. We let you know how much certain open records things cost and how we spent the money and blah, 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 all that. All right. What is the verdict? Facebook, if you want to be part of the official vote on YouTube, come over to YouTube. Never Stop Voices. If you don't really give a shit. Deborah, yes, there's a verdict. There's a verdict. So YouTube has a poll so they can vote there, but Facebook chat, put a 1 in the, let's not do the numbers. For Facebook only, just put guilty or not guilty. Guilty or not guilty for Facebook only. Type that in the chat. YouTubers, you guys have your own poll. Fuck. This was way too fast, guys. This is way too fast. So they either didn't believe a single word Bobby Boy said, or they're just as fucking confused. But we're gonna find out. Here we go, chat. Oh my God. Type it in the chat, guys. Type it in the chat. Guilty, not guilty. Mallory says guilty. Please don't yell at me. We won't. We're not going to yell at you. Shannon, not guilty due to reasonable doubt. Yep, 100%. I think there's evidence, though, too, that says not guilty, but I think there is too much goddamn doubt. 100%. We're not going to yell at you guys now. We're not going to yell at you. We are kind of done deliberating ourselves and breaking it down. we can hang out longer after this, and we can keep breaking it down, and we'll tell you if this jury got it right or wrong. So don't be nervous now. Type it in the thing. We're not going to yell at you. And again, remember, we bust balls on this platform. You can bust my balls. You can't attack me, but you can bust my chops. You can poke fun, bust my chops. It's all play. It's all, we're having fun. We're trying to build a little family community here. That's all. That's all. That's attorney Angelina Gabrielle. She handled the 2008 trial with corrupt Bob Jamboy. The bearded guy is a Kenosha news photographer. The guy behind Angelina is Bruce Harrison. He works with TMJ4. That's my buddy. Jonette says, I don't know. Oof. Kathy says, guilty. Jonette, ballbusters. That's what we're going to call you guys. It's going to be, we were trying to think of a name for everybody, and we couldn't. So maybe it's the ballbusters. Maybe that's what it'll be. I don't know. We've got to come up with a fun name for the viewers. Because I keep saying chat, because it's easier, because I got Facebook and YouTube. So we say chat. Just easier because it addresses everybody. But if you guys come up with a clever name on what we could call you all, let's do it. That'd be fun. Come up with something fun. Now, remember, guys, Mark has been here before. Look at, ooh, Angelina is fucking nervous. Look at her face. She is so nervous. Oof. Scout says, hopefully they were like, there's just too much doubt and that we can't convict. Deborah says too many 5-0. That's typical, though. You can't always. But that could also mean that it's, not guilty, because then you have family members that may want to do an unaliving. You know what I mean? But it's typical. It's typical in the courtrooms. It does happen. During Brooks, when I was there for Brooks, they had 11 officers in that room. They had U.S. Marshals outside. And then they had a bunch of SWAT because of the threat of the mass shooting. But inside the courtroom, they had 11 officers. And you guys couldn't see it on the camera, but man, they surrounded that motherfucker. So, even if it is a not guilty verdict, having a bunch of cops in there to, because they have to protect him too. Fuck. Ooh, I'm so nervous, chat. I'm so nervous. What do you guys think? Put it in the chat. Oof. Deborah says, hope so, too much reasonable doubt. Shay, maybe the jury was very attentive and picked up on the phrase reasonable doubt. I think there is, chat. There's too much goddamn doubt in this case. Plus, like I said, there's too much evidence that unfortunately points to Julie. Kathy says the cops were big at the Brooks trial. They were. And then you had the Reddit thing. So a lot of you were like, who's the black guy that's sitting behind Brooks? I interviewed him. You can see that video, and a lot of weird, funky, fucked up shit. There's a couple of videos about him. We actually have a phone call because we thought it might be possible that he might have been the Reddit guy. We don't know. It's possible. But there's several videos about him on the fucking YouTube channel. You guys can check that out. And then he didn't like the fact that we said it's possible because a lot of fucked up shit he said in my interview happened to be the same verbiage that was used in a fucking Reddit post. And then he called me, and I released the phone call too, because he then said that I wrote the Reddit post to frame him, which I thought was fucking hilarious. So make sure you guys hit that thumbs up if you are on YouTube. We don't have enough thumbs. Facebook, like and follow the page. I promise you will have fun here. I promise you really, really will. We do talk about some very controversial shit. on this platform. We do. But I promise you also, this is the only place that you can guarantee to actually know the truth about things. I don't give a shit what side you represent. I promise you, this is a platform where you will learn the truth. Some of you may not like me, but I promise everything that comes out of my mouth will always be a fact. We're super transparent on this platform, guys. Even if they find him not guilty, that does not mean she did it. No, you're right. You're right. I just think that there's a lot of overwhelming proof that is pointed towards Julie. Unfortunately, chat, here's the thing. None of us will ever know because Julie's not here, right? And regardless of the outcome of this entire thing, whether he's guilty, not guilty, whatever the outcome is, a life was lost, whether he did it or she did it, or it was an accident. A life was lost. People are affected. The children were affected. Family members were affected. Okay. So no matter what happens, we have somebody that is not here with us anymore. Even if Julie did some shady ass shit too, she's still a human being. We've all done some fucked up things in our life. None of us are perfect. And that's what we need to take away from this, is that somebody is not here. But we also, chat, need to take away the fact that this case was fucked from the beginning. There was corruption that is behind this entire case from 1998 all the way to 2023. There is corruption behind this case. Okay. It's a big reason why we're covering this, because we're exposing corruption. So there's a lot of elements here. You've got iconic Supreme Court rulings. You got rights being violated in court cases. There's a lot. So this case, it unpacks a lot of stuff, chat. A lot of stuff. So Facebook, spam the chat with those little thumbs and little hearts. Spam it. Get crazy. Spam the chat. Get nuts with it right now. Put in the comment section, guilty, not guilty, if you guys are watching. YouTube, hit those thumbs. We have verdict. Holy God, chat. Holy God. YouTube poll right now. 48% think guilty. 52% think not guilty. Jonette, Mark is a sicko. Him and his Boy Scout references. Yeah. I mean, look, Mark's creepy. Mark's creepy as shit. We all know that. He definitely is. And listen, he's not innocent. Right? And that's why we don't say innocent, because he's not. He's not innocent. But is he not guilty? Not guilty and innocent are two different things. Two different things. Keep spamming that Facebook chat with the thumbs and them hearts. Put guilty, not guilty. This is where we let you guys kind of get a little bit more free with some of your comments, because we're at the thing now. Here we go, chat. I'm going to shut up now. Here we go.
We're back on a record on Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314. Let's have the appearances one more time.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. The state of Wisconsin appears by Special Prosecutor Robert Jamboys, Deputy District Attorney Carly McNeil, and Public Service Special Prosecutor Beverly Jamboys.
Attorneys Bridget Krause, Jeremy Perry, and Mackenzie Renner appear on behalf of Mr. Mark Jensen, who appears in person. Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon. The jury is in the courtroom, all 12 jurors who deliberated and the 4 alternate jurors who did not deliberate. The jurors that did deliberate have informed the bailiff that they have a verdict. I'll ask the foreperson who has the verdict. Is that correct? All right. I got a screen in front of me, so maybe I should stand. Do you have a verdict, sir? Can you give it to the bailiff? State of Wisconsin versus Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314 verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant, Mark D. Jensen, guilty of intentional homicide of the first degree as charged in the information. Dated this first day of February 2023, signed by the foreperson. Does the defense wish to have the jury polled?
Yes.
All right. They have numbers, so it'll be easier for me to poll the jury. Folks, I'm just going to ask you if this is your verdict, and I'll start out with number 1. Juror number 1, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Juror number 2, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 3, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 4, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 5, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 6, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
I will go to the front. Juror number 7, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 8, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 9, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 10, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 11, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 12, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
All right, the record should reflect, I polled each individual juror. They all indicated this was their verdict. I'm going to excuse the jury for now. We'll talk a little bit of other housekeeping matters. Before you go, folks, all 16 of you, I don't know what to say. I might come in tomorrow and I might look to the right and I'll see you're not here. You have been wonderful. You showed up on time. We had short lunches. We had a lot of witnesses. We had a lot of exhibits. We had a lot of videos. You were patient with us when we had to do our legal arguments. I really want to thank you on behalf of all the judges in the county for your service. And hopefully it's an experience that you can remember in the future. The other thing I want to mention, you're free to talk to anybody that you want to about this case now, but you don't have to. The only caveat I will say, if you are going to talk to anybody, you might not want to say what other jurors said because they might want their conversation private. And the last thing I will say, it's my understanding on behalf of the media, they're going to have a press conference area if you wish to talk to them. So with that, we have to do some housekeeping matters. Thank you very much. Have a good rest of the day, okay? Thank you, folks. All right, the jury is outside of the courtroom. Is there a motion by the state?
Yes, Your Honor, the state requests the court enter judgment in accordance with the verdict, and further, the state requests the court revoke the defendant's bond and remand him to the custody of the sheriff.
All right, based upon the jury verdict, the defendant is found guilty of first-degree intentional homicide.
Judge, I do have a motion. I would ask the court to consider a judgment notwithstanding the verdict.
I understand your motion, but based upon the evidence that I heard of all the witnesses, the exhibits, I'm going to deny your motion right now. I think the jury has spoken and the court's going to honor it. Okay, for the record, then the court will enter judgment, first-degree intentional homicide for Mark D. Jensen. The record should reflect he is found guilty of that crime. I'm going to revoke his bond and set the matter for sentencing. Based upon Marcy's law, I think we have to have a sentencing date, and I'm going to order a pre-sentence investigation. It's my understanding the time that the Department of Probation is requesting on pre-sentences for in-custody people is 60 days. So
I would say this, the state would request that the court simply set sentencing for tomorrow afternoon.
I'm not going to do that.
Okay, well, that's the state's request. I don't see the
Not
need
gonna
for
do
a
that.
pre-sentence investigation report.
I've been here for 19 days.
So have I.
We have different responsibilities.
Sure, Judge.
So I'm going to order a pre-sentence, just like I do in any other jury conviction, set the matter for sentence. And if you're unavailable on the date, let me know.
What's the date you're going to set?
The clerk's going to give you the dates. Okay?
April 3rd, 2 p.m.
I am gone that entire week.
Okay. April 14th, 10 o'clock.
It's good for the state?
April 14th works for us, Your Honor.
The defense? Okay. Anything else from the state?
What time?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defense? All right. Can we have everybody sit while the defendant is taken out?
All right, chat. Wow. Poll on Facebook. 52% said guilty, 47% said not guilty. Now, we have to go with the verdict. That's what it was. Whether we agree with some of this shit or not, we have to go with the verdict. A jury of Mark Jensen's peers said guilty for a second goddamn time. For a second time, chat. All right, what does everybody think? Put it in the comments. Some of you are putting justice for Julie. That's why I told you, you guys are free to say some more, stuff like, whatever. We get it now. So you guys can say We give you a little more freedom now. Convicted without the letter. Yep. Convicted without the goddamn letter or the 2 voicemails. That was also barred from this case. Also barred from the case. Bonnie was right. Verdict today. You were right. I thought maybe Friday. Shit. Which is good for us because we get a little bit more time to start kind of re-streaming kind of a marathon stream of the Alex Murdaugh trial, so we can ideally be caught up with that trial and kind of be live with everybody else Monday. That's kind of the plan. I'm not re-streaming anything today. Tonight, we are supposed to have at 5:30 Central Standard Time, we are supposed to have a live stream interview with a nonprofit group out of Indiana called Bikers Against Predators. What they do is they go and they pretend to be young children and they catch child predators. When they get them to the location, they live stream on Facebook, so everybody gets to watch this shit unfold live. And you hear what they're saying, and you see the police come in and arrest the creepy person. So we're going to have them on 5:30 Central Standard Time today. Okay. We're going to have them on for a live stream interview. So you're going to get to hear from them, what they do, as much as of how they do it, because obviously there's some things they're not going to be able to talk about because they can't divulge too much shit when they're trying to catch creepy people. So viewer discretion advised for that stream. Okay. There's probably going to be some hard things that are going to be a little difficult to hear. Okay. Each one of them has their own story. Some of them are victims themselves. Okay. A big thing that we do on this platform is elevating voices. So we're going to tonight with this live stream, the point of that too is to elevate their voice and what they do and help elevate victim voices. So make sure you guys tune in for that. 100%. You guys should be here for that. That's going to be an interesting stream. Nadia says conservative Kenosha jury. Yeah, I mean, listen, a bunch of us that are from the city, we already knew this, bro. We already knew this. We talk a lot about, why a lot of these different things happen, and it's because of image and money, right? Kenosha's got to protect their image, and if they're fucking wrong, they're going to be dishing out a lot of money. So let it be known that we are opening up a formal investigation against Bob Jamboy. I'm saying it now. I'm telling you guys now. We are opening a fucking investigation on Jamboy. So regardless of what happened today, right now, it still does not discount the fact that there is corruption behind Bob Jamboy. So I'm going to do my best to deep dive into that. I don't know why Maureen Lavin cannot be found. We're usually pretty good at finding people. We can't find her. We're going to try to figure out what happened in this pathology report. We're going to try to set up some interviews with some people. Nadia says, great to hear. Fuck Bob. Yeah, Bob's kind of a bitch. We don't like Bob. Which one? Bob is the district attorney, the guy with the creepy voice. He's got like the 1980s phone sex voice. Bob was the guy that was trying to yell at and intimidate female witnesses. Because like he's not abusive himself. Now, for those of you, because we were talking about domestic violence shit, and I was asking you guys to prove that Mark was abusive and all this shit, all I wanted from you guys was actual proof in the trial. A lot of us here, including myself, do agree that there was definitely a level of domestic violence with Mark Jensen. We were just trying to get you guys to show proof of that from the actual trial, not just what we thought. I don't need you guys attacking me on that shit. Okay. And we've said it before many, many times on this channel. But yeah, Bob definitely, Bob himself is a narcissist, number one, and he has his own abusive behaviors. And we saw that shit, the way he treated female witnesses, standing over and hovering over Dr. Stacey Hale. Oh, I don't want you to think I'm standing over you while I'm writing my supply and demand economics metaphor that has nothing to do with ethylene glycol poisoning. Fucking Bob. So Jeanette makes a good statement here. We have to respect the jury's verdict. We do. Whether we agree with the verdict or not, chat, we have to respect that. A jury of Mark Jensen's peers voted guilty unanimously. Now, a lot of us can say there was too much doubt. A lot of us can say there was evidence that directly pointed towards Julie and not towards Mark. We can have our theories. We can say it was a Gone Girl theory. We can lay it all out. But doesn't matter what we thought. Doesn't matter what any of us thought, because we weren't on that jury. I told you guys, don't put me on that jury because I'm fucking that jury up. Boss says Kelly's husband must be happy. I'm sure, because that might have been a reunion between these two. Just says, I would rather have my ass beat every day than deal with mental and emotional abuse. It's almost impossible to prove. Yeah, I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. Not like, I mean, I definitely, physical abuse too is, that's hard to get over as well. But the part I agree with is it's hard to prove mental and emotional. So I agree with that. The part, I'm going to tell you guys this, the part I was looking for with the pictures, and none of you brought this out, and I was looking for this specifically because Mark denied putting the pictures everywhere. Okay. Now, I personally do believe that Julie did it because I do honestly believe that she was setting a lot of this shit up and she was having these mental breaks and all this stuff. The specific part I was looking for, though, is that Mark denied leaving the pictures initially. He had nothing to do with that. But he did say, he confessed to this, at some point, he did start leaving the pictures out. He said it in the 1999 police interrogation video. That's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. So we know he had something to do with it. I don't believe he had something to do with it initially, but we know eventually he was taking those pictures and was fucking with Julie about it. So I was looking for that specifically. That's why I'm saying, guys, I paid so close attention to this entire fucking trial. And that's why I told you guys too when you guys first came in. There are things we can stick in Mark's column and there's things we can stick in Julie's column. 100%. Mark, I told you guys, Mark is not innocent. He is not innocent. The prosecution was not on trial here. No, you're right, Jonette. They weren't. But if you're not from Kenosha, Kenosha is extremely corrupt. Extremely corrupt. They do a lot of shady shit. And this was also part of this trial. These allegations were coming out. They came out in 2008, but they were coming out hard in 2023. Hard in 2023. And Milosauskas wouldn't let any of it in. And a big problem with this is that Bob was running around telling people how to do their jobs and interfering with the goddamn case that was making him a witness. So a lot of you are, some of you are like, yeah, he's back on the case. Yay, yay. No, he's back on the fucking case because They had to do that. Otherwise, it makes him a witness. He was a witness back then, too. In 2008, he was doing shit, and he was a witness. There was a lot of conversation about that. But they specifically made him come on the case again because his ass would have been called as a witness. And he'd have been fucked if he would have gotten on that stand. He would have been fucked. But I'm from Kenosha, so that's why, we talk about Kenosha a lot on this channel, especially like during the riot time, because there was so much misinformation and disinformation that went out there. My channel has the most video footage. We have the most articles on exactly what happened in Kenosha. And there still are a bunch of unanswered questions. However, we have tons of video footage. Our articles, we lay out the timelines of when decisions were made, where law enforcement, National Guard were, how many were out there, threats that were ignored. We have thousands and thousands of documents, video. It's crazy. Nadia is talking about mishandling evidence, intimidating. Yeah, there's tons of evidence in this case that went missing. Tons that wasn't investigated. There's a lot of shit with this. A lot. Wonder what the jury's educational level is. I don't know. Normally, chat, for those of you that are new, normally I don't, even in trials that we've watched where they're doing like the voir dire of the jury and that's live, because I've been in a bunch of courtrooms when they're doing voir dire, right? And then we've seen it obviously on different live streams. So there's times during voir dire that I mute the volume. My chat gets fucking angry with me. When they tell, the witness list out loud, I mute the volume, right? And the chat yells at me for it. I do that because there's too much information that gets revealed about jurors, and even witnesses. So even though those are public record, and I love public records, but those are things that I don't agree that should be. I think that should all be sealed. That's just me though. And I normally will not file an open records request to get the names of jurors and then start approaching jurors to see if they want to do interviews. I normally do not do that. But a lot of our viewers have asked me to do it for the Brooks case. So for those of you that are wondering, Judge Doro still has not released the juror list. She has not released it. It is not public record yet. That's why when Milisauskis, if you guys were watching, when that juror came out and said they knew Aaron Dillard, and then this is fucking bizarre. This is bizarre. I have never, ever seen a juror come back, tell a judge what's going on, have them say their name live, and then still be allowed on the jury. I've never seen that. That was insane. So for this case, if you guys want me to get the juror list and see if we can reach out, see if we can get some jurors on here, we'll and obviously we're going to do a normal interview. And, and for those of you that are like, oh, you say naughty words, that's one of those streams that we don't say naughty words. We're very just super calm, chill, and crispy. And we just talk to them, let them tell their story. We ask questions. Which pieces of evidence? I'm not going to be laying out a Gone Girl theory and fucking debating the evidence with them, right? Because my opinion and my theories don't fucking matter during that, right? So if you guys want us to do that, let me know in the chat. I'll consider doing that. We normally don't, like I said, but I'll consider doing that. Jessica says, did you like Judge Doro, how she handled the trial? Here's my opinion of Judge Doro. When I was watching the trial and covering the trial and at the fucking courthouse, I thought Judge Doro was doing a great job preserving the record. I thought she did a great job preserving a monster's rights, while all the rest of you wanted to just fucking fry this guy and take away his rights. She preserved them. I thought that was amazing, right? Because we are big on people's rights here, even though people we don't like, even people whose speech we don't like. We have to fucking preserve people's rights. So I appreciated that. However, in saying that, we found out some things about Judge Doro, and Judge Doro is not very honest herself. And Judge Doro does not respect everybody's rights. And her campaign manager is a fucking nut job. We wrote an article about it. I'm going to paste it in here for you guys. YouTube has the link, but I'm going to paste it for you guys on Facebook. You guys can go and read it. So I'm going to tell you right now, all of you Judge Doro fans, you're not going to like this article. You're not going to like it. But I'm going to tell you now, unfortunately, I'm sorry. It's the truth. Believe me, this was a hard article to write for me because I told you I liked her. I really did. And it was hard fucking finding some of this shit out. So sometimes that happens, guys. There's people that we really, really like. And because of what I do for a living, we can't ignore some stuff. We actually have a follow-up to this article that I'll be releasing. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, I had to have multiple phone conversations about this article, part 2 of this article. And we've talked about it, right? So the other thing, Jonette, since you're new, so this article talks about Doro's campaign manager, okay? And then there's some stuff specific about Doro in there as well. Again, it's going to be a hard read for you. I promise you everything in there is factual and true. And then we are the only media company that broke part 2 of this, that her campaign manager is now under criminal investigation for an alleged crime. And I have been investigating this now for the last few weeks. So I'm prepared now to do a follow-up on what we posted on Facebook, breaking news. And it's going to get it's going to be a problematic article. It's going to be a problematic article. Remember, I make it a point to tell you guys that my job is to prove or disprove things. And sometimes I don't even like the answers, but I have to keep that bias out of it. And when I write this article, I'm going to get a lot of shit from a lot of fucking people. I'm going to tell you right now, a side that we filmed for fucking a year and a half. Now we're going to talk about politics for a second. The side that I filmed for a year and a half is not going to fucking like me. And unfortunately, that's just how it is, right? Because the truth has no feelings. The truth has no sides. Both sides are full of shit. Both sides tell the truth. And when we go after a story, we have to tell the truth. We cannot write a narrative. We made it a point when we put out the Wauwatosa press release the other day. I specifically said in there, we're an independent company. And independent means that we will not be influenced by anybody to put out a fucking narrative. So that means there are no corporate interests that are going to make us put out a narrative. There is not a single group or an individual that will make us put out a narrative. I'm going to tell you the punchline of this article I'm about to release. I had to have some conversations last night because this really bothered me. The punchline of the article is that a person and a group tried to use me to put out a narrative. And because I'm real fucking good at what I do, we caught that in time. And we're going to put the truth out about what happened. And in this article, I have to write about myself. I have to write about this experience because we have promised you guys that at no time will anybody influence a narrative from me. And at no time will I put out my own narrative. It is only truth because we want you guys to have at least one fucking platform, whether you like me or not, at least one platform that you can always rely on. What you read or what you hear will be the truth, whether we like it or not. And you're going to hear about my experience during this investigation because I think it's important that you guys know this. So you guys are going to hear that. So I need a few days. I need a few days to write the article. We got to talk to our legal team because I promise you now this is going to have some legal fucking ramifications. This may also bring about some fucking death threats. So we got to situate and get prepared. But I just want to tell you guys, I want to be honest and upfront with you. We're going to write this article and there's going to be a lot of fucking pissed off people. And I got to put myself in this now because I think it's important when it comes to the credibility and the integrity of what we do here. And you guys need to understand and know the truth. So it's going to be a crazy ass thing. Since I'm new, one more question. What are your thoughts about Rittenhouse? Okay, Jess. So I was there in Kenosha. I was one of the live streamers that was there. There's a lot of things that I can't talk about with that case because there are still some lawsuits that are happening in the background where I could potentially be called as a witness for that. So asking me a blanket question like that, I can't really answer it like that. You have to be more specific. And I can tell you, I can answer that question or I can't answer that question. What I can say as a whole, in a very vague blanket statement, is that a lot of the information that you heard during that time, 2020, a lot of that information, I guarantee you, is wrong that you heard. You heard a lot of misinformation and you heard a lot of disinformation. And misinformation and disinformation from both sides of the aisle when it came to that entire thing. And that shit is still running rampant all over the internet. Okay? I can't answer that question. I can't answer that one because of legal stuff in the background that I may be called for a witness. When all of that shit is done, I will answer your questions on that particular question. So Jess asked me, do I think it was self-defense for all you people on YouTube? I cannot answer that right now. So you guys got to remember, a lot of what I say here can be also brought into a courtroom. So I got to be careful with certain questions and certain answers. If you guys want, if you want to know my thought on that night, my live streams are on the YouTube channel. You can hear everything I said on that live stream. We actually did a live stream playing my live streams from the 24th and 25th. I was kind of breaking some stuff down. You can go and watch that stuff too. But as far as everything in its totality, there was a lot of bullshit that went out, a lot of lies, a lot of rhetoric. And that's why I have spent so much time, over 2 years, investigating what happened in Kenosha. That's why my channel has hundreds of videos that are exclusive to my channel. Nobody else has them, where you guys get to see that. On the website where the articles are, there's tons of Kenosha articles that tell you exactly the truth about what happened, how many law enforcement agents were out there, National Guard that were out there, timeline broken down, when decisions were made, all type of shit. What charges are pending? There's no charges that are pending, but there's civil cases that are still out there. So until those civil cases are gone, I can't answer certain things. I've already been informed that I may be called as a witness. It's the same thing, I mean, with the trial too, with KR. I was named as a potential witness. So if you guys were watching the trial, when they put out all the names, I was named as a witness. And then all the fucking death threats started coming again. So I've already been told I'm a potential witness in civil suits for various things. Now, whether or not I will be called, because I wasn't called for the Rittenhouse trial, right? And we talked about this too. I know you're new. The state did not. They had me come in to give a statement. I've read my statement on the channel. I've read it because people were curious. We read it after the trial. I had to wait. We read it after the trial. What I said to law enforcement, because I was called to come in and give a statement because I was there and I fucking filmed a bunch of shit. So I read my statement so people knew what I told law enforcement. And I was contacted by the defense multiple times, and I ignored the defense. I didn't answer them. And the only reason I went to give a statement is because law enforcement contacted me. So I'm not fucking turning down law enforcement. Had the state themselves, like the district attorney's office, contacted me, I would have ignored them too. Same as I did the defense. So there's no bias there. There's no fucking whatever. I went because police called me. But it had like Binger or Kraus called me, messaged me, emailed me like the defense did, I would have ignored them just the same. But if you want to know like truthful shit about what actually happened in Kenosha, go on the website and read the articles. There's a bunch of articles about what happened. And that is from thousands of documents, videos, all type of shit. We have police audio scanner. We have body cam videos. We have videos from inside the Bearcat. We have thousands of documents that we have, and we've released a bunch of that shit. So if you're interested in that, videos are on YouTube. You can go to the website, read all that. There's a lot of really interesting reads on the website if you guys like reading articles. They are long, they are detailed, because we're not like lamestream media that puts a paragraph bullshit narrative and then you got to go search 14 other media outlets to figure out who the fuck is telling you the truth. You know what I mean? We don't do that shit here. That's why even you'll find on the YouTube channel, like there's videos that are 15 hours long from Kenosha. We have courthouse camera footage of the 23rd, 24th, 25th, and those videos are fucking 15 hours long. So we put the whole thing up there so that there's not a narrative. You know what? And I know they're boring, right? You're like, fuck, I'm not watching 15 hours. We get it. I know that. But we put it up there because some people want to see that shit, and there's no narrative. Even when Rittenhouse, here, I'll tell you this, when Rittenhouse was in Pudgy's Pub with the beer, it's not very publicly known, but I'm the one that leaked those pictures. I'm the responsible for getting his bond modified. That was me. But I'm also the only media company that released security footage from inside of Pudgy's Pub, because mainstream media made it a big fucking deal, right? We didn't write an article about it because he didn't violate his bond at the time. And mainstream media put it out like this motherfucking kid is having hours and hours of fun inside of a bar with a bunch of yahoos. We put the whole thing out so people could see. It was like 12 fucking minutes. And there's more to that I can't talk about because of a different reason. What's up, Yolanda? Shamrock, I am also new. Can I ask you a question not related to the case? Yes, you guys can ask me any questions that you guys want. We're very transparent here. As long as your questions are respectful, 100%. Kevin, did you see the live that KR just did? I think it is new. It was last week. I've been paying attention to a lot of what's going on with him for, again, reasons I can't talk about right now. But yes, I'm very well aware and versed on what that kid is doing. And you guys know when there's shit that's going on and I'm like, I can't talk about it right now. You know, that kills me on the inside because we want to tell you all the shit and we know we're very transparent and we get to it when we can, when we're allowed to do things, right? Some stuff I can't because of trials or I got non-disclosure agreements. I can't talk about shit, you know. Some of the stuff, like I told you, like we're hired as being an investigative consultant for things, right? And then, 6 months from now, I'll be like, hey, remember 6 months ago, I was like, hey, we were hired for this, blah, blah, blah. Now we can talk about it. Here's what's going on. Do you help families whose loved ones were murdered, or do you know anyone that can help? So sort of the answer to that is no and no. I guess it depends on what exactly you're talking about. We've had people where, so we've had two scenarios. I've had people that are like, hey, my so-and-so was murdered. Can you help investigate that? The answer is probably no, because it's very difficult trying to track down a murder suspect. And that puts me in a lot of harm's way, a lot, right? If it's a situation where it's, Kev, there's a situation where my so-and-so was murdered by police. Then we can start talking because that's what I do. Because it involves law enforcement, right? So that stuff potentially I will get involved in. It's easier if it's in my state. It's difficult if it's in another state, right? Because every state has its own rules on open records, and sometimes they don't release shit. Like we try to get open records from another state, and they won't release it because I don't live there, and that's what their law says. You know what I mean? It's in Milwaukee. Okay. I'm assuming it wasn't an officer-involved shooting. It's just somebody that was murdered. You may want to talk to is Terry Lowe. Boss, that's who it is, right? Terry Lowe. That's his name. Are you saying no police, like it wasn't a police thing? Tory Lowe, maybe that's what it is. All right, say that one again because I'm confused because I said 14 things there. So not officer involved or yes, officer involved. Mallory says, "Can we hear your 80s phone sex voice again? That was impressive." Wait, hang on a second. I'll play something for you. Oh, Mallory, you can call my phone for $2.99 a minute, and I'll Bob Jamboy the shit out of that voice for you for hours on end. Let me find. No police were involved in his passing. So I would probably reach out to maybe Tory Lowe. He might be better at that. Tory does, so he's kind of an activist, but he does, Tory's got some high profile people that he works with. And Tory's been getting involved in a lot of sex trafficking issues. And him and a group that he's involved with or whatever, they've actually rescued a few trafficking victims. So I'd probably say that. $2.99 a minute. Dang, with the price of inflation, you can clearly get $19.99. I mean, shit, Mallory, you want to pay me $19.99 a minute to talk to you over the phone like Bob Jamboy while you lay comfortably in the bed? I got you. I got you. Let me find this for you. I'll fucking. Kevin. Oh, shit. Have you investigated the Milwaukee Police Department? Yes. So you guys are from Milwaukee, I'm assuming. So if you guys know what's happening in Wauwatosa, I'm one of the journalists that has been ripping Wauwatosa a new asshole. So a lot of the stuff that's been exposed has been me. It's been Isaiah Holmes with the Wisconsin Examiner, right? Badass Kimberly Motley. But I'm one of the journalists that's fucked up Wauwatosa. I actually did a 3-part documentary live stream. We did it a live stream, like a little live stream series about Wauwatosa from the late 1980s all the way to modern day. So we did a whole deep dive investigation about the history behind Wauwatosa, and it basically stems from the racist Martin Luther King Day parties that they had. So we break all that down and how those guys, became the upper echelon of TOSA, like command structure. The new guys who are the upper echelon of TOSA now, how those racist pieces of shit trained those guys who are now in charge of TOSA. We discussed the history between the Wauwatosa-Milwaukee border, why that's so heavily fucking protected, the whole thing behind the MLK parties that was happening. So it's a lot. It's a lot to unpack. We had to break it down in 3 different videos. And even in those 3 videos, it's still a lot to unpack. But yes, in those videos, we went hard at TOSA. And by the end of it, we formally accused Wauwatosa of fabricating crime statistics that they sent to the FBI because they have to report that. And they fabricated that. We accused them of conspiracy to commit murder. We accused them of conspiracy to cover up murder. We exposed them a multitude of corruption in, decades of time. We exposed them for tampering with evidence. We exposed them for conspiracy to, I forgot the verbiage we used in the thing, but basically setting up their own officers. And when I say conspiracy too, I'm not saying that, conspiracy theories. These aren't conspiracy theories, right? Same as like Mark Jensen, conspiracy to commit kidnapping to a witness. So yeah, we disclosed a lot of that. And we actually just put out a press release going after TOSA again, because TOSA fucked up basically. And fucked with the wrong journalist. I'm the wrong one. This is another reason, guys, that we don't have corporate sponsors because 1, I'm very vulgar. And number 2, I don't tolerate people's bullshit. I just don't. But basically the short of it, and you can read it, we put the press release out on our Facebook page. But Wauwatosa used one of our videos for the 3rd time to go after some protesters and fabricate criminal charges against them. And while they had other things that they could be using as evidence, they didn't name any of that, but they specifically named my company as if my company acted as an informant. And we put out a press release about TOSA. And in that press release that's posted on Facebook, we linked dozens and dozens of articles and videos all type of shit that basically, says fuck you to Tosa. So this is what it is, because you guys are asking me about being independent and all this stuff. But we wrote, Never Stop Media's mission is to bring the uncensored and raw truth to the people, to tell the stories that mainstream media glosses over or completely ignores, to bring to light and expose corruption and real stories through investigative journalism. If every other news organization wants to be stenographers for law enforcement, let them. NSM doesn't write for corrupt agencies who violate people's rights on a daily basis. NSM writes for people whose rights were violated. So when law enforcement says something, we only have one question to ask. Is it true? Independent media refers to any form of media that is free of influence. That's why I was talking about this article we're going to release. This is exactly what I'm talking about. And this is why I have to put myself in this article this time. Free of influence by government or corporate interests. Never Stop Media LLC practices journalism that is completely free of influence. At no time will any government entity or privatized group or individual control the narrative of any coverage that Never Stop Media puts out. During our live coverage, we document events to their exactness. In some scenarios, we are legally not allowed to speak on a situation, as we may be called to testify. What needs to be understood and is generally misunderstood and perceived as bias or narrative control by the general public is that independent journalists / press are not law enforcement and therefore use judgment in each situation during filming. We need to be hyper alert of our surroundings and any and all safety risks while filming. Law enforcement agencies have been using live streams to identify / target not only criminals, but also those who are engaged in lawful and constitutionally protected activities. Citizens have used these live streams to dox another individual by revealing not only public information about an individual, but also their personal and private information. We are not out there to intentionally jeopardize anyone's safety, and we are not law enforcement there to capture and expose criminal actions or to help law enforcement identify individuals to violate their rights later. Our sole purpose is to document the truth of the events that are happening, whether on camera or off. Our interaction with law enforcement is always respectful and always will be, but NSM will not allow our coverage of events to be used to target individuals and fabricate criminal charges against them. NSM deeply apologizes to individuals whose rights were violated and had fabricated criminal charges brought against them due to any live event that we covered. Falsified charges brought upon an individual exercising in a constitutional protected activity is absolutely disgusting and unacceptable. Those charged with crimes for protecting the lives of those around them against great bodily harm and death is a gross negligence by law enforcement while ignoring the real criminal who actually endangered the lives of dozens of individuals. And for a law enforcement agency to publicly single out and name a media outlet in a criminal complaint presents an inference that the media outlet was an informant, which is not only inaccurate, inflammatory, reckless, dangerous, and in its purest form, nothing but retaliation for exposing decades worth of lies, corruption, cover-up, criminal activity, murder, conspiracy, sexual harassment, racism, and worst of all, endangering the lives of Wauwatosa community members and Wauwatosa officers who also have tried to expose corruption within the Wauwatosa Police Department. So that's why I kind of made that big deal about this article we're going to be writing. It gives you guys a little bit of that. Oh, Mallory, are you still here? I got to play this for you. Sorry, I get fucking sidetracked. Where's Mallory at? $19.99 a minute. Let me play this. Let me play this thing for you.
Sometimes people.
Let me see where we are. about the size
Brooke.
and shape and Brooks too. Oh, you're here. Okay, here, hang on. Saved her like a rattlesnake anti-venom. Wait, let me get to.
About,
I'm just gonna play clips of this
He was
because
prescribed
the Paxil.
First last, I'm losing count here. Aaron Dillard, what do you think of him?
Hang on. Slowly tortured. Wait, hang on. This is funny as fuck. Catchphrase. Their answer. My bad. What is the most useless invention of all time? Wait, hang on. Is what you gave you the answer again. Wait. And because it's so on the computer, it's so hard. Is what you think our mock jury are going to decide. Here, hang on. Okay, so it's not whether you think Mark Jensen is guilty or innocent. It's what you think the jurors are going to decide by the end of this stream. Now, just like the actual case for the jurors, you are not allowed to mention the letter from the grave or the 2 voicemails. If you do, it will be an automatic mistrial. Okay, an automatic mistrial if you mention the letter from the grave, the contents of the letter, the 2 voicemails, or the contents of the voicemails. It will be an automatic mistrial. We don't want that. Now, in my best Bobby Boy, Jam Boy voice I can come up with on the fly last minute. Here you go, Mallory. The facts of the case are these. For years, Mark Jensen slowly tortured Julie Jensen by continuously and strategically laying out penis pictures because of his sick obsession with penises. In his sadistic, creepy, and narcissistic way, he left harassing phone calls. He spent months on the computer looking up poisons. Are you aware of that? Botulism. Are you aware of that? Explosions. And how to unalive your wife. Why, you ask? Well, let me tell you why. Because I like to tell people the answer to everything. It's because he was having an affair with Kelly Labonte. I mean Greenman. Wait, Jensen. No, wait, Labonte. The woman with 20 names. Mark wanted to plan an outdoor adventure with his side piece, and he needed Julie out of the way before he got caught. He and Kelly were very much into the kinky side of life. Mark began poisoning Julie slowly with glycol-ethylene. We know it as antifreeze. He gave her the antifreeze mixed with juice. How do we know it's juice? Because I gave you the answer again. And because that wasn't unaliving her fast enough, he went to the family physician and got Ambien and forced her to take 3 Ambien. As Julie lay there slowly fading away, it still wasn't fast enough for this sick individual. So he climbed on top of her and pushed her face into the pillow and suffocated her. Mark Jensen is a deranged murderer, and I ask you to find him guilty. Pay no attention to the scandals surrounding me or the fact I really like to take ski trips. Now, all right, there's one more part I gotta show you. So I started fucking with the jurors in this.
Have the more charge.
Hang on. Wife are not writing movie scripts. Okay, ladies.
Don't forget.
So we had a bunch of females that were on the mock jury that we did, and because Bob was being a bitch and intimidating female witnesses, so I was acting like him and I was fucking with the lady jurors that were in here. We can hear Julie arguing with him. You get off the phone. She doesn't want her life saved. She wants to be unalived. And this is why I threw the tape away.
And that's why there's no tape.
It doesn't make him a murderer, and we know his dad was a chauvinist.
That was one of my questions. I was going to and we only had one person testify that to not trust him. And that was like his secretary-ish kind of person.
Yeah.
No one else has said that he can't be trusted. I mean, if there was more people in the office said, oh no, he just tells all kinds of BS lies and stuff like that. He can't be trusted.
There was evidence that he can't be trusted. If you remember in the beginning.
There's another part in there somewhere where I was breathing. You know how we watched Bob, where he's like, she was breathing like this. I got like real up close to the camera. Bob was such a fucking dickhead. Do I have a juror to talk yet? No, I'm sitting in my fucking house in Milwaukee. We're not mainstream media that's hounding jurors in a disrespectful way. We're gonna try. We tried to get one of the old attorneys. They denied us. We've been in contact with Craig Albee. He's the attorney in 2008. We've been in contact with him. We're going to try to get him on. I'm going to try to get Bob and Bev on. We're going to see. I'm going to try to reach out to certain people. We'll try to get them on. I can't promise anything. Sometimes the downfall of being an independent, we don't get some of the cool shit. But we're going to try to get them. We'll see what happens. I'll see what I can do about jurors. If you guys are not subscribed to the YouTube channel, subscribe, hit that bell for all notifications. If you're not following the Facebook page, NSM News Updates, like and follow the page. I've been a little lackadaisical on posting newsy shit up there lately because I've been spending 15 to 20 hours a day on this trial. But yeah, Anna, I don't know if you're still here. So Milwaukee, I've done some investigation shit with Milwaukee as well. We're on the Breon Green case. So once the body cam, so that's another thing, the body cam for Breon Green, not the body cam, the fucking jail booking footage. There's a court order that's supposed to be released. Milwaukee has still denied that despite the court order. There was just another press conference and we missed it because we were doing the fucking Jensen thing. I got to rip that and put it up on the fucking channel. Thanks for reminding me of that. But I'm in touch with that law firm, so we get a bunch of shit. So once that video finally gets to them, we'll get it, and then we'll release it up on the YouTube channel. The thing with Michael Mattioli and Joel Acevedo, so that trial's on hold. Sorry, I can't talk. On hold. So that's another one where we got a medical examiner that's fucking missing. He's also part of the Breon Green shit. He's part of Joel Acevedo's thing, and that motherfucker is missing now. So that's why Mattioli's trial is on hold. But another court order for the body cam video. going after Mattioli. That is supposed to be released as well with some redactions when Mattioli talks, because those are statements. So those will be redacted. But once they get that video, it'll be sent to us and we'll put it up there. I am first on the list with that shit because we interfered with the Theodore Edgecombe trial. So those of you that are from Milwaukee, do you remember the Theodore Edgecombe trial? Like when I tell you guys, like we actually do really important shit over here. Like I'm not fucking around. I'm not some fucking live streamer that just sits here with a fucking phone. We do like real shit. Type in the chat if you are from Milwaukee and you know what I'm talking about. Theodore Edgecombe. April says, what time did the verdict come in? I don't know, a couple hours ago at this point. Came in fast as fuck. Mallory, I am from Alaska. Well, if I ever go hiking in Alaska, Mallory, I'll let you know. I may need a place to stay. I'm so down. All right. I have wanted to go to Alaska. That's one place I haven't been to hike. I do want to go out there. So normally, like we're not sitting here live streaming cases. We don't make dick for money doing this. This stuff we have to very heavily rely on viewer donations when we do this shit, because this pulls me out of a day job when I do this. And we make dick for money off YouTube. We're actually going to do a stream talking about our YouTube channel and how much money we don't fucking make doing this shit. That's why I'm saying, like, normally, like, I'll work a day job so that I can, because records cost us a lot of money for the deep dive stuff that we do. And that's why we also ask you guys to donate, because it helps offset that cost, right? And we do like real big investigations. So like, churches, that are doing weird shit with kids, Kenosha bullshit, the Wauwatosa thing I was just talking about. There's a story that we have 3 articles on the website about this girl that's on TikTok, that talked about, a 25-year-old that had sexual intercourse with her when she was 15. And he was charged. And then the district attorney, it's a county out here by me, the district attorney lied to the judge intentionally. And it got the case dismissed. And this poor girl is getting fucked with left, right, and center. And the police department was getting a bunch of shit. So we jumped on the case. It's another one that we didn't believe anything that was being said. And then we investigated it and proved, number one, we cleared the police department of any wrongdoing. So people that are like, oh, you fucking hate police. We don't. Right? So we cleared them of any wrongdoing. By far one of the nicest chiefs I've ever talked to. He was such an absolute sweetheart. And we found where the corruption was. And it started with the doctor and then went to the district attorney's office. So we wrote 3 articles on this. She's being fucked with in family court right now. That court is violating her rights. There's a lot of shit. That's actually one of the more proud investigations I've done, because it's a victim of statutory R word. That one's, I'm actually most proud of that one. But you can read those 3 articles. But yeah, so normally I work a real job, like a day job. Not that my job's not real, but I work a day job so I can afford all this shit. I'll do a big deep dive investigation for several months, and then I fucking go ghost and I go on a hiking trip. And then I come back and here's a big ass article. So many places to go to. It would be absolutely amazing for you to see. Yeah, Alaska looks really pretty. The reason I brought up the Theodore Edgecombe thing, I thought we still had some Milwaukee people in here, is because we actually live streamed that case because we covered a lot of protests that were happening. It was basically a Kyle Rittenhouse situation, and it was a black guy that killed a white attorney, and we covered that, and he was found guilty and got sentenced to like 25 fucking years, which is a bullshit fucking verdict. But while we were covering it during jury voir dire, the court cameras fucked up and showed juror members. So we screenshotted it and sent it to the state and the defense, and we got a 50-person jury panel removed. So they had to start all over. So I say, like, we do real shit here. Why must they always tell you who the important people, who they are? What do you mean, April? What are you asking? Important people? I gotta confirm with this fucking biker group. I gotta send that. I keep forgetting. I didn't plan to be on this long, guys. I was gonna jump off, but as long as the chat is active and you guys are asking questions, I'll stay on for a little bit. So, but yeah, I mean, we've said it. That's why we're like super transparent on the platform when it comes to money stuff and donations. And people donate and we tell you, hey, thanks for the donation. Right now we're trying to buy another 4 terabyte hard drive that we can't afford. So we're like, hey, it costs $107. If you want to donate towards that, cool. Hey, we have this open records request. This is how much this costs. Help with that. We're trying to get a court transcript. Because we're trying to expose somebody for fucking fraud and tampering with a court case and tampering with evidence. And we need this court transcript and it's a few $100, stuff like that. And then I'm honest if I'm like, hey, I'm out of cigarettes. Who wants to donate $10 for a pack of smokes for Kevin? And then I tell you, we're honest because I don't want weird shit about fucking money. I don't want to be accused of no weird ass shit. I'm watching the funeral for time. Okay, well, I don't know. April, I told you the other day, I don't know shit about the fucking thing. I covered the beating. I covered that. I don't know anything else. I'm fucking doing Mark Jensen. I don't know. You guys are asking me about all this news shit, and I'm. That's why I said yes. If the fucking world was on fire right now, I would have no idea because I don't know. 15 to 20 hours a day. As soon as I get off of here, I'm downloading this stream so I can clip out the fucking video stuff, edit testimonies and parts and juror bullshit and the guilty verdict. I'll be up until fucking 3 o'clock in the morning. Another day of not knowing anything about what's happening in the world. So I don't know. You guys are asking me about fucking Tyree. I don't know. I don't know anything. Yes, Ghost, you missed the verdict being read. Yeah, I don't know. But let's stop talking about other shit that's like happening right now. Remember, that's a violation of platform rules. So I don't know. Lose your mind on somewhere else about that. I have no idea, guys. I don't know. I'm not watching a fucking funeral because I'm fucking sitting here talking to letters on a screen. I have no idea. Let's not be talking about stuff that's actively going on that pulls everybody off of my fucking stream. That's another reason we don't make money, because people are like, oh my God, did you hear this is happening? The world is on fire. And then everybody leaves. We had to beg people when the fucking verdict came in to not leave the fucking platform. So I don't know. I'm not trying to sound like a dick. I have no idea. I don't know anything that's happening. I knew VP Harris was there, but I don't know. I don't know why they fucking announce important people. I don't know. Insensitive shit. Sending out the thing for the biker group. Confirm that that's happening. Again, we're supposed to be live again at 5:30 for this live stream interview. I'm just confirming that we are fucking doing that. What else? What else, people? I am tired too, so I'm starting to get fucking cranky. Yeah, we're supposed to be going live at 5:30 with this Bikers Against Predators group. So we've had this set up for a couple of days, and I just sent them the confirmation message that we're still doing that. So provided that we are, which I haven't heard otherwise, so we always do a confirmation. Obviously, if I don't go live, I'll probably make a post on Facebook. It's been canceled or it's been rescheduled or whatever the reason is. If I don't go live for that, I'm not going live again. But we're supposed to at 5:30. So it's a nonprofit biker group in Indiana that catches child predators. So should be a pretty cool interview. They're pretty cool, pretty cool people. 3 hours ahead of me, probably. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. So even though like Jensen is over, like I'm still trying to clip out testimonies because editing video takes so long. So there's still individual testimonies that I'm trying to clip out. The individual testimonies are all up on the YouTube for members. Some of the stuff is released, but not all of it. The live streams are obviously still up there. There's stuff from today I got to clip out and get up, release. 5:30 April. Mallory says, so if the world was on fire, I wouldn't know either. Yeah, we'd be fucked. We'd be fucked. That's why, like, so the Facebook page, we lost our original page during the time when Facebook was all fucking crazy. And we finally, after 2 years, were able to bring up another one. So we post more newsy stuff up there, still mostly related to what we kind of cover in this company, but there's some other stuff that's kind of interesting, like when the volcano erupted, right, in Hawaii. It obviously doesn't have anything to do with anything we discussed, but it was interesting to me. So we put some newsy stuff up there. There's a lot of like court documents that are on there. I don't know, there's a lot of shit. No one really messes with Alaska, and we all carry. Yeah, I'm sure you'll be fine. You just got to watch out for polar bears. That's probably your biggest worry out in Alaska, polar bears. Those motherfuckers are deadly. So I'm not that far north. I don't know. Careful. They They travel. They're not cute and cuddly like they look. I have a bucket list item thing that I actually want to do in Alaska. I want to swim with a salmon shark. I want to do a lot of swimming with sharks, but I kind of want to swim with a salmon shark in Alaska. What part of Indiana? I'm not sure. There's going to be a bunch of stuff that they're, not going to be able to divulge. You know what I mean? Because they're like super sleuths. So even like how they kind of capture these guys, we're going to ask, and they'll probably be able to tell us a little bit, but not like all the super details. So some of that will probably be vague. But I know they do travel. They travel to different places. You know what I mean? So it's not just because they were just here in Milwaukee. They busted somebody. I've seen this person that they busted. So that caught my eyeball. I was like, holy fuck. You're from Indiana and you moved to Alaska? Jesus. What was that about? Why did you move to Alaska? You were like, you know what? I don't want to sleep for months at a time. I want my sleep schedule to be so jacked up. See, Mallory, look how much fun you're having. And you almost, you moved to Indiana. You almost left earlier. Oh, and then you came back. Jesus, God almighty. Yeah, see, you were definitely like, oh, I want my sleep schedule to be fucked for months at a time. See, you almost left earlier. You're like, oh, I'm not welcome here. Look how much fun you're having now. Now you're over here willing to pay me $20 a fucking minute to talk to you like Bob Jamboy. I'm down. Look, give me the phone number. I'll fucking call right now. Well, I can't because my phone is disconnected. Another joy of being a broke, independent fucking journalist. But when the phone gets turned back on, $19.99 a minute, I'll fucking call you. The joys of being a fucking independent journalist. The reward system for doing this is very low, people. Is very low. It's the warm and fuzzies on the inside. That's it. That would make my whole life. I'm sure. Anybody? YouTube chat? Anybody got anything else? I'm entertained by the little things. Yeah, I mean, that's what, we try to be entertaining. That's why I try to be funny. I'm a little fucking goofy when we do these types of live streams. Again, when we're doing like real newsy stuff, it's very straightforward. We chill out on the language and all of that. So even tonight, when you hear me with the interview tonight, it's going to be very different than what you saw today. Very professional, straightforward. We'll give them permission to cuss if they want to cuss. That might bring a little cussing out with me, but I don't know how they talk, so I don't know. But it'll be way different. If we're doing like a debate style interview, which we've done before, that's different as well. So, but yeah, we'll see. So I'm trying to confirm with them because we always do. Oh, yep, they just got back. Yes. Perfect. Thank God my phone works on Wi-Fi that I can access my fucking messenger. Okay, so we got the confirmation. 5:30 tonight. We'll be live. Fucking awesome, bro. I'm so interested in these guys. This is going to be a fun stream. This will be good. This is a cool group. I like what they do. I'm kind of impressed with what they do. I've checked out some of their content. And it's obviously very fucking disturbing, but really cool group what they do. And we posted on the Facebook page, we posted their website, so you can kind of take a look at that and kind of do your little research before we do the stream. We're going to talk about what the website says, who they are. We'll do a cool little intro while we're getting them, because I got to wait. The live stream has to be on, and then I got to send the link. So while we're kind of waiting for them to set up on the link, we're going to kind of talk about who they are, what they do, and then we'll get them up on the, I don't know how many of them there are that are coming on. So there may be one, there may be a couple of them, because there's a few of them. But we'll get them on, and it's going to be pretty fucking awesome. I don't know how they don't beat the shit out of them. Yeah. That'd be a hard one for me. I have some personal trauma when it comes to stuff like that. So I'm sure you can kind of figure out what that means. But yeah. And we can ask them. We'll do some questions from the viewers, and I'll put some comments up, all of that. So normally something like this we would have just streamed on YouTube. But because they have a Facebook page, and you guys check them out there too, Bikers Against Predators on Facebook. So definitely check out their page, like and follow them. Check them out before 5:30. But because they have their page, they're going to share the interview out and all that. So we're going to multi-stream on Facebook too tonight. But normally we just stream on YouTube for that type of shit. So it'll be cool. It'll be fun. I'm excited. I can't wait. Again, it's going to be a little difficult to listen to. Some of it, I'm sure. But we're gonna get through it together. So it's more about elevating people's voices. So that's gonna be the biggest part. So it'll be fun. It will be fun. All right, I'm going to have one more cigarette with you guys, and then I'm going to get off, because I've spent 100 hours a week on this stupid fucking trial that came out with a very wrong decision today. Mark did not look surprised. And he didn't even look upset. He's just like, all right, whatever. Back to fucking jail, I guess. He was just like, okay. But I mean, it is what it is. Both sides, I thought, I don't even know if I could honestly say that with a straight face. I was going to say both sides fought a good case. Both sides fought very hard. I don't even know if I would want to say that, though. The defense fought very hard, and they went the full fucking 12 rounds. Yeah, I don't know if I could actually say that the state did a good job. There was a lot of penis. Yeah, I think they said it was like 1,200 times or 2,200 times. I want to say it was like 1,200, I want to say, in the first trial that they said that word. It's fucking like ridiculous. April says, I didn't think it was going to take them long. I kind of thought Friday, honestly. There was kind of a notion in the back of my head that it might have been today. But yeah, I mean, once they said the verdict was in and the chat was on it, fucking, I already knew. We should have done shots for every time they said it. We would have been fucked up. We would have been really fucked up. I poured absinthe yesterday. Told the chat I was drinking antifreeze. I couldn't even finish that. I'm not really a big drink. I quit drinking for a long time and then kind of started drinking a little bit last year again. I have a hard time drinking. I don't fucking like the taste of it. And we've gotten in trouble for being a little intoxicated on the channel. And my lawyers do not want me drinking live. We're not allowed to. Not allowed to. We got fucking yelled at. And we ended up in our own goddamn court case because of it. So, the court case I had to fight for 5 fucking months to prove our innocence. Certain things I like I'm a former mixologist, so like I'm pretty wicked at craft cocktails. So there's things like that I miss, but I don't know, just in general, I just don't like alcohol anymore. 7 years of not drinking and then coming back, I don't like it. Plus it's unhealthy as fuck. And, you know, for not drinking for so long, I've noticed a difference in my health and my body, and it's not good for hiking. And the defense did do a good job, but I also think it was a hard thing to fight. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I do honestly think it was a lot because of Kenosha. April says, no, you and drinking on a live are not a good idea. Yeah. You know, we've gotten in trouble for things that we've said while having a few cocktails. We've, you know, my PTSD went in full effect one night drinking, and I was bawling on the fucking live stream. Drinking while hiking, there's no other way. Yeah, I can't fucking do that. I do big hikes though. I do big hikes, you know. There's days we're crushing 18-mile fucking days. Can't be doing no drinking. If we need to fight a bear, Kevin is not fighting no fucking bears. Kevin's also not laying on the ground pulling a Leonardo DiCaprio playing fucking dead in the Revenant. I'm running. I am running. I don't know how people just stand still when a black bear bluff charges you. I'm running. I am forgetting every fucking rule about bears, and I'm running. Mallory says, all right, I'll fight the bear. Yeah, have at it. I'm gone. I'm fucking leaving. We actually have a shirt on our apparel company site that says something like, if a bear chases us, like I'm running, and like it'll eat you or some shit. I forgot what it says. I forgot what it says. But yeah, we have that. We have that up on the website. Here, I'll show you guys real quick. I only have a half a cigarette left. Once the cigarette is done, I'm signing off. I gotta go. I gotta fucking wash my face and wake the fuck up. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. And I gotta get set up for tonight and all that. Nah, I'm such a chicken. I'll cry and pee my pants. I'm running, bro. Running. So here's some of, we played this the other day. We play this every now and again. But I'll fucking play it real quick for you guys. This is my apparel company, so this is what we. Here. It's called Mainsail Graphics. I put the link in. It's up on the Facebook page though too, in the pinned comments. So, all right, folks. With that, I'm done smoking. I'm out. I gotta go. I'm fucking tired. I gotta eat lunch. I gotta prepare for tonight. Couple of hours, we'll be back live, and it's gonna be awesome. So make sure you guys tune in for that. Mallory, awesome. There's tons and tons of shit that's on there. T-shirts, hoodies. We have some on the Never Stop Voices website too. That's more like journalism stuff to rep Never Stop Media. But yeah, I'm a big hiker when I'm out doing this shit, so we had to do that. That's our sponsor. That also helps pay for shit. So, but anyway, guys, thanks for tuning in. It's been an interesting day. The case is finally over, thank God. We'll be back definitely for Jensen on sentencing and victim impact statements, all of that type of stuff. So we'll go live again for that. Tomorrow morning, we are going to be jumping on this Alex Murdaugh trial. However, we are behind. So that means we are re-streaming. I think we did the first 3 days. So we have catching up to do. So while the rest of the world is watching live, we're going to be basically, going backwards so we can catch up. We'll probably do some marathon streams over the weekend, probably 2 8-hour streams, because we got to get caught up so that we can be live with everybody else by Monday. So I'm kind of glad this case is over so that we can do that, because we've only missed a couple days now, because we did some marathon streaming over the last weekend. So we have a couple days to catch up on, and then we'll do some stuff over the weekend too, so that we can be fully caught up. So that's our trial that we're doing next, and then we'll kind of figure out from there everything else and all of that stuff. So with that, make sure you guys like and share all the pages, follow, subscribe, all that. If you like what we do, there's some links in a pinned comment. You can send donations. All that helps. Every dollar helps. Thank you, everybody. I definitely will, Mallory. I definitely will. Hopefully you'll be on later tonight. You'll still be awake. I will see you guys in 2.5 hours. Peace.